Chapter 51. The Blazing Red Sparrow. Little Red, are you hurt? After holding back for a while, the little guy could only muster up these words. The sparrow, who was scarlet red from head to toe, widened its eyes and angrily stared at him. It seemed as if it left all of the whites of its eyes for him, and seemed to have taken great offense. The red sparrow who fell from the sky left all the children stunned. Could it be that this was what was always on the little guy's mind? Was this creature the little bird that the little guy chased after until he left the village back then? However, the people who truly understood this situation, such as the chief and some other elders, became stiff all over. Shi Hao, and the others, hairs stood straight up and did not dare to make any movements in fear of angering the little red sparrow. They once saw from far away that a little red bird was engaged in a great battle in the endless mountain ranges, and they saw that it was able to burn up half the sky. That scene was too terrifying, and they wouldn't be able to forget it for the rest of their lives. Now this scarlet red bird fell from the sky, and it even dyed the horizons into a deep red, as if it was a scattering sunset. Even without thinking too much, they all felt their scalps go numb. It most likely was that supreme creature. "Child, come here," said Shi Hao gently. He feared that the little red sparrow would feel provoked, and so he called for the little guy to return. "Grandpa, there's no problem. I know Little Red is powerful, but I can't feel any killing intent from it. It does not have any animosity towards our stone village," explained the little guy as he blinked his big round eyes. The scarlet red sparrow leaned against the ground as it widened its eyes. It opened its mouth as it spouted out a streak of weak multicolored light in front of a huge piece of rock. With a poo sound, a strand of weak smoke began to burn, and the entire huge rock melted into magma. Everyone was frightened. This was merely just a tiny strand of multicolored light, and it wasn't a real flame, yet it already reached such a terrifying temperature. When one associated it with the scene from back then, where the entire skis were filled with inextinguishable flames that burned for half a month, exactly what kind of divine might was this? Everyone was sweating because of the little guy. Shi Hao and the others carefully walked forward and wanted to drag him back. "Little Red, don't be angry. Look, even your head is smoking. Be careful to not burn away all your pretty scarlet feathers. Otherwise, that would be too unfortunate," said the little guy. A bunch of scarlet feathers on top of Little Red's head straightened and began to flicker with multicolored light. Evidently, it was very angry, but after a while it calmed down. It began to continuously glare at the little guy with a bizarre gaze. "Grandpa, look, Little Red is very kind and is no longer angry." The little guy happily laughed sweetly and purely. He wanted to hold up this little red bird so much. The little red sparrow flapped its wings and stood up with great difficulty. Symbols flickered near the injury by its chest and continuously ate away at its life force. "You were looking for the willow deity, right? Last time you came, you landed right in front of the tree trunk. You want it to help you heal this time, right?" asked the little guy. Hang! After having its thoughts read by a mere child, the little red sparrow appeared to be extremely dissatisfied. It released a snort and no longer paid attention to him. It instead raised its head and gazed towards that willow tree. The thick and scorched willow tree was quiet and soundless. That dim and carefree branch swayed back and forth. However, right now, it soundlessly reached down and emitted multicolored green light. The little scarlet red bird began to cry out softly as it walked forward with great difficulty to face the tender green branch. It exposed its injuries and held back the last bit of its flames. A drop of sparkling jade-like liquid that emitted multicolored splendor appeared on the willow branch. Waves of fragrance spread out and made everyone inside Stone Village feel refreshed. The willow branch draped down and the tender bud touched the blazing red sparrow. The sparkling liquid rolled off the branch and onto that terrifying wound. Immediately, flames began to burn splendidly, and symbols flickered nonstop. The little red bird cried out lightly and began to shudder all as it had great difficulty bearing this pain. The willow branch lightly swayed, and several more drops of liquid appeared before rolling down the tender bud. Each drop sparkled all over like pearls with splendid colors, and lights flowed through them as they emitted waves of sweet fragrance. When the drops of liquid trickled down, the symbols gradually disappeared. The injury that cut across its chest completely closed, and the little red sparrow's pain seemed to have been alleviated instantly. Soon after, the green tender bud touched its head, and a sparkling liquid dripped down, causing those claw marks on top of the little red sparrow's head to slowly disappear. All the severe injuries that it had suffered seemed to have completely disappeared. A flaming light began to flicker, and a scarlet light began to dance splendidly all over the little red sparrow's entire body. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes, and the boundless divine light made it appear extremely bright and beautiful, as if it was a completely different creature compared to before. The villagers were shocked. A scarlet sparrow the size of their palms was emitting such powerful divine might. Right now, it seemed as if they were facing an ancient deity. Everyone would have limped onto the ground if not for the willow tree shrouding them with light to counteract this divine power. A little further away, for example, the vicinity of the lake, those 5-colored birds and those unicorns seemed as if they were on a pilgrimage as they worshipped and kowtowed towards that place. The little red sparrow was extremely cheerful again and began to lively cry out. It bounced up and down where it stood after it retracted all of its divine power. It spoke out towards the willow tree in human language. "I owe a huge favor." The scorched black willow tree did not utter a single sound. The tender green branch swayed as it pointed toward the villagers. The scarlet red sparrow was bursting with life. It swept away all of its distress and was sparkling all over. It had ample divine essence, as its vitality had already been restored. With a kiang sound, a scarlet feather was shed from its body, and the multicolored light that it released looked like lightning. It was extremely mystical, and with a kai sound, it inserted itself into a block of stone. "You guys accept this. If somebody were to bother you, show this to them." Its voice was very pleasant and sweet, like the sound of jade beads dropping onto the ground. It was obviously giving them a gift. However, after the scarlet feather was inserts into the rock, that place began to melt immediately into magma. Scarlet red rays of light flowed about as liquid began to boil while rapidly spreading outwards. Everyone took a step back in the face of this high temperature. The little red sparrow was startled and stared at everyone. It opened its mouth and began to inhale. The burning splendor on that scarlet red tail feather began to flicker intensely as strands of divine light flew into its mouth. It drew away the divine essence and left behind only the bright scarlet feather. It then nodded towards the willow tree before flying into the heavens. "Little Red, in the future, come back often to play." The little guy stood at the village entrance as he waved towards the sky with all his strength. The scarlet sparrow staggered a bit in midair and almost fell down. It turned its head around and fiercely stared at him. Then multicolored light gushed out all over its body and rushed off into the distance without even turning around. "Put away this tail feather carefully," Chief Shi Yunfeng solemnly said. The little scarlet feather meant a lot, and no one would treat it as an ordinary feather. This place finally calmed down after a long while. The villagers began to familiarize themselves with their new environment. A group of children were shouting loudly as they ran around the beautiful lake that was surrounded by green meadows. They discussed ways to catch those dragon-whiskered fish, and since they already had strong muscles, they thirsted for even more strength. The feathers of the little loons were bright-colored, and their body lengths reached over 2 meters long. They leisurely swam towards the middle of the lake and did not fear the group of children at all. As for the unicorns, they were only a bit wary of the adult males of the village and did not care for the children at all. After everything calmed down again, the little guy sat on the shore by himself and held both his knees before losing himself in his thoughts again. For a long time, his large eyes looked towards the dark blue lake, and he didn't move an inch. "Child, what are you thinking about?" Shi Yunfeng walked over and sat on the green grass by the shore as well. Pub Future ads. "Grandpa, it's about time you tell me." Shi Hao turned his head around and showed his clear expression. "Very well, I'll tell you everything I know." The chief nodded. Shi Hao was smart enough a long time ago, and it was no longer fitting to treat him as an ignorant baby. A cool breeze blew past, bringing about the refreshing fragrance of earth and grass into the air. Large golden fish leapt out from within the lake from time to time, creating a seemingly calm and peaceful atmosphere. My stone village came from an astonishingly grand origin. However, even we began to quickly forget who we were, and only a few phrases of words passed on by our ancestors remain, muttered Shi Yunfeng. Stone Clan was ancient. According to the tribe elders, it could be traced back to the ancient eras. Only, after endless years, everything became blurry, and not even the villagers themselves believed those rumors anymore. So ancient, Shi Hao was amazed. The chief lightly sighed and said, "There were so many things that even I forgot them all, and the traditions had broken off a long time ago. Only when a young couple who was searching for this place arrived and mentioned these things again, one day did we understand that what the ancestors spoke of might actually be true." Little Shi Hao widened his large eyes. He knew that couple could have been his parents. "What do they look like?" The villagers were very nice to them, but all the other children had parents while he was the only orphan. Although he was very carefree and optimistic, within the depths of his heart, he was still fragile and was full of incomparable longing. The woman was extremely beautiful. The man was also very handsome, but had a sickly look, said the chief truthfully. The little guy clenched his fists, and from his brightened eyes, it was clear that he was feeling a bit happy. He had a look of anticipation as he looked up with his little face. "Grandpa, quickly continue." They came from an ancient country, and they said that Stone Village was their ancestral land. Although they were extremely prosperous, they had lost track of their ancestral land a long time ago. This tribe was powerful beyond imagination. However, due to their ancestral training, they could not return to the ancestral land whenever they wanted to. They wanted to avoid drawing their enemies here. Therefore, after many, many years, they eventually lost track of how to return. Their actions were for the sake of leaving behind a stick of incense, to continuously maintain their bloodline. Just in case their glorious tribe was extinguished, this place could continue to live on in this pure land. The bloodline they left behind was incredibly powerful. However, due to mishaps here and there, Stone Village gradually declined. Now, the cultivation methods had already been lost for a long time. The couple during that time accidentally found the path that returned them to their ancestral land, so they arrived here. That couple was incredibly powerful. They crossed the great desolate land and treaded past endless territories until they had finally arrived. However, they were disappointed because Stone Village was far from the powerful and prosperous place they had imagined it was, and it had already lost all the might it had from the ancient times. "That time, they carried you here. You were very feeble when you arrived and seemed to have been only a few months old. However, they said you were already 1 year old." The little guy widened his eyes and listened carefully. At this time, a group of children ran up and sat on the floor without muttering a word as they listened earnestly. "The condition of your body was extremely bad, and you were suffering from a serious illness. They asked us to raise you as if you were only a few months old, and if you truly couldn't survive, then they wouldn't blame us." The chief sighed and patted the little guy's head. Not even he could have thought that a child this feeble could live, moreover becoming the heavenly gifted genius he was today. The little guy had a distracted expression on his face. A cloudy mist appeared within his mind. A child that young shouldn't have been able to recollect what happened when he was 1 year old, but this memory was deeply ingrained into his unconscious mind, and it left its mark. "They, relatives to help my older brother, While he was distracted, the little guy appeared to have seen something, and he couldn't help but weep in sorrow. His tears slid down his cheeks. Chapter 52, Self-Improvement. Shi Hao saw a vague image, yet he did not feel any warmth from it, only coldness. Although the image was inarticulate, it still made his heart ache. He tried his best to see the ending, but a fog rolled over and he could no longer see anything. At that time, he was still too young, and it was impossible to have retained any clear memories from back then. It was only a memory carved deeply into his subconscious mind, and it only appeared when he was truly emotional. "Child, don't cry. Everybody within this village is your close relative. This is your family." Shi Yunfeng used his rough hands to wipe away the tears on his little face. "Little guy, don't cry. We are all your brothers. Don't think unhappy thoughts," shouted the group of children as they gathered around him. Little Shi Hao wiped away his tears and said, "Grandpa, continue talking." "Nothing much happened afterwards. Your parents did not say much more." Shi Yunfeng explained what happened during the past. That couple took care of Shi Hao within Stone Village for a couple of months, and after making sure that he would survive, they left. At that time, the feeble Shi Hao was a year and few months old, yet he looked like a child who was only half a year old. "They don't want me anymore." Tears dripped from little Shi Hao once again as his big eyes began to tear up again. "No," Shi Yunfeng shook his head and said, "they didn't want to, but they had to leave. They wanted to permanently stabilize your condition, so they went out to search for the holy medicine." Pai Hu scratched his head and quietly said, "That time I was still young, but I still have some memories. That uncle was very heroic, but he carried a sickly expression. However, that auntie was the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." My impression was comparatively deeper. The little guy lost his parents when he was half a year old, and they disappeared around that time. Shi Dazhuang nodded. Although a few years had passed, the couple were sad and reluctant to depart. The old chief still remembered clearly and said, "You were their only child. If they said anything, they would die. They couldn't bear to see you continue on so feebly." Little Shi Hao's tears endlessly dripped out of his eyes. He called out, "Father, mother, where are you?" The chief told him everything that happened that year, and the little guy's heart lightened up a lot. The couple that arrived that year was extremely powerful, but they didn't mention much about the ancient country they came from, because they weren't clear about many of the things. The couple went to find the holy medicine, and naturally they had to tread into the most dangerous ancient lands. They had to travel to the divine archaic mountain, and there was a high chance that a true who was guarding it. If they actually found one, many archaic descendants would be attracted to it, causing them to fight over it. "Willow deity, can you help me see clearly what is in my subconscious mind?" When he was alone, little Shi Hao quietly said this in front of the tree, and he was extremely hopeful. "I am about to sink into deep hibernation. Wait until you grow up a bit when your blood essence becomes more powerful, maybe a year or two later." What was extremely astonishing was that the willow tree actually responded. "All right." The little guy widened his eyes. He was filled with hope as he clenched his little fists. He was no longer heartbroken, and he needed to figure out what his body's condition was like back then, as well understand where his parents went. These were his clear goals. The villagers found that this place was very suitable for living. There weren't many beasts that were too vile and vicious, and the forests in the distance had many prey. Although many vicious birds and fierce beasts lived there, they weren't that tough to deal with. Within the lake lived all the types of fish one could think of. The dragon-whiskered fish, in particular, could create truly precious medicine, and the villagers couldn't help but laugh in amazement. In the old days, even the Purple Mountain Clan, Lightning Clan, and the Golden Wolf tribe could not enjoy such precious strength-boosting fish luxuriously like they did on a daily basis. "We should go to the outer world to find out exactly what kind of place this is. We need to see just how far away this place is from that boundless mountain range, as well as exactly what happened to our original living area," Shi Linghu said. "Uncle, let me go. I'll follow Aunt Green's scaled eagle for a careful look." In the envious eyes of a group of children, the little guy climbed onto the back of the green scaled eagle. With a flap of its wings, wind whistled and they skyrocketed into the clouds. Vicious birds were extremely sensitive of their directions. It spiraled in the air and very quickly found a direction to fly towards. Like a streak of silver lightning, its speed was extremely fast. "Yeah, what happened? How did these mountains collapse?" Little Shi Hao was shocked. After flying out for several hundred li, he discovered the strange events that occurred on the Great Earth. The earth cracked, and death filled the air. Mountains and rivers had completely collapsed, and they were no longer fit to sustain life. Following deeper, he saw broken walls and ruins. Huge cities were destroyed one after another, becoming ruins. Blood stained everything, however no skeletons were found. After a few thousand li, they did not discover a single trace of humanity, only blood. Many huge tribes were destroyed, and these boundless territories transformed into a graveyard. There's a giant footprint. They were high up in the clouds as they gazed down towards the great earth, yet he could clearly see that there was a huge footprint. It left its mark on a mountain range and smashed apart many mountain peaks. The little guy trembled at the thought of how huge that creature must have been. After flying a bit further, a few deep, dark holes appeared on the ground. They were incredibly huge, but after careful observation, they could see that they were actually claw prints dug out by a vicious bird's claws. This vicious bird, little Shi Hao was dazed. The green-scaled eagle only trembled within the depth of its soul, and it had a feeling of reverence towards the supreme creature. They were both birds, but the gap in power was extremely large. Traveling a bit farther, Scarlet Land covered 1,000 li of the desolate land. Entire mountains had been melted and burned flat. Could this be the result of what Little Red was forced to do? The little guy muttered to himself. The green-scaled eagle was very intelligent, and it spiraled for a long time above this battlefield. It understood the details of the battle between the supreme creatures, and it gained many insights. Moreover, the scars of the battle were left by bird creatures, so it was very beneficial for it. Ant Green, after Zai Yun, De Peng, and the others learned to fly. I'll accompany them here to have them comprehend this as well, the little guy said. The green-scaled eagle responded with a long cry to show its appreciation for the little guy's intelligence and benevolence. Traveling a bit further, the endless mountain range collapsed. Many of them were swept flat by various creatures. This was an extremely terrifying scene of over 1,000 broken, lofty peaks. After half a day's time, they traveled quite a distance along their route. The green-scaled eagle turned back to avoid any accidents, as the remains of a battle could be hiding some huge, unexpected dangers. They returned when the sun set. They traveled for a long distance, and the green-scaled eagle flew for an entire day. Although it was the descendant of the archaic devil bird, it was still a bit exhausted. "Ayo, Aunt Green-scaled eagle returned," clamored a group of children. "Child, what did you find out? What is this place? How far is it from the boundless mountain range?" asked Shi Hao. A huge group of people, including a few village elders, surrounded him. All the villagers were very concerned about this matter. "I know how far this is from our original place. I think it would be at least 50,000 li. The entire earth was beaten up and the mountain collapsed." The little guy explained everything he had seen along the way, and everyone who was present was overwhelmed with shock. "It was a calamity. No wonder the willow deity brought our stone village away," the chief sighed. He knew that if it were not for the willow tree, Stone Village would be razed to the ground, and not a single person would remain. The bitter scenery of the great earth completely explained everything. During the following month, the little guy would head out with the green-scaled eagle sometimes. They sometimes disappeared for many days, and they finally understood the entire situation. "Grandpa Chief, over 1,000 li of the boundless mountain range were completely broken. I can't even find our original home." The little guy brought some news that stunned everyone. A circumference of 100,000 li, and not a single trace of life remained. Even those fierce beasts and omnipresent vicious birds disappeared without a trace. Perhaps they were also devoured by those supreme creatures. 100,000 li of territory became a graveyard without a single form of life remaining. They were all exterminated. What a disaster! The Lightning Clan, Purple Mountain, Great Floating Pool, Golden Wolf Tribe were all huge tribes. Their aristocratic lands contained over 10 million people. How could they just disappear? A few village elders couldn't help but sigh. Although they were once enemies and disheartening things happened between them, in face of such a calamity, those grudges didn't mean much. All those huge tribes put together had hundreds of millions of people, yet they all died. This was a loss that terrified the heavens. Get stronger. We need to get stronger. Only then can we protect our home. A group of children shouted out. This kind of tragedy shook them to the core, but it also evoked their inner fighting spirit. All of them shouted out that they wanted to become stronger. Right, we need to start now and earnestly cultivate the bone text. Recently, a circumference of 100,000 li became barren. Perhaps we can make it our own country, a few older children stated. Their dreams aren't small, but it's too difficult. The reason those ancient countries were able to pass on their inheritance until now was due to their ancient deities still being alive, as well as the fact that they were rather powerful themselves. Any random family from those ancient countries could exterminate clans like the Golden Wolf tribe or the Great Floating Pool. From the ancient era until now, the everlasting ancient countries were simply incomprehensible in power. The chief sighed. Don't fear, we have the Willow deity. When we're older, we will all be stronger. The little guy right now is a genius comparable to an archaic true who. How can it be that we can't make a large country in the future? The group of children were unconvinced, and they all clenched their fists. Good, I'll wait for you guys to create your own brilliant country. According to the words of the elders, during the ancient era, our tribe was extremely powerful. We had an ancient deity once that was on par with a genuine archaic descendant. I hope as well that you guys can one day restore us to our former glory and make our so-called ancestral land able to shake the entire earth, said Shi Yunfeng, as he patted the heads of this group of children as encouragement. For a boy to strive for self-improvement, they needed a big dream. During the following month, the children of Stone Village were all vigorously striving to improve themselves. They bitterly studied the bone text and trained their blood essence. Every one of them was as strong as a vicious beast. This living area was rich with resources. Apart from the dragon-whiskered fish, the villagers also discovered dragon-tendon snakes. Although it was an extremely vicious snake, they were still able to hunt it. Its tendons could be used as an extremely precious medicine that upon consumption, one could significantly improve their physique. Not only were the children growing up really fast, even the adults gained incredible benefits. They were strong up to the point that they could never exhaust their energy. Time passed by quickly, and in an instant, a year went by. If one were to use his original age, then the little guy was a bit past 5 years old, but in reality, if the lost time of several months counted, he was 6 years old. I am 6 years old now, and I can lift a 30,000 Jin rock now. Willow deity. When will you wake up? The little guy lightly spoke in front of the large willow tree. He grew a lot taller, and his eyes were flashing with intelligence. He grew even prettier and appeared even more handsome now. Jiu Jiu. Bird cries echoed in the sky. Zai Yun, De Peng, and Xiao Qing did not grow very fast. Their bodies were about 4 meters long now. However, they could already spread their wings into the skies and break into the clouds extremely quickly. Hold on, I'm coming to help you guys study the battlefield. Shi Hao waved his hand and then fiercely stamped his feet on the ground before jumping into the sky and stably landing on Zai Yun's back. Woo-woo. A violent wind whistled past, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon towards that lifeless earth in the distance. These were collapsed valleys, cracked earths, and toppled mountains. It was an incredibly desolate and quiet atmosphere. This time, we should change our direction towards the west. After they entered the battlefield, Shi Hao pointed towards a collapsed mountain in the west. The sound of wind whistled past as they traveled quickly. Soon after, they arrived in this toppled mountain range, and they carefully looked for the remnants of the battle. Jiu Jiu, Xiao Qing cried out and rushed towards a huge depression in the ground. Its stripes shined brightly because after eating the Suan Nai meat, he transformed along with De Peng. Yi, it's not a depression, this is a huge lake. Only that during that world-shaking battle, it dried up. The little Shi Hao was amazed. Suddenly, Zai Yun also cried out and indicated that there was life below. De Peng, who had dim golden rays of light flowing about it, dove down a huge distance and spiraled about the dried lake. What kind of creature is that? The little guy was astonished. At the bottom of the dried-up lake, there was a creature who laid inside. Its entire body was covered in soil, and it remained motionless. It seemed like it had been gathering dust for many years. If not for its shining eyes, it would have truly made people doubt whether or not it was alive. Yeah, it's a monkey who is only a foot long. Why does it have 3 heads and 6 arms? Shi Hao was amazed. Chapter 53, Zhuyan. Its entire body was covered in soil, and although it was only a foot long, it had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a monkey, but at the same time it seemed like it was. What kind of creature was this? The little guy began to be doubtful and apprehensive. No creature within a circumference of 100,000 li survived, so how could this kind of strange creature have survived? It definitely wasn't simple. The huge lake was dried up, and even the mud at the bottom had solidified into rocks. This creature had a leg buried underneath the mud. It seemed like it was sealed within the rock and was unable to pull it out. The surrounding mountains were all broken, as if someone used a huge tool to flatten the area. All the mountains were destroyed to the point that only half the mountains remained. This large lake also dried up due to the violent transformations of these mountains, becoming lifeless. It could never again contain waves that reached the sky or be the vast body of water it had once been. The 3 young birds spiraled. Sometimes they would rush into the clouds, and sometimes they would hover near the bottom of the empty lake. The little guy sat on Zai Yun's back and stared downwards. Then, he grabbed some food from his beast skin bag and threw it downwards. This creature looked like it was starving. It picked up the dried meat by its side and ravenously devoured it in a few bites. Then, it expressed that it wanted more by raising its head towards the sky. This creature doesn't seem dangerous, but it is a bit strange. Zai Yun, descend a bit further so I can have a better look, said little Shi Hao. Zai Yun dove down and spiraled within the dried lake. The little guy's arms shined and symbols appeared. He drizzled down a large rain of light onto that creature. The figure that looked like a foot-long monkey widened its eyes. It was a bit nervous and puzzled. The rain of light poured over, making its body sparkling and translucent. This was a technique that used the bone text to probe its opponent's status. The little guy let out a surprising cry on the spot and said, "It's suffering from a great injury. There are complicated symbols within its body that are almost gone. I can't see the rest properly since it is being blocked by a mysterious power." After he ascertained that there were no dangers, little Shi Hao leapt down and landed on the ground. The 3 young birds gently cried and spiraled in midair. Their entire bodies lit up, and they waited on the side as they were prepared to fight at any time. This lake has been dry for over a year. Could it have been trapped here without anything to eat or drink? The little guy was astonished. The bottom of the lake was as hard as a mountain rock. This foot-long creature had silkworm-like skin, and there were portions of it that had just been shed off in front of it. Could it be that it underwent some type of transformation and only finished just now? After being covered up in mud, it must have been sealed for at least a year of 2. Shi Hao said with a surprised expression. "Zhai Zhai," the 3-headed, 6-armed creature lightly howled. Its 6 arms waved together towards Shi Hao, hinting that it wanted something to eat. The little guy opened his bag and handed over some more dried meat before asking, "What kind of creature are you, and why are you trapped here?" The little foot-long monster stared with its perfectly round eyes. It wolfed the food down as it pondered, and in the end it revealed a blank expression. While pondering, it realized that it actually forgot to eat and began to rub its head with all of its strength. It seemed to be extremely angry, as if it was extremely unsatisfied with itself. "Yeah, you're actually transforming. Another chunk of your old skin just fell off." This creature's old skin stuck to the hard and dry mud. After some of the old skin shed off from its arms, it unexpectedly exposed new and shining fur. The fur was brilliant and splendid like golden silk, and it was much more pleasing to the eye than the muddy old fur it previously had. It was extremely weak, and after coming to, it didn't even have the strength to free its sealed leg. In addition, it was grabbing its ears and scratching its cheeks while trying hard to recall something. The little guy was curious. His palms shone, and a rain of light once again drizzled out onto its body. Zhizhai, it immediately began to scream out, and it seemed to be terrified. Its whole body became sparkling and translucent, and the complex broken symbols inside it flickered. The symbols wrapped itself around the creature, and it was no longer possible to examine it. Could it be that you suffered a serious injury, and in order to survive, you had to undergo a transformation? Shi Hao watched and felt that this creature was seriously injured. Catcha. This monkey-shaped creature suddenly shined brilliantly all over. Its entire body cracked, and the sound of snapping echoed through. All of its old skin fell off, exposing its real body. Furthermore, during the process, its 3 heads and 6 arms became indistinct, and rapidly transformed into an ordinary appearance with 1 head and 2 arms. Yeah, a transformation. Could that just have been a precious technique? The little guy was amazed. After shaking off the old skin and retracting the precious technique, its entire body glittered. It struggled and freed that sealed leg. It shrieked incessantly, and it became even smaller. It was now only 3 inches tall. This was too shocking. How could there be such a huge change? It looked like a completely different creature took its place. It was plump like a golden fist and could be rolled around like a golden ball. It still looked like a monkey, but it became golden, round, and fist-sized. It had a pair of spirited large eyes that were as large as Shi Hao, and each time it blinked, sparkling rays of light would shine. So cute! The little guy cupped it in the palm of his hands right away. He pinched and rubbed it, making golden light flow out. Zhai, zhai, zhai. The golden ball tried to struggle free. It widened its large eyes and shrieked nonstop. Zhai, woo. The little guy directly stuffed a piece of dry meat into its mouth, and it immediately stopped shrieking. It looked like a reincarnated demon that was starving. It held the food in its palms and rolled around as it nibbled quickly. Shi Hao grabbed the monkey's tail, but this ball of gold seemed unaffected. It allowed its body to be suspended there while holding and nibbling on its food, completely ignoring him. The little guy immediately smiled. He was extremely happy. And he was having the time of his life as he fiddled and rolled it around back and forth. Finally, the ball of gold became angry, however. It wasn't because it was being played around with, but rather because it ate all its food. He found that the little guy wasn't paying attention and didn't continue feeding it. Ha ha ha! The little guy happily laughed and handed over another piece of dry meat. The result was that the ball of gold didn't care about anything else again. Whether he lifted it up and rubbed it around or swung it by the tail, it didn't care at all. It simply allowed itself to be played with and used its pair of claws to hold the food while engrossing itself in nibbling. Zai Yun, De Peng, and Zio Qing were all stunned. They descended and stared at that ball of gold and showed an expression of surprise. Just a moment ago, this creature had the appearance of 3 heads and 6 arms due to the effects of a legendary precious technique. Although this made them very nervous, right now this ball of gold was acting like nothing else mattered as long as it had food. After finding this creature, they naturally couldn't go and obtain insights from the battlefield now. The little guy grabbed the golden ball's tail, sat on Zai Yun's back, and charged towards Stone Village. Woo, strong winds surged. The 3 young birds descended onto the grass by the lakeside. A group of children surrounded them with a look of surprise on their faces. What is this? A newborn monkey? Why does it look like it was forged out of gold with such shiny and dazzling fur? It's so round. If you put it on the ground, it would probably roll. Wow, it can eat so much. Even if you pull its tail, it wouldn't get angry. It only knows how to immerse itself in nibbling. The beautiful lake was a clear dark blue, and green grass decorated the shore like cushions. In the distance, a few big, beautiful, and brightly colored feathered birds paced back and forth. Sometimes, incredible beasts would appear. A group of children formed a circle on the grass and stared at the creature. laughing from time to time. Its mouth never stopped, and finally, the golden ball directly dug into the little guy's beast-skinned bag. Unexpectedly, it ate an entire bag of dried meat, and only at this moment did the children feel that something was strange. Heavens, it's only the size of a fist. How can it eat such a large bag of food? How can its belly fit all of that? What kind of monkey is this? These alarming cries drew the attention of the adults, causing Shi Hao and the other adults to walk over. It's not a monkey. It underwent some transformation. When I found it at first, it had 3 heads and 6 arms, but it shed its skin like a golden cicada, explained the little guy. What, 3 heads and 6 arms? That's a supreme precious technique only heard of in legends. Shi Hao was shocked. During these past few years of cultivating with the chief, he learned many mysterious things. What a pity. It almost died and the symbols within its body broke. The technique can no longer be researched. The little guy was regretful. At this moment, several older clan elders were startled. The words, 3 heads and 6 arms, made the elders distracted. Chief Shi Yunfeng also came over, and he crouched down while he carefully observed. Zhai Zhai. The ball of gold was angry and never stopped shrieking because it ran out of food. With a paw sound, a child threw down a red fruit from its hands, and then the creature became obedient again. It held up its butt and immersed itself in nibbling, allowing everyone do whatever they wanted to it. This thing isn't simple. The chief took a quick look and jumped back in fear, showing a serious expression. Chief, what kind of monkey is this? Some children asked. This isn't an ordinary monkey, Shi Yunfeng explained as he lifted up its 2 small legs and carefully observed. Everyone else followed in observing and were surprised to find that both its feet were scarlet-colored like burning charcoal. If one didn't look carefully, it would have been hidden beneath its golden fur. One could only find that its feet were extremely bright red, like the color of fire if they lifted up its golden fur. Is it actually something from legends? The chief trembled with shock like he was face to face with a peerless terror. Grandpa Chief, what is it? Asked little Shi Hao. In an ancient legend, there was a peerless, vicious beast named Zhuyan. It was shaped like a monkey with scarlet feet and a white head. Its appearance foretold which place would end in chaos. Everyone jumped in fear and couldn't help but take a step back. How could this golden monkey be so fearsome? It's an archaic, vicious beast. Everyone's hearts were thumping violently. This was a bit scary. Unless a deity came, who could handle an archaic, vicious beast? Wrong, its head isn't white, the nasally kid said. Naturally, it can't be an archaic, vicious beast. It should be a descendant, and its blood perhaps isn't pure. We don't know why it suffered such a serious injury, the chief said. With this, everyone became fearful. Even without the purest of blood, as long as it could be called an archaic descendant, it could still rampage through the desolate lands like a terrifying creature. The only thing that relieved the people was the fact that this golden ball seemed harmless. It was just a food whore without much dangers to it. In addition, it also suffered a heavy injury that shattered the symbols within its body. It's a pity that the supreme, legendary, precious technique was broken as well. After calming down, the group of people all felt very regretful. There's a horn on its head. The little guy rubbed its head. Not only did he not find any white hair, he actually found a pair of little protrusions inside its golden fur. He only found it after careful examination. A pair of little protrusions stuck out of its fur as they radiated and flickered. They only found out it was a pair of horns after close examination. Chapter 54, Blood Transformation. Goddamn monkey! Stay still for this old woman. A big burly woman chased a fist-size ball of gold holding 100 jinn beast leg within the village. It escaped in a way that seemed like it was rolling on the ground while also rapidly nibbling at the food during its escape. What made this unbelievable was that it was only 3 inches tall. However, by the time it escaped to the village entrance, that 100 jinn of smoked meat all went into its stomach with only a bone remaining. Damn monkey, can't you go to another family? This is the 6th time in half a month. The middle-aged woman shouted like a lion, took the half-meter-long bone and directly whacked its head. Dang, sparks flew everywhere like iron striking against a rock. A look of innocence loomed over this golden ball's face. Its eyes were wide open, and it wasn't retaliating nor responding. "Aunt Hu, it's not a monkey, it's a Zhuyan," the little guy corrected, and then he picked up the golden ball and carried it backwards by the tail. "That's right, it's also very annoying. I hate it more than pigs." The middle-aged woman was still angry. She used the big bone to whack its head again, but it was as useless as trying to hit metal. "Little Zhu, for the past half-month, you stole from the entire village. Is your little stomach still not full?" Shi Hao pulled its ears several times. "Zhai, Zhai," the golden ball protested in dissatisfaction to the nickname. "Not tree pigs Zhu, it's Zhuyan's Zhu one. Pig equals Zhu in Chinese. Zhuyan equals different Zhu in Chinese. If you don't like it, I'll call you Hairy Ball." Little Shi Hao laughed as he let it roll around his palm. The golden Zhuyan was extremely angry. What kind of nicknames were these? It was very displeased since it was either a pig or a ball. Shi Hao pinched and rubbed it all over. In the middle of the Zhuyan's protest, they arrived by the lake and prepared to cultivate. A group of children had gathered here in a circle on the grass a long time ago. They were all very serious in bitterly cultivating the bone text. After a huge battle, everything within a circumference of 100,000 li was extinguished. This stirred the children's fighting spirits and made them strive to become stronger. "Hairy Ball got into trouble again, right? I just heard Linghu family's aunt who roaring like a lion." "Haha, when does it not get into trouble? It's really puzzling how it can eat so much. Its stomach is like a bottomless pit." The group of children got up and smiled as they circled over. They pinched the spherical body of the Zhuyan since it was very comforting to touch. This past half-month, it must have stolen smoked meat in the weight of a dragon-horned elephant already right. The little guy heard and nodded. It could just be really hungry. It was sealed under the lake for over a year without anything to eat or drink. It must be recovering its energy right now. The jade lake was crystal clear, and sometimes a big golden fish would leap out of the water. The group of children sat in a circle by the lake again and continued cultivating. For the past year, Shi Hao's strength advanced leaps and bounds like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Just by using his flesh, he could already lift a huge 30,000 jin rock. He was only a 6-year-old child when he did it, and the entire village was amazed. Furthermore, he was still cultivating in the essence of the bone text and had already gained extremely profound knowledge of it. With this speed of growth, it's hard to imagine what kind of stage he will reach. Actual cultivation didn't just include refining the human body. It also involved understanding the primitive symbols to tap into the strength of heaven and earth. Otherwise, no matter how strong one's body is, it's hard to step onto the peak. Actual divine beings didn't differentiate between the flesh and the bone text. While they were refining their corporeal body, they could create traces of mysterious power to break them down to be absorbed by their body. This was done by transforming the bone text into divine light to nourish blood and body and refine it like a furnace when practicing. Then humans began to become aware of this. As soon as they started, they tried to combine as much of the bone text and the corporeal body as possible and cultivated both as a whole. Naturally, this road was very challenging. In a village of several hundred people or even a town of several thousand, it was tough to find even one person who can walk the path of cultivation. The realm of blood transformation is the genuine first stage of the path of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, one person out of 10,000 people who achieved this in a tribe would already be lucky considering the difficulty of walking this path. This realm required circulating all the blood essence within one's body, roiling it like thunder, refining the bone text, and emitting divine light from one's own blood to achieve the refinement of heavenly and earthly fortunes to nourish the body. Simply put, the realm of blood transformation is combining blood and symbols and transforming them into divine light to nourish the corporeal body, to seize the fortunes of heaven and earth in order to strengthen the body and achieving the goal of cultivation. the initial stages of blood transformation already had an astonishing destructive capability. One could easily suppress Shi Hao, or other people who had 5,000 to 6,000 jin of godly strength with a wave of their arms. If one really wanted to measure this with numbers, the initial stages of the blood transformation realm had a destructive force of at least 8,000 jin. The little guy also absorbed symbols into his flesh and blood to create divine light. Only after attaining an eternally burning furnace, constantly supplying him with the divine essence of heaven and earth, did he truly step into the realm of blood transformation. People as strong as Shi Hao or Shi Hao were not in this realm either because it was truly too difficult. If one person within a tribe with 10,000 people could pass this threshold, it was really good already. Mid-stage of the blood transformation realm had a destructive power of 20,000 jin, and the late stage was even more shocking, able to explode with 50,000 jin of divine strength. This strength allowed people to push and shove their way through a group of huge beasts. Even if a tribe had several tens of thousands of people, and a few were able to step into the blood transformation realm, in the end, it would be extremely difficult for them to reach the late stages to able to utilize such shocking strength. The little guy was only 6, but with only the strength of his flesh, he could already lift 30,000 jin. If one added the mysterious force of the symbols to his flesh and blood, he would be even more amazing, practically be considered at the apex of the blood transformation realm. In the past 2 years, Shi Hao advanced at lightning-fast speed. Shi Hao had already read all the bone books that the chief had gathered, and his comprehension was incredibly profound. He already reached the extreme limit of his refinement, and was at a point where he was ready to break into the next realm. However, Shi Yunfeng did not let him to do so because the little guy's cultivation speed was too fast. It was unbelievable that at such a young age, he already reached a point where many people couldn't for their entire lives. He felt that he needed to let Shi Hao establish a better foundation first, and that it was better to wait for the recovery of the willow deity and listen to its suggestion. During these past few days, the little guy had flipped the pages of the bone book rotten, and he had completely mastered all the symbols within. He didn't have much to study anymore, and the only thing he could do was to experiment around and research slowly. Additionally, he was also researching precious techniques. One of them was the primitive symbols of the archaic devil bird, and the other was the Suan Nai's divine powers. Both of them were able to make a tribe with a population of 10 million's eyes red with envy. When the sun was about to set, and the sunset glow dyed the horizon red, the lake appeared even more gorgeous. A group of birds frolicked on the water until they were suddenly thrown into chaos. All of the huge birds flapped their wings and cried out incessantly. Within the water, an egg that was the size of a human head rolled at an incredible speed. One could see it was being dragged by a hairy golden ball from far away. A group of children looked dumbstruck. The golden Zhu Yan stole an egg of the vicious birds. Those several-meter-long scarlet-feathered cranes, which were fiery red-colored all over, were angrily crying out nonstop. Hairy Ball, although this type of egg is very sweet after cooking, it's not considered a good medicine. Go and take some of those little Luan's eggs from their nest. Those are the good stuff. The nasally kid instigated. Although he wasn't very big, he was pretty naughty. Zhai, Zhai, Hairy Ball cried out. It became a streak of golden light and suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Its speed was too quick. By some grass at the lakeside, a group of little Luan were angrily chirping soon afterwards. They fluttered their wings and splashed out big ripples of water to relieve their rage within their hearts. The efficiency of the fist-sized ball was extremely high. In a short amount of time, it stole over 20 eggs. If Shi Hao didn't restrain it, it would have continued. So sweet! The children raised a fire and cooked the bird eggs by the lakeside to enjoy the delicious food with Hairy Ball. Although there weren't that many eggs, they were very fresh cultivation medicine. They ate to their heart's content, but were worried all over. The golden Hairy Ball was not hogging all the food as well and happily shared. However, its large eyes kept rolling around and had already started pondering which of these children's family it would visit next. It couldn't just steal eggs for them for nothing, right? The night descended, and the willow tree at the village entrance suddenly emitted a shroud of light that enveloped Stone Village like it did in the endless mountain ranges every night. The hibernation that it was in for the past year had only ended just now. Willow deity recovered. The villagers cried out in alarm. At this moment, all the golden hair on the Zhu Yan's body were erect, and it stared nervously yet tenaciously at the lustering green branch of the scorched black willow tree with its perfectly round eyes. Sue. It suddenly scuttled towards the willow tree and wanted to nibble on its tender bud. It sensed the abundant divine essence and the incredible life force it contained. Harry Ball, don't, Shi Hao cried out in alarm. The lustering green willow branch dropped down and immediately constrained Harry Ball in midair. If someone didn't examine it too intently, they would have thought it was suspending there by itself. This unforeseen event caused both its eyes to widen with amazement as it tried its hardest to struggle free. The little guy hastily explained, "Willow deity, don't bother with it. Although it's an archaic descendant, the symbols in its body already shattered, and it might have lost all its memories." The willow deity only let go after a long while. Obviously, it was very mindful of this golden Zhu Yan, but it didn't say much about it. After Harry Ball broke free, it shrieked and tumbled down onto Shi Hao's shoulder right away and hid behind his hair. Both of its big eyes stared at the willow tree and didn't dare to mess with it again. Everybody from Stone Village came over and piously prayed to the willow tree to express the reverence in their heart. Finally, the chief, with a daring attitude, recounted the little guy's cultivation results and asked how he should proceed. No one thought that the willow tree would actually answer, but instead, its divine message was, during the ancient era, the descendants of the strongest vicious beasts, such as the genuine Hu or the golden-winged Peng, could lift 100,000 jin of divine metal when they are young. Ugh. Everyone was shocked because this was too mind-blowing. What kind of existence was the willow deity? It would never speak any lies and was much more reliable than any legends they had heard before. It was only because this information was too astonishing. That strength came purely from the power of their flesh, without any of their species, special supreme precious techniques. The willow deity added. Golden-winged Peng, genuine Hu, these archaic vicious beasts could step into the heavens without even thinking. Their precious techniques would be absolutely unrivaled and unparalleled. All the villagers were stupefied and speechless. Therefore, you don't need to be anxious in making a breakthrough. It would be most beneficial if you strive to break through the barrier of having a corporeal strength of 100,000 jin in the shortest amount of time possible, warned the willow tree. The villagers stared blankly. Clearly, the willow deity treated the little guy favorably and spoke more things than it had in the last 10 years because of him. "I will do my best." The little guy blinked his large eyes and clenched his little fists. Then afterwards, he timidly asked, "Willow deity, can you help me look into my subconscious? I want to know what happened in my past." He was very nervous and was afraid about learning the cruel truth, but he truly wanted to know what exactly had happened during his past. "I can," the willow tree succinctly responded with these 2 words. Chapter 55, Experience. The scorched black willow tree trunk emitted a hazy mist that proliferated outwards. As if everything fell into primal chaos, the entire world became quiet just like the days before the creation of the world. Everyone was fearful. There was only a single branch that emitted light in the past, but now that broken trunk also underwent an unexpected transformation and produced such an astonishing scene that they could not help but take a step back. Zhai zhai. The fist-sized fur ball scurried away with a kai sound as screeching sounds endlessly came out of his mouth. It nearly tripped and fell into the lake as it stared from the distance with its perfectly big and round eyes. The villagers all kept their distance as well. The only person remained near the village entrance was the little guy. As he was slowly enveloped by that hazy mist, it became difficult to see everything clearly. little Shi Hao remained motionless, as if he was standing at the edge of the world. Chaotic air filled the atmosphere. He once saw this, but he was too young to remember any of it. The memories hidden within his subconsciousness were now being recreated right in front of his eyes. Eternally respected, the first to arrive. Stolen powers, relationships spread far and wide, moving the 5 virtues bearing the burden of life. A massive, serene, and solemn voice resounded between the sky and the earth. This scene seemed straight out of a legend. A huge, ancient, and simple altar reached into the clouds. It released an aura that was able to change the world, and it appeared to have existed for millions and millions of years. There were many ancient images engraved on it, such as the sun, moon, stars, archaic descendants, first natives, and even a deity. It was entirely awe-inspiring. The altar was grand and imposing, and its size was without boundary. It reached above the mountains and was surrounded by clouds. The carcass of an archaic descendant laid upon it, and its blood trickled onto the diagrams. In addition, there were strange divine treasures and rarely seen precious medicine. This was the sacrifices an entire country made to the heavens. A golden sun emitted an utmost powerful aura. Its glare was so powerful that people couldn't open their eyes. A terrifying silhouette stood in the middle, illuminating the entire sky. The silhouette looked like a god of heaven who disdainfully looked down from the heavens above. Its golden blood essence naturally proliferated outwards as it created this appearance. This was the emperor of an ancient country that controlled millions and millions of leagues worth of mountains and rivers. Today, he was personally making sacrifices to the heavens while being incomparably solemn. Behind him were the strongest experts of the imperial family that all had a terrifying amount of influence. When they opened and closed their eyes, it seemed as if rays of electricity appeared. Even further behind stood the lords and their endless court subjects. The people alone numbered in the tens of thousands, and many of them came from different lands. All of them were terrifying experts within their regions, and the aura they emitted trembled even the heavens and earth. Behind them was an endless army that never ended. It was impossible to know just how many people there were as they filled up the entire visible earth. Even while standing on the altar, it was impossible to see the end of them. Even a feudal prince commanded an innumerable amount of men, and none of these individuals were simple. With so many feudal officials and aristocrats assembled, even if each of them only a few of their men, the total was still an astonishing amount. The entire country offered sacrifices to the heavens. This was a seemingly unbelievable event straight from the legends. There were some wives and children of important characters on the side who also participated in this sacrificial ceremony while bathing in that vast ocean of divine splendor. One of the young women held a baby in the early stages of his infancy. The baby laughed happily as he kept his hands outstretched. His eyes were incredibly similar to Shi Hao. Under the willow tree, the little guy stared blankly as if he was lost in thought. The scene of the sacrificial ceremony disappeared, and another scene appeared. The huge lake was dark blue and clear, and it was also incomparably beautiful. The spiritual essence within it was dense and did not disperse, making it an extremely suitable place for cultivation. Many precious birds and beasts walked along the shore, and that place did not lack archaic descendants at all. No ordinary people dared to approach this kind of holy lake. In the distance, there were tens of thousands of fiercely mounted soldiers. On top of powerful, vicious beasts sat soldiers clad in shining armor. Their divine spears pointed towards the sky, flashing in a cold metallic sheen that had a harsh aura about them. They stood there motionlessly as they were standing guard. There were aristocrats hunting ahead. On the shore of the holy lake, terrifying descendants roamed about, and holy birds perched everywhere. Ordinary people could not enter this area, otherwise they would lose their lives. But at this moment, several hundred people were appreciating the view and fearlessly shooting their arrows. Every one of them had an aura that overflowed the heavens, and they were so powerful that people trembled in their presence. A group of gorgeous, bright-winged fierce birds who were perched by the holy lake were disturbed, and they immediately turned angry. Each of the vicious birds were 6 to 7 meters long, and they were covered in feathers that shined like a burning divine flame. In particular, one of the bird kings that was 17 to 18 meters long had a 5-colored divine light flowing about it. The beauty of its wings was astonishing, as every type of divine light circled around it. Its power made the tens of thousands of mounted soldiers in the distance tremble with fear. It let out a long cry and produced a divine light that rushed into the heavens. It startled the endless number of mounted soldiers to retreat a step as its power shook the holy lake. Ha, such a good Lewin. Unexpectedly, it's a powerful descendant that has the blood of archaic divine birds flowing inside of it. It's truly a rare and treasured medicine. Look at how I'm going to shoot it to death. An old man laughed. He drew a huge black bow that was strung with the muscles of a flood dragon. With his entire body emitting a bitter killing intent, he instantly arched his bow like a full moon and shot towards the sky. Kai. This one arrow shot out like a flood dragon, sending out sound waves of wind and thunder as it rose into the sky. At the same time, it emitted rays of flickering light and endless divine splendor that flowed into the heavens as it shot towards the Lewin. With a honglong sound, a thread of lightning appeared in the sky. When the arrow collided with the archaic divine bird descendant, endless multicolored red light exploded into an energy storm. An angry bird cry sounded as it was unexpectedly injured. It no longer dared to attack and escaped into the clouds after transforming into a streak of 5-colored divine light. Where are you going? The old man arched his bow again, and another divine arrow shot forth. The arrow had a terrifying trajectory, and it emitted light beams as it entered the sky. After disappearing within the clouds, a poo sound echoed through, and a rain of blood splashed out as the Lewin fell from the sky. 15th Elder, I didn't know you had such a divine mastery in archery. With 2 arrows, you shot down a powerful Lewin. Others certainly have to experience this great battle. This method would certainly shake the capital city, praised an old elder. The elder who shot down the archaic descendant burst into laughter. Then, with his own hands, he split apart the divine bird's descendant's body with a silver knife. He poured the most precious blood out and collected it into a bowl. Just this bowl alone contained the majority of the bird's essence. He then took large strides towards a young couple. The male was tall and majestic, and the woman was beautiful like flowers and the moon. She held a baby in the early stages of infancy. Be obedient, my grandson. Try out some of the divine bird's precious blood. Someday, you will certainly surpass your grandfather and your parents. The elder took out a jade chopstick and dipped a few beads of sparkling blood on it as he put it into the infant's mouth. Dad, Hayar is still this small. Can he handle it? The young couple tried to dissuade him. TL, is a term of endearment. It won't hurt. The elder waved his hand and then fed a few big drops of the divine bird's blood to him in succession. That infant wasn't against it at all and instead used his strength to suck them in. His eyes shone brightly as he laughed. All the onlookers clicked their tongues in surprise. Our king's bloodline is at its peak with this generation. This will be an outstanding and prominent generation. This little guy will perhaps not be too different from the Yi child. In the future, perhaps he could suppress the entire land and be feared by all the large tribes out there, said an even older elder. After mentioning the 2 words, Yi child, everyone gazed towards the child and all exposed an affectionate and concerned smile. He was truly unusual. He was born with 2 pupils in each eye, and this was the appearance of a saint from the distant past. This was a child who was around 3 years old. He was standing close by and turned towards them. Although he was young, he was already well built. He had 4 pupils that flowed with divine light, holding a sort of imposing presence that completely did not match his age. In the ancient era, those people that had those double pupils were known as saints or deities. Those people had world-shaking abilities and were unrivaled characters under the heavens. As soon as Shi Hao was born, his double pupils were discovered. Naturally, the news riled up a huge shock within the tribe. Everyone had extremely high expectations of him, and in fact, he was indeed very extraordinary. He was a heavenly genius that studied everything so fast that he vastly exceeded a normal person. Although we have a king's bloodline, we are the relatives of the emperor. The blood of the emperor flows within us. According to the rules, we could fight for the position of emperor, said an elder. Everyone once again shifted their gazes towards Shi Yi, as they had very high expectations for him. Yeah, that infant cried lightly. His face was flushed red as he charmingly and naively smiled towards everyone. Everyone exposed a smile on their faces. An elder said, "Naturally, our little Hao is very obedient and extraordinary. In the future, he can be his elder brother's right-hand man when he becomes king." The younger generation is quite numerous. There shouldn't be so many of them such that they have to be divided up into the bitter, desolate land to become the rulers there instead, right? Some people joked. They knew that there were some self-bestowed emperors within this great, desolate land. They weren't conferred the title from an ancient country, and so the two emperors were at completely different levels. A place with a population of 10 million dare to have a king. They abuse the people of the bitter, desolate lands and exploit the people. No one cares about them. It's just something that the people who overestimate their abilities call themselves. Any truly powerful king who controls billions of people could easily exterminate a 10 million population tribe by sending out a single family. The stage changed again, and the beautiful lake became fuzzy. A grand and imposing imperial city that looked like something that dropped down from heaven towered over the people. It occupied a vast region and had an uncountable population. The imposing city walls that shocked the citizens themselves seemed like an endless mountain range. The 15th elder in the 100-clan battlefield shot dead an archaic descendant, Pai Ziu. We don't know why this even shook the lands and caused such chaos. The news spread and was hotly debated. Accurate information just came in. The one involved was just a cub, but it was much more powerful than a regular archaic descendant. It is suspected that a matured Pai Ziu who possesses extremely pure blood is about to enter the 100-clan battlefield. The imperial city began to tremble. Chapter 56, A Natural-Born Supreme Being. A well-developed construct stood imposingly. Spiritual essence filled the air and splendid lights shone faintly. Large groups gathered around a palace that was like a heavenly imperial watchtower established in the human world, and auspicious animals guarded the front entrance, roaring from a crouched position. Dad killed a young Pai Ziu that had a very pure bloodline. He provoked a huge disaster. A young man with a heroic appearance was terrified as he paced back and forth within the hall, completely restless. Dense fogs of light circulated within a king's mansion, and precious birds cried above the palace skis, sketching out streaks of dazzling radiance across the sky. The lake within the mansion was clean and clear, and water drained out in all four directions. A rocky mountain sat on the side, and beautiful flowers were everywhere within the incredibly huge and elegant garden. This was a heavenly paradise filled with dense divine essence. I hope Father can leave the 100-clan battlefield as soon as possible. A beautiful woman was holding an infant. Her incredibly beautiful eyebrows were locked in a worrisome expression. No matter what you say, it's too late. The news had already spread into the empire. Killing the Pai Ziu youth should have already happened several days ago. The things that should have happened should have most likely already happened by now. A young man grasped his hands tightly. His eyebrows stood straight as lightning shot out of his eyes. Rumbling noises began to sound indoors. The infant, who was sound asleep, opened his large, clear eyes, as he didn't know what was happening. "Don't scare the child," said the beautiful woman. "These past few days have been torturous, and we even neglected little Hao. How can he keep sleeping like this, and why do I feel the aura of symbols within his body?" The young man turned around. "Yeah, you sensed it too. I thought I felt something wrong. He's so young, how can symbols already appear within his body?" The young woman doubted. "Could it be?" The heroic suddenly widened both his eyes, and two bristles of lightning shot out towards the window. He scared a bunch of birds into rapidly fleeing. "What did you just remember?" The woman who was as beautiful as the flowers and the moon asked. The truly most powerful experts within mankind are ultimately be born with holy bones and would be born with their own primitive imprints, gaining their own exclusive precious technique. The young man's voice resounded, and then emotionally said, there are several others who are naturally born with primitive precious bones, such as the golden-winged peng and the true Hu. The precious technique they are born with could defy the world, such that even calling it a supreme being bone wouldn't be excessive. Having heard that, the woman was shocked and showed an expression of disbelief. She looked towards the infant in her bosoms and was so nervous that her hands were trembling. Let me have a careful examination. The young man was very decisive and walked over in large strides. The infant was very curious because he didn't know what they wanted to do. He blinked his large eyes and happily extended his little arms to show that he wanted the man to carry him. After examining the infant, the man was so shocked that even his fingers were trembling. The ordinarily calm and collected man's words were barely audible as he said, "Supreme being bones, naturally born." What did this signify? In the future, this child could stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly ranked archaic vicious beasts. He would be engraved into the history of mankind as someone who was able to fight with the pure-blooded, unrivaled golden-winged peng, or the true who had their own primitive precious techniques that could tremble heaven and earth. The woman held the infant and gently kissed his little red face. Her eyes glittered with radiance and said, whether or not he truly has the supreme being bone, he is still our child. He must grow up happily. Several days later, news came from the 100-clan battlefield. Like snapping apart rotten twigs, that adult Pai Ziu violently swept through the vast battlefield while blood-soaked. No one was able to be its opponent. Even though experts surrounded the 15th elder like clouds, they couldn't stop it either. They were chased for over 100,000 li until their arms were snapped off, and practically all the bones on their bodies were broken. Finally, he obtained the help of others. He arranged many pieces of the archaic descendant's precious bones to activate a divine spell, enabling him to escape in the end. His whereabouts, however, were unknown. His injuries were incredibly severe. Whether or not he would live was uncertain, but he did not return to the capital city. Not good, I have to go look for father. After the young man received the news, he stood up and decided to leave for the southern borders. The tribe already sent out a large amounts of experts. The emperor even spread the news to feudal princes everywhere to aid the search. How much use would it be for you to go? The young woman was scared that his husband would place himself in danger to look for that Pai Ziu. Whether father is alive or not is still unknown. No matter what, I have to try my best to look for him. The man was very decisive and insisted on going. The beautiful woman understood her own husband's temperament. Whenever he had decided to do something, nothing else would change his mind. But as she was truly fearful that he would go look for that terrifying Pai Ziu, she said, I'll go with you. There are 2 precious techniques that will only reach its maximum output if we combine our powers. No, you have to take care of little Hao. The man refused. I won't feel at ease with you like this. The woman shook her head. With a mild expression, she said, the tribe has so many people. Could it be they can't take care of little Hao? Unless an archaic vicious beast broke into Empire's capital city otherwise, who dares to break into our king's mansion and create chaos? The man thought about it and felt that it made sense. He had already reported the news of Shi Hao being born, with supreme being bones, to the 2 old lord of affairs. He thought that they would definitely treat this as a rare and precious baby so that nothing would happen to him. This matter was classified as top secret since this was an extremely important matter. Publicly, 1 Shiyi was enough. Since he was born with double pupils, it was easy to see just by looking at his face. However, Shi Hao would not be so easily discovered unless a close relative examined him. Thus, this news would not leak out and would not concern other people and prevented a young death. 11th brother and wife, are you really leaving for a while? You really don't have to. The experts of the tribe were already dispatched. They will certainly bring back 15th elder. Right, you don't need to worry. The heavens will help. The worthy 15th elder will certainly be okay. The tribesmen persuaded, but the husband and wife insisted on leaving. 11th brother, don't worry. I'll look after little Hao. Let him spend more time with little Yi, and when they grow up, these two brothers will flatten the world and conquer 10,000 tribes. A young married woman laughed. Her appearance was outstanding, and she was precisely the mother of Shi Yi. The corner of her mouth bent as she laughed, and her sparkling pearl teeth shined. She was very warm and friendly, and had a heavenly gifted genius for a child. Her position within the tribe was extremely high. Many thanks, sixth sister. It's fine if several tribal elders look after him. It's not good to worry you too much, the couple thanked. Younger sister-in-law, you're too courteous. We're all from the same family, don't say these type of things, said the young married woman. In the end, the couple began their travels and left the ancient country, heading for the 100-tribe battlefield. Little Yi, in the future you have to become more familiar with little Hao. His gifts are extraordinary. When he grows up, he will be your right-hand man. Go to the back of our palace, crowd, the young married woman warned the double-eyed child. The 3-year-old child was unflustered. His actions far surpassed that of his age. The tribesmen all helped look after Shi Hao together, along with many servants. Naturally, there weren't any problems. The first few days were rather noisy because he missed his parents, but he was very easy to take care of afterwards. After many days, the young married woman took Shi Hao to her own residence. Looking at her own child, who stared at that infant with a glint of divine light within his eyes without blinking, she asked in confusing, "Little Yi, why are you always staring at your younger brother?" "He's very complicated. There's an unfathomably mysterious bone in his body that has a complicated symbol," Shi Yi calmly said. The young married woman was shocked. She knew her child was extraordinary and had the dual pupils that were of the same origin as ancient divine saints, and was able to clearly see the source of things. Suddenly, she was frightened and suddenly thought of something. She urgently asked, "You said that there's a bone in his body densely covered in primitive symbols." "Yes," replied the young child calmly. "Naturally born, supreme being bone." The young married woman trembled on the spot. She thought back to that ancient legend and couldn't control her heartbeat. After a long while, she had a shady expression as she stared at that naive and pure infant. Her eyes contained a flash of evil and then turned towards her child and said, "Don't tell this to anyone." The child nodded and didn't say anything. Instantly, several months passed, and little Shi Hao grew cuter as he aged. In the blink of an eye, he was 8 to 9 months old. He was able to walk by himself a long time ago, and was now even able to talk. His eyes were lively, and his skin was pretty like porcelain. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but pinch his little face. During this time, the young married woman took care of little Shi Hao meticulously, as if he was her own. In the end, she simply brought him to her own residence and cared for him along with Shi Yi. "Aunt, I want to go to the garden to watch the scarlet-feathered cranes. Sister Mang said that they were very pretty. Their entire bodies are like scarlet fur, and their sounds are very pleasant to listen to." The little guy blinked his large eyes and spoke while his long eyelashes lightly shook. His voice was very infantile and had a lovable and soft milky sound to it. Ordinarily, a child this young could not talk this freely, and even walking was difficult. But for him, it was simple. "Sister Mang, that's a girl from a servant family. Don't listen to her nonsense. Aunt will take you to see a Luan and the 5-colored peacock king," said the young married woman. "Sister Mang is a good older sister. She's very kind-hearted and pretty. She tells me stories quite often." Little Shi Hao blinked his large eyes and sincerely said, "Okay, after dinner, we'll go see the scarlet-feathered crane, and then after that, I'll bring you to see the Luan and the 5-colored peacock ping." The young married woman smiled. "Aunt is the best." The little guy raised his head. His 2 hands clasped together and his eyes shined like stars, full of hope and desires. After that, he turned around and said, "Brother, let's go to the backyard and play. There are many children there." "I'm not going." Shia declined and sat cross-legged on the ground. At a very young age, he was already steady like a boulder, silently cultivating the bone text. Then I'm going to play. The little guy ran to the backyard on his toes to find a bunch of servant children to play with. There, he happily laughed and played. The little guy was pretty and adorable, and he was very kind-hearted. He never bullied the servant children and often played with them. Therefore, everyone in the mansion liked him. After a few days, the young married woman took Shi and the little guy to visit the king's mansion together. She took a chariot to another manor to look at the Luan, 5 colored peacocks, and other descendants of the archaic devil bird. "Aunt, where is the Luan?" the little guy curiously asked. At the same time, he was a bit puzzled. After arriving at the manor, they went directly into an underground palace. "We'll see them soon," the young married woman expressionlessly said. After arriving at a private room, the young married woman's fingers flashed with a strange of symbols, and she pressed against the little guy's body. However, the precious bones within his body directly appeared and shined. Even after that, he still didn't faint. Worthy of being a supreme being bone, the young married woman's eyes grew even fiercer. She knew that the precious bone just started to grow. She clapped her hands, and a figure soundlessly and breathlessly approached like a ghost from not far away. He grabbed the little guy and pressed him down on the ice-cold bed. "Aunt, what's happening?" he bewilderedly asked. This was an 8 to 9-month-old child. Other children were still confused and ignorant, but he was innocent and kind-hearted. A gorgeous silver knife flowing with a fascinating luster flashed past. It sliced open the little guy's chest, and fresh blood suddenly spilled out. At the same time, a lump of hazy divine splendor circulating with heavenly mysteries containing uncountable symbols flashed there nonstop. "It hurts," the little guy painfully cried. His eyes were full of surprise. He never could have thought that he would be treated like this. He was still 8 to 9 months old. What could he have known? Unexpectedly, he didn't pass out so troublesome, the young woman indifferently said. At the other side, there was another child, Shi. He calmly looked on in silence. It was really questionable whether or not he was actually 4 years old. Fresh blood flowed, and the little guy's face paled. His big eyes were expressionless, and he continually cried out in pain as his blood continued to spill out. "Let there be no accidents. I researched the ancient bone books and remembered that this method will be successful. My child was born with double pupils. He will certainly be honored in the heavens and earths," the young woman nervously shouted out. "Aunt," the little guy lifted up his little face filled with tears. He extended both his hands and wished that he could alleviate the pain. However, the young woman was indifferent. Her face was ice cold. She only warned that ghostly figure to be careful and not let the supreme being bone lose its life force. "It's done." In the end, that figure produced a muffled voice that sounded like a wild animal after cutting open a lump of light from the little guy's chest. There was a hard-to-describe mystical power around it, and as soon as it started growing, it became soul-shaking. It emitted endless divine radiance as it illuminated the entire room. "Little Yi, it's your turn. You must hold on," the young woman nervously warned the child at her side. The child nodded without saying a word. He laid on a jade bed. With a streak of the silver knife, his chest split open and blood began to spill. "Be careful, don't make any mistakes." The young woman's eyes were vicious and loved her child very dearly. On top of that ice-cold bed by the side, the little guy was withering in pain. His large eyes were full of tears. Every time his long eyelashes moved, sparkling tears rolled down. He extended his little hand with great difficulty, and he seemingly wanted to reach out to even a bit of warmth. He implored in a trembling voice, "Aunt." The young woman coldly gave him a glance and then ignored him. She turned her head towards the other bed. With an affectionate expression and a gentle voice, she quietly asked, "Little Yi, you must hold on. In the future, this entire land will be yours because you're the natural-born supreme being." At the side, the little guy who lost his supreme being bone laid on the ice-cold bed by himself. His snow-white face was full of tears. He slowly lost consciousness and muttered, "Mother." At his most painful moments, he called out his true relatives in a sorrowful manner. Chapter 57, Pain. "Mother," muttered the little guy. As he began to lose consciousness, he weakly called out. Only his mother was the best and the most gentle. Only she wouldn't harm him. When his mother left, he was only several months old and only had a fuzzy impression of her. Now, however, her warmth was what he longed for the most, and he wanted to fall asleep within her bosom. Tears endlessly rolled down from his small, pale face, and his entire body was curled up. He was shivering and trembling as he huddled towards the corner of the ice-cold bed. A muffled groan came from the jade bed on the other side. Although Shi Hao was young, he didn't have any fear. His double pupils concealed a divine light, and he bit into a piece of soft wood. His body was drenched in cold sweat as he persevered through the pain. "Good child, you will certainly be able to bear it. After today, you will soar into the heavens, and no one will be able to stop your rise to the top. You will be the most prominent heavenly genius in this entire land." The young woman nervously held the child's hand to help him feel some warmth and resist some of the pain. That lump of light had an uncountable number of densely packed symbols, and those symbols circulated with complicated and heavenly mysteries. Anyone who saw this scene would immediately feel their hearts palpitating and would immediately feel a need to worship it. The young woman's eyes were crazy, and she was becoming more and more certain that what she was doing was worth it. Even if she ended up being exposed, it was fine as long as the Supreme Being Bone was implanted within little Yi. This Supreme Being Bone had just begun its growth, yet it already had such power. If it were to grow in the future, it would certainly be outstanding. The archaic golden-winged Peng and the true who were supreme beings that dared to massacre the gods, yet naturally born supreme beings were able to fight with them. In the future, who would dare oppose him? "Soon it will be finished. Little Yi, hold on," she continuously encouraged. Her face was gentle as she helped Shi Yi relax, guiding him through this difficulty. Brilliant light radiated everywhere, and it seemed as if a supreme deity lied dormant there. It released divine rings, gorgeously illuminating the entire room. The divine radiance sprinkled everywhere and made it appear like the world of gods. Shi Yi's chest was fully filled with the dazzling source of light. His struggles became even more intense. He yelled out like a wild beast in unimaginable pain as his entire body was drenched with sweat. "You be careful. Don't hurt my little Yi." The young woman's face appeared evil as she shouted at the shadow. She was even more nervous and afraid of failure now. Although the records are detailed, this is after all a Supreme Being Bone. The transplant procedures are extremely dangerous. Even a little mistake will cause it to explode, and you and I might be buried here alive. The ghostly shadow said in a deep voice. "I don't care. I just need this to succeed. Since the bone book has records of this must have been done before. There's no reason that we can't succeed." The young woman lightly shouted, and her pretty face turned a bit ugly. She held Shi Yi's hands and said, "We all belong to the Stone family bloodline, so we came from a common origin. The success rate must be high. Little Yi stays strong." The shadow lightly bellowed, and afterwards, the entire room began to boil. Gorgeous divine radiance began to blossom into every inch of the room. Multicolored flames exploded, thunder descended, and lightning danced around, causing divine rumbling noises. All kinds of strange sights began to emerge. In the end, the light began to weaken, and the symbols began to condense into a single Supreme Being Bone after it entered into Shi Yi's chest. The shadow quickly moved, and various symbols rushed forth to heal the wound and staunch the bleeding. "It's done." After a deep voice, the room completely quieted down, and the strange sights began to disappear. "Good child, you are mother's pride. From now on, no one will be able to stop you. This entire land will tremble under your feet." The young woman was incredibly emotional and held one of Shi Yi's arms. Her face was full of joy, and her eyes burned with incredible radiance. She grabbed a soft blanket and very carefully covered Shi Yi, who passed out. Finally, she stood up and couldn't help but let out a loud, crazy, and maniacal laughter. "Aunt, I'm cold." Curled up on top of the ice-cold bed, the little guy shivered. He was woken up by the laughter. His chest was in pain and his face was pale as he weakly called out. The young woman suddenly turned and did not get a blanket, but instead stared at him with a cold and merciless gaze. She told that shadow, extract the remaining true blood within his body to nourish the supreme being bone inside of little Yi. Where the supreme being bone grew, there was the corresponding true blood to nourish that unique and powerful primitive precious bone that had an astonishing divine nature. If we extract it out, this child most likely won't survive past 2, the shadow said. 2, a year and a half is enough. During this time, anything can happen, the young woman coldly said. The shadow heard and no longer said anything. It then took out a jade jar and symbols flickered as it utilized a secret technique to extract the blood. Immediately, a hazy light began to shine and illuminate the room. Use the technique as soon as possible. Use the jar to store the precious blood that will nourish little Yi's body to help him fuse with the supreme being bone as quickly as possible, the young woman urged. It's best to take it one step at a time and proceed slowly, the shadow warned. No harm, little Yi was born with double pupils, so how can normal children compare to him? Furthermore, the sooner he fuses, the sooner I'll feel at ease. At the very least, even if someone discovers within half a year, they will have no way of transplanting the supreme being bone. Doing that excessively will cause it to wither and die. So cold. The little guy passed out again, and even his mouth turned white. His little body constantly shivered as he curled up in the corner of the bed. After everything was finished, the room became quiet again. That black shadow left, and the empty underground palace seemed a bit eerie. The young woman paced back and forth by herself. Her brows were furrowed as she pondered about how to explain herself. It was likely that no one within the clan had discovered the secret supreme being bone within his body unless they had a high cultivation and carried him daily. People who met these conditions should only have been his parents, and right now he was already 8 or 9 months old. He had long passed the need for someone to carry him. Little Yi was naturally born with double pupils and can see through many origin of powers. No one else should have this kind of power, so no one else should be aware of this. The young woman's eyebrows relaxed after thinking about this matter. If that couple die under the Pai Ziu's claws or perished out there for whatever reason, then everything will be perfect. She lightly spoke to herself and hung a cold expression at the corners of her mouth. Pong! Suddenly, a terrifying noise echoed through, and the underground palace collapsed. The exit was destroyed by a tremendous force. A majestic elder with a full set of white hair and beard rushed in. His entire body was covered in endless arrays of light like a burning divine flame. The young woman was alarmed. The underground palace entrance wasn't something that a normal person could forcefully break through. It was only something that could only be done by the clan's supreme experts. Divine multicolored light gushed out into 10,000 directions. An old man broke into the secret room like an angry lion. After seeing the scene in front of his eye sockets practically bursted out. He shouted out in a world-shaking voice, "Slut, you vile and poisonous woman." This was one of the 2 Lord of Affairs within the clan. His seniority was well respected, and his strength was extremely powerful. Usually, he wouldn't appear in public and would cultivate his body and mind within an ancient cave to gain enlightenment. Shi Hao's parents entrusted their child to him and one other person. Only they knew about the supreme being bone within his body, as this was considered classified information. Originally, it was him and another elder who were supposed to look after Shi Hao to ensure he was protected. In the end, they were old as well as being males, so they didn't really know how to take care of a child. After that, they agreed to let the younger generation look after him. The tribe was always peaceful. The wives of their grandson all tried their best these past few months to healthily raise little pretty Shi Hao to relieve them of their worries. Never did they think that such a disaster would have happened today. This elder was always careful and dispatched experts to follow the little guy. Today, this young woman spent too long taking 2 children to look at the archaic divine bird's descendants. The experts who followed rushed back in confusion and reported that a few people entered the underground palace. After finding out they couldn't open the door, they rushed back shocked. "You vile women, I'll kill you!" The old man's hair and beard were all shining and a golden lion. Instantly, he pounced forth. Like squeezing a little chick, he grabbed her neck and lifted her up with one hand. Although the young woman's position was very high and had exceptional strength, compared to this elder, she was absolutely nothing. Her face paled on this spot, and all the symbols on her body were going to explode. "Fourth grandfather, don't kill my mother!" Shi was woken up by the roar. He took that silver knife by the bedhead and pressed it against his own neck until a bloody scar appeared. "You, little bastard," the elder was angry. "Fourth brother, let her go first." Another elder walked in, and his entire body bursted with scarlet light like an old phoenix. Although he was old, he had eyes like golden lamps and appeared spry and nimble. "Fifth elder, what do you mean? This is one of your younger generations, so you want to selfishly forgive her." The old man with the appearance of a golden lion shouted. "Fourth grandfather, please don't kill my mother." On the other side, the double-pupiled Shi spoke once again. The silver knife was soaked in blood against his cut neck. "Do you see? We lost a supreme being. Could it be that you want to look on helplessly as another double-pupiled child dies? In the ancient era, this is a saint, a god. Let her go first and argue later." The elder with the appearance of a phoenix said. "Hung." The golden lion elder viciously tossed the young woman against the opposite wall. A huge sound was produced as the trembling caused many stones to fall. She couldn't stand up for a long time. "Xiling, I've let you two down. I couldn't take of little Hao and let him suffer a gargantuan amount of grievance and torment." The elder snarled towards the sky. "Fourth grandpa, I'm cold, it hurts." The little guy who curled up by the corner of the bed feebly opened his mouth. "Good child, it's all my fault." The elder took him into his chest, and his tears almost fell down. He activated the mysterious powers of the precious symbols and wrapped him in the multicolored light that he emitted. "Where's the supreme being bone?" His body was scarlet red. His divine splendor surged as Blood Phoenix Elder asked. The young woman's face was pale. She stood up without a word. "Grandfather, it's inside my body." She threw down the silver knife and calmly said. The Blood Phoenix Elder heard this, and an unusual light flashed in his eyes. He did not speak for a long time. The elder who held the little guy became even angrier having hearing that. He said in a trembling voice, "My stone tribe has ancestral rules. We cannot cause internal strife and must unite against the foreign powers. Otherwise, how can we walk out of our ancestral land and conquer this vast territory? How could we control millions and millions of people with an emperor on the throne and countless number of kings? You woman, too vile, this tribe cannot tolerate you. This affair has gotten complex and now involves a supreme being bone. This is the highest level of classified information within the tribe that cannot be leaked out. This isn't a place for talking. Let's go back first, then talk," the elder on the side said. "Fifth elder, you think we can't hide this anymore?" the golden lion elder shouted. "No matter what, we can't let the naturally born supreme being disappear. Let's return to the mansion, then talk," the elder who emitted scarlet light said. "Although I'm not taking any actions now. When Xiling returns, he won't let this slide. With his temperament, if he doesn't destroy your family, he will wipe out a majority of it. If you treat him unfairly, he is not the type of person that will let it go." The golden lion elder spoke with bold and powerful words. Chapter 58, Shi Xiling. The mansion was grand and magnificent, and majestic palace halls decorated the interior. Its grandeur was boundless, and it was just like a heavenly temple situated in the human world. It was dyed under the golden radiance of the sunset, solemn and serene. It gave people a spiritual mood, making them want to bow down and worship it. However, under this blessed atmosphere, a dark wave was billowing within this building. Great waves of darkness rushed forth, and killing intent permeated the huge palace hall. Within one of the palace halls, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and 10 or so elders were sitting upright. Symbols flickered about, and they could erupt at any time. The little guy was on the verge of death. His supreme being bone was taken out, and this matter shook the higher officials. These elders, who all had high positions, were dragged out, as this matter could not be concealed from them. These tens of people were ordinarily in isolation, and did not partake in any worldly affairs to the point where some of these elders had not appeared in front of the tribe for over 20 years. However, they were all disturbed from their isolation, and were asked to come out from seclusion. A natural-born supreme being was unexpected injured by the tribe. Did the sky turn upside down? Kill this woman by death of 1,000 cuts right away? An elder was absolutely furious. Her grandfather and clansmen aren't simple people. They are quite strong. If we kill without saying a word, it will be rather troublesome. The inner members of the capital were already discussing this matter. Words will spread like wind. If we explain about this matter, the news of the supreme being bone will inevitably be exposed to the world. Another elder gently said. Even if the emperor did this, he would still have to explain it to everyone under the sky, let alone her family. You want to hide this matter, so you place emotion over reason and bend the law to help your own, cried out an elder on the side. His eyes contained the sun, moon, and stars, and the aura he gave off even twisted the tables. The palace hall was covered in terrifying dense symbols. Electricity interwove, and the smell of conflict was dense to the extreme. The little guy was at his last breath, and was carried within an individual's chest. He was currently protected by a divine light that was as vigorous as the ocean, nourishing his life force and preventing his weak essence from dying out. She will naturally be dealt with, so we can talk about it later. Right now, the important matter is not losing the supreme being bone. A supreme being that belongs to our stone tribe cannot simply disappear because of this, spoke an elder with a penetrating gaze. His scarlet body seemed like it was bathed in a heavenly flame, and he was calm and steady. Fifth elder, what do you mean? The elder that looked like a golden lion shouted as he stood up. We have to take it out and put it inside Shi Hao to let him continue growing it. This belongs to him. No one else should think about taking it. If it's taken out, it'll be difficult for it to continue growing right away. Just because little Yi is part of your family, you have to protect him until the end. The supreme being bone should belong to whom it rightfully belongs to. Divine light flashed between these two people, and the palace hall rumbled like mountains. The entire holy palace hall was shaking. Fourth brother, it's not because I gave in to bribes. The elder, who looked like a blood phoenix, stood up and pointed towards the little guy and said, You guys look. This child is so weak and feeble. Even though he is being fed precious medicine daily, it's still hard for him to recover. How can he nourish the supreme being bone? With these words, the quarreling sounds suddenly lessened. Many people stopped talking because this was the truth. Whether or not the little guy could still live was hard to say. In my opinion, I'd rather not want the supreme being bone than break tribe rules. Behead that mother and child, an elder with a fiery temper said. After saying this, everyone jumped a bit in fear. Not only would the tribe lose a supreme being, the double-pupil child will have to perish as well. Second brother, calm down. Little Yi is still an ignorant child. This matter is unrelated to him. He is like the ancient saints and possess a deity's potential. In the future, he will eventually disdain 10,000 tribes. Don't involve this with him. A few people reconciled. Ignorant child? How does he even resemble one? After he came back, he was desperate and put a knife to his throat and said if his mother dies, he would die with her. This kind of crime, how can we let that vile woman go and make everything go her way? Said the elder coldly. His entire body was covered in a brilliant splendor like a river of stars, and it circulated with frightening power. We can push back the topic on how to handle that vile woman until later. Right now, we need to first talk about the supreme being bone. Many people were silent within the palace hall. No matter what, they couldn't bear to see both children being wasted. The strongest bloodlines must continue. The supreme being bone is already implanted within little Yi's body. How are the results? Right at this moment, the one with the highest seniority, An old man who hasn't left his private dwelling for 30 years suddenly opened his eyes like the emergence of two golden suns. Splendid rays of light burst forth, causing rumbling sounds that terrified others to an extreme. Everyone suddenly calmed down and no longer quarreled. It already fused together with little Yi and gained the nourishment of his flesh and blood. You already can't tell that it once belonged to another person. The results were astonishing. It was like it was born naturally within his body, said the fifth elder. Everyone's hearts trembled and felt emotional. It actually succeeded. Double pupil in addition to the supreme being bone. How high will he reach in the future? That kind of accomplishment was simply inconceivable. We'll talk about this in a few days. Let's end this today for now, said another elder. His position was incredibly ancient, and he also had not shown his face for 20 to 30 years. Everyone nodded. The fourth elder, who seemed like a golden lion, and that elder with the fiery temperament, were speechless. They knew that the tribe would not allow the supreme being bone and the dual pupils perish. Several days later, news came through. The supreme being bone was unaffected within Shi's body. It was bound by a powerful life force and was practically fused into his body. Spiteful, the fourth elder lightly bellowed. He knew that he lacked the power to reverse this desperate situation, and what this signified was obvious. He held the feeble little guy with an unpleasant emotion. The little guy's aura was weak. His eyes were dim without expression. Although he was nourished by the spiritual essence of the tribe's experts, it was still difficult for him to make a recovery. Everyone sighed within their hearts. The clansmen found many spiritual medicines, but they were all useless. It was hard for him to recover. His little face was pale and he was continuously coughing, and would often shiver with coldness all over. After half a month, his state worsened. His large eyes did not contain a trace of brilliance and looked even sicklier, as if he could die at any time. Moreover, at midnight, the little guy's bones would creak and his entire body would decrease in size. His entire body lost its spiritual essence, and it severely degenerated. He was clearly 8 to 9 months old, but because of his critical injuries, he seemed like he became several months younger. His body worsened by the day. Are you, my fourth grandpa? The little guy laid on his bed and opened his emotionless and expressionless eyes as he feebly asked. He continued to degenerate. It was as if there was a bottomless pit within his body eating away at his blood essence and bones. He seemed like he was only a few months old and did not seem as intelligent as he was before, practically unable to recognize the people beside him. The elder was heartbroken and unceasingly lightly patted him and coaxed him to sleep. Why am I almost forgetting the people beside me? It's becoming more and more fuzzy. The little guy tried his best to recollect his memory, but his eyes became increasingly bewildered. He was clearly an intelligent and lively child, but now he became like this. It made the servants sad, and it was difficult for them to watch this. After several days, even talking became a strenuous task. His eyes lost all traces of light. He looked at the little girl who stood beside his bed and asked in confusion, "Sister, who are you?" The pretty little girl wiped away her tears and Light replied, "I'm Sister Mang, young master. How could you not remember me?" Sister Mang, so familiar. How can I not remember? The little guy tried his best to think back. He stared at the ceiling with his large, expressionless eyes that had lost the liveliness it had in the past. The little girl wept. Fearing others would hear, she covered her mouth. Tears streamed out of her large eyes as she finally lightly said, "I heard Fourth Elder's words. You are a supreme being. No one could compare to you, but you were harmed." "I'm a supreme being," the little guy muttered. "Right, you're a supreme being. A natural-born supreme being. Little guy, you will certainly get better." The little girl wept. "I will, I'm a supreme being. I'll get better." The little guy lightly spoke. "Yeah, I remember. Your sister Mang. You told me many stories and told me that you'll take me to look at scarlet-feathered cranes. You are so nice to me." The little guy suddenly remembered who this little girl was. "And, young master, you have to remember, You're a supreme being, and don't forget that I'm Sister Mang. Everything will get better." The little girl wept continuously. "And," the little guy made great effort and nodded, and it seemed as if he remembered something else. He said, "I seem to have some memories now. How come several other brothers and sisters did not come? The other servants' children did not come. Young Master Shi Bing, they went to cultivate." The little girl smiled with great difficulty. These few days, the other children within the tribe came less and less to the point that they disappeared. Even the other uncles and aunts of the tribe were practically unseen either, and no longer came to look after him. The little guy grew weaker by the day, and he was no longer the intelligent and dazzling child who was destined to become a supreme expert. No one within the tribe said much. They weren't that superficial. They came less and less and became more detached than ever, however, a child that young couldn't understand these facts. Eventually, the little guy became weaker and weaker and degenerated into a critical state. Even Sister Mang and the fourth elder could no longer recognize him. "Young master, you have to remember, you are a supreme being. Don't forget me either, I'm Sister Mang." The pretty young girl stood by the bed weeping with her large, swollen red eyes. The little guy could no longer speak and didn't know how to open his mouth to do so. After a month later, Shi Xiling returned. He did not find the 13th elder, and after entering his mansion, he immediately felt something was wrong since the mood was strange. "Where's little Hao?" he shouted. When the couple saw the little guy, they were shocked to the point that they shivered. Was this a child that was around 10 months old? How come he's this weak and small? His eyes did not have any shine to it. Where did the intelligence and spirited light he once had go? When the feeble little guy saw the couple, he subconsciously extended his hands and simple-mindedly laughed like he felt an affection and warmth coming from they. He wanted them to carry him. "Little Hao," Shi Xiling yelled. His eyes almost bled. His father disappeared and his child was sabotaged. He was about to go mad. "My child, what happened to you?" The little guy's mother was practically about to faint. She held him tightly within her bosoms right away. "Xiling, I've let you couple down. I didn't take care of little Hao well. I shouldn't have let others raise him. You guys should punish this old man," the elder that seemed like a golden lion painfully said. What exactly happened? When Shi Xiling learned the truth, he went mad. All the black hair on his hair stood upright. With a golden spear within his hand and symbols surrounding his entire body, his fighting spirit boiled. With a rumbling sound, a spear directly uprooted a portion of the palace as he fought his way towards the direction where Shi's bloodline lived. 11th elder calmed down. "If you have something to say it nicely. We'll give you a good explanation." When a group of people heard the commotion, they rapidly rushed over. The so-called ranked 11th wasn't because he was the 11th relative, but it was because he was the 11th most powerful within the tribe. For the sake of appearing close, the tribe amalgamated and established this ranking. "Go away," Shi Xiling's eyes stood upright. With the divine golden spear in his hand and symbols overflowing into the heavens like the ocean surging violently, his rage struck the heavens. With a honglong sound, the group of people all rapidly fled. Every one of them was spitting out blood as none of them could block. All the mysterious patterns protecting their bodies exploded. Like a golden god of war, Shi Xiling doused in a golden divine flame that overflowed into the heavens as he advanced in large stride with a golden spear in his hands. Divine radiance shot forth from within his eyes, and with his incredibly cold voice, he said, "Whoever dares to block my way, I'll kill them no matter who it is or where they came from." 11th elder, don't act so impulsively, the young man said while blocking the way. "Impulsively? Ha ha ha!" Shi Xiling laughed madly. With ice-cold eyes and yelled, "You are Lilia's own uncle, right? The one responsible for bullying the people of our family. Get lost." The golden spear within his hands stabbed forth. An incredibly heavy divine light filled with uncountable symbols constructed battle spears made of light one after another. They emitted a foggy light that overflowed into the heavens as they flew forward. "Pooh!" The youth across from him also began to act, but he was simply unable to defend. His weapon snapped and his precious artifact broke. Then he was pierced by a divine golden spear and flew into the distance. Boom! He was pierced onto one of the doors within the palace upstairs. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Shock filled his eyes as their difference in power was too great. Xiling, don't create such a mess. You can handle that vile woman, but little Yi is still a child. You can't kill him. A group of elders appeared. All of you go away. When my son was suffering, where were all of you? She broke one of my son's bones. I'll break 100 of her son's bones. Shi Xiling shouted with rage, with tears flowing within his eyes. When he returned to the tribe, seeing his adorable and intelligent child that he was before put into such a state, it made his heart twitch and bleed. Pong! Shi Xiling swept with the golden battle spear within his hands. His heavenly shocking precious technique activated. Like all the gods in heaven chanting together, ear-splitting cries began to erupt. The few elders who blocked his way all flew away from the shock. They spat blood violently from within their mouths with incomparable horror. When Xiling thought of his own child, it felt as if a knife was twisted within his heart. The little guy was too pitiful. He was originally a supreme being, but his supreme being bone was taken away. As his tears flew, he released his murderous aura. Chapter 59, Insanity. Scarlet clouds blossomed. An elder took out a string of bone beads the size of goose eggs, and each of the beads sparkled with a precious light. They looked like stars flying in the sky, and power fluctuated terrifyingly. They constructed a diagram of the stars and expanded outwards like a net, as if a river of stars were flowing. It contained a boundless aura and immediately enshrouded Shi Xiling below. Let me through. Shi Xiling shouted loudly, and his full head of black hair went crazy. With a wave of his spear, golden light overflowed the skies and trembled the heavens. Even the corners of his eyes were split apart as he cried tears of blood. For his child to suffer such a disastrous tragedy, it made his heart drip blood. Right now, he would kill whoever stood in his way. The precious technique shocked the heavens. With a rumbling sound, he hollered out the incantations, and as if he was renouncing all deities through this chant, endless divine radiance scattered about, enshrouding this area. That diagram of stars was immediately broke apart. Bright! Shi Xiling shouted loudly. He raised the spear in his hand, and the primitive symbols began to take shape as he rushed forward. Golden rays of light submerged everything in front of him. With catcha sounds, the strings connecting the snow-white bone beads were broke one after another. The powerful strength of the symbols dissipated into a vast body of divine light as it began to disperse in all four directions. Many palaces abruptly flew into the air as if they were dead leaves. Under this berserk attack, they were all insignificant. Immediately after, they shattered in the air, turning into dust. This string of bone beads was a rare and powerful precious artifact, yet it was broken so easily by the battle spear and dissipated into heaven and earth divine essence. It made all the tribe elders' hearts sore. Stone Clan's members were all relatives of the emperor, however. Even though they were bestowed the status of kings and were quite formidable, they still couldn't casually waste rare precious artifacts. The corners of this elder's mouth was bleeding, and his body was violently trembling. Many of his bones were broken, and he flew across the air before smashing into another palace. It was smashed apart, causing smoke and dust to rise. Xiling, stop. We're all family. Don't make such a big fuss and hurt family. A group of elders walked out from within the dust. They were covered in dust and had bloodstains all over. There was a look of anger and astonishment on their faces. This nephew was too powerful, and he was chasing right in his father's footsteps. Injuring family, the supreme being bone within my son's body was taken away. His life, in danger, but that vile woman's family is still living well. Doesn't that already break our relationships? Shi Xiling was seething with anger. The golden light over his body was flourishing even more now, brightly illuminating the sky and the earth like a burning divine flame. His voice was cold and reprimanded loudly. Although we have the same grandparents, none of you are my opponents. Apart from that vile woman's bloodline, all of you get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless and massacring you all. You! Angry looks appeared on some of the people's faces. Xiling, if you have something to say it properly. What is there that we can't sit down and talk about? An elder advised. What's there to talk about? You already made the decision to protect that vile woman and leaving the casualty of this to lick his wounds all by himself. Whether my son can even survive right now is tough to say, and you guys are telling me to sit. Very well, chop that vile woman and Shi apart for me. Impudence, this is the decision made by over 10 elders and you want to oppose it. An elder shouted loudly with a feathered fan that was wrapped in thunder and wind in his hand. He waved the fan with all his strength, and divine thunder descended onto earth, creating endless purple rays on the spot. You're Shi's granduncle. Shi Xiling's footsteps basically never stopped. He was charging forward from start to finish. A long whistle sounded, and endless burning rays of electricity shot forth from his eyes like golden lightning. Catcha. Suddenly, deafening rolls of thunder packed the heaven and earth with bristles of electricity, creating a huge, violent explosion. The fan within that elder's hands bursted open. When the lightning withdrew, that entire person was burnt black and his head was smoking. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Afterwards, he was once again sent flying by a beam of golden light that was released from Shi Xiling's eyes. He collided into a palace and never stood up again. Everyone breathed in a breath of cold air. Shi Xiling was too powerful, and he was worthy of being called the genius of the generation. With these methods and the heroic appearance of a god of war, he eclipsed those of the older generation as they were simply incapable of being his match. 15th Elder truly gave birth to a good child. A few people muttered. The 15th Elder's prowess were rather renowned within the Empire. With only 2 arrows, he shot down an archaic descendant, a Luin. Who else could accomplish this? His cultivation was world-shaking. Pub Future adds. It was truly because of this that he dared to kill an extremely pure-blooded Pai Ziu youth in the 100-clan battlefield. Many elders of the older generation all guessed the 15th Elder's intentions. He wanted to baptize his grandson's body with the true blood of a genuine Pai Ziu. Right now, his son was just as emphatic and decisive. His power shocked the capital city, and none of the elders of the older generation were his opponent. Like a golden god of war, he trembled the hearts of others. It could be said that if not for the fact that another family gave birth to Shi Yi, who was naturally born with divine gifts and the dual pupils possessed by ancient saints, Shi Xiling would inevitably be the one bearing the flag of the tribe in the future. In actuality, even if there was a Shi Yi, Shi Xiling's family would inevitably rise in power. No one could cover up the radiance because his son was born with the supreme being bone. Unfortunately, things ended up like this in the end, and it made people want to wring their own wrists while deeply sighing. Honglung. Shi Xiling walked forward in large strides. With each step, huge cracks would be left in the ground below. It was as if a giant golden giant was moving, and nothing could stop him. Bind. An elder shouted loudly. He held a vine in his hand, and that vine was a precious artifact created from a powerful botanical creature. It was entirely black, but currently it was shining with luscious light. With a hong sound, the floor of this palace was penetrated by one spirit vine after another, each of them emitting precious light. Like flood dragons, they crazily charged towards Shi Xiling to bind him. Such despicable creatures. The people of your bloodlines blocking me means death, Shi Xiling shouted loudly. He traveled like a dragon and took steps like a tiger. His might overflowed the heavens. All the hair on his head instantly rose up violently, and every strand of hair was sparkling. Afterwards, they emitted golden rays of light like a sun god, making his entire person seem incomparably resplendent. Hong. This thick golden hair poured down like a waterfall, charging towards the spirit vines. As if they were breaking and pulling dried up and rotten weeds, he twisted all the spirit vines into pieces and then struck towards the precious artifact in that old expert's hands. With a poo sound, that precious vine exploded on the spot and burned into ashes. This powerful technique shocked and stunned the onlookers, sending chills and shivers down their spines. F***CK off. Shi Xiling shouted. He brandished the long spear in his hand, and with a poo sound, fresh flood splashed outwards, directly tossing up the elder right into a man-made mountain. It broke apart, and the elder spat out blood from his mouth. Xiling, you're turning into a demon. Stop immediately, a group of elders shouted loudly. If doing this for the sake of my child makes me a demon, then today I might as well degenerate into a devil, Shi Xiling roared. His hair madly danced as he was bathed within a burning golden light. With large steps, he rushed forward and no one was able to fight him. He brandished his golden spear, and fresh blood spilt 10 inches into the air from time to time. No one dared to stop him, since they would just be killed. This made everyone involuntarily fall back and turn pale. Lay out the symbols to lock this area and suppress him. At this moment, he had already entered the place where Shi Yi's family lived. Everyone in that family became nervous as they arranged the precious bones into a killing formation to suppress Shi Xiling. I'll see who can stop me. Shi Xiling was like an unrivaled demon king. Right now the killing aura around his body reached the heavens. The light within his eyes shocked a group of elders into trembling and retreating. He looked towards them, and unexpectedly no one looked back at him. Shi Xiling grasped his battle spear, and with one step, he advanced 10 feet. He fought as he advanced, and the palace his target's family lived was collapsing. Subdue and kill. The precious bones shined, and one patch of symbols after another interweaved on the ground, densely covering the air. They formed an inescapable net, and suppressing Shi Xiling within. Pooh! Shi Xiling was crazy. He madly rushed into the air. Like a burning divine flame, his entire body exploded with unmeasurable amounts of light, as if he was forged in gold. With his indomitable spirit, he waved the battle spear within his hands with all his might. Hub future ads. Immediately, the chants of heavenly deities were heard once again. Endless amount of power surged forth violently. With a precious technique that shook the heavens, he was like a divine golden deity as he swept across in every direction. Pong! A gigantic and violent explosion occurred where he stood, and rubble flew into the clouds. Divine light was released outwards like a boundless ocean. Shi Xiling's battle intent rose into the heavens. His battle spear danced and the entire area collapsed, and all the precious bones exploded. All of you, die for me. He brandished the golden battle spear within his hands. All those who were a part of the formation flew outwards like scarecrows before toppling over. Their blood splattered everywhere. No one was able to stop him as he pressed forward with large steps. Shi Xiling's wife carried their child. Sparkling radiance circulated her entire body as she followed closely behind the entire way. The little guy was very bewildered. Looking at the figure that seemed like a heavenly deity in front of him, he kept extending his little hands and stretched towards it as he felt an intimacy towards it. He tried to shout Yia from his mouth, but he was unable to speak a single word. His mother's nose was aching, and teardrops gathered within her beautiful eyes. The once spirited and intelligent child she once had now degenerated into this state. It made her feel so sad that her heart was bleeding. Stop him, many people shouted out in horror. Shi Xiling became a demon, and he became completely insane. It made them fear that he was going to completely exterminate all of them. Kill him for me, kill him. As a king, he naturally had many servants and even more scapegoats. This family feared that Shi Xiling would come and settle his debts with them, and naturally made many preparations. A group of densely packed people rushed forth. They were all experts that had no fear of death, and like ants with the will to bite an elephant to death, they wanted to completely tire out Shi Xiling while he was alive before killing him. Cowards! Shi Xiling did not show any fear. He stuck his battle spear onto the floor and activated his most powerful precious technique. At that moment, he was like a deity they offered sacrifices to. His aura was as powerful as a saint. A heavenly shocking sound was produced. Endless divine light bursted forth as if he stood in the center of the world. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, and a huge, vicious beast appeared, sweeping in all four directions. Ayahu! A deafening beast cry sounded out. This was a world-shocking precious technique. This fuzzy, archaic, vicious beast frantically wreaked havoc, and nothing could hinder its rampage. With a single drop of its claws, over 10 people fell victim to the bloodbath. This area became a scene of slaughter. That huge body was powerful and unrivaled. As it soared, over 100 experts were quickly killed, and everyone was terrified. This terrifying technique made people's hair stand up. With just one person, he was shockingly confronting an entire family of experts. Tong. Ultimately, Shi Xiling himself also began to move. His entire body began to emit an unfathomable amount of golden light. He swept forward, and the remaining people all flew away as their blood splashed out. In this short moment, the space in front of him was emptied. There was no one left to stop him, as they had all been disposed of. Xiling, have you killed enough and released some steam? A group of people appeared in front of him. The one speaking was indeed the fifth elder. Scarlet clouds surged from his body like a noble blood phoenix from Nirvana, and his golden eyes were like two golden lamps. At his side was an extraordinarily gifted child with natural-born double pupils. Although he was young, his presence and calmness put even adults to shame. After Shi obtained the Supreme Being Bone, he became even more extraordinary. When he blinked, divine light circulated around his eyes. With every movement, he unexpectedly exerted a frightening and imposing aura. He was still young, yet he already possessed such an exceptionally terrifying aura, as if he was destined to rule over every living being. He was like a deity who had just descended down into the world, looking down on everyone. Not enough, Shi Xiling responded coldly. He looked back towards the little guy who had expressionless eyes. He was full of worry since the little guy was on his last breaths. With his battle spear in hand, he pointed forward and said, "Unless you restore my son, a debt in blood must be repaid with blood. You people committed such malicious actions. Even heaven cannot tolerate this. Since you broke my son's supreme being bone, pay it back with 100 of yours." Chapter 60. Who will fight? Xiling, no one wished for this to happen. How can this matter be compensated? Do not hesitate to ask, however. You can't destroy my clan's right hand, the elder calmly said. Fifth elder, what are you saying? Shi Xiling's eyes widened with his golden battle spear vertical on the floor. He stared towards the group of experts across from him and said, "Seizing my son's supreme being bone and causing him to degenerate nearly to death. Moreover, allowing that disastrous piece of shit become the clan's right-hand man. How ironic that these words are coming out of your mouth." Fifth elder meant that he was ranked fifth in his generation. His name was Ming Yuan and was a generation older than Shi Xiling's father. He was a clan elder within the tribe and had a powerful and unfathomably deep cultivation. Xiling, whether this complicated matter is right or wrong should be discussed. You don't need to be angry. Let's sit down and talk it over slowly. We would certainly compensate you to your satisfaction. Shi Yuan blinked his eyes. Divine light circulated around him, and his aura was terrifying. Save it. How could Shi Xiling not be aware that the tribe had already made a decision a long time ago? How can it be taken back? He coldly said, "Let's not talk about other things. Hand over little Hao's supreme being bone." The expressions of the group of people across him all changed. They were all experts from Shi Yuan's family, and they numbered over 10 people. This request was impossible to fulfill. They couldn't hand over the supreme being bone no matter what. Xiling, if the supreme being bone is taken out again, it will be hard for it to continue working. Use something else as compensation, Shi Xiling gently told him. Whether or not it will continue working, you don't have to worry about it. What belonged to little Hao cannot be owned by anyone else, Shi Xiling shouted. There was a melancholic feeling within his heart. The precious bone that originally belonged to his child was taken just like that by someone else. No, Shi Yuan shook his head resolutely and said, "For our tribe's prosperity, this type of thing cannot happen. The natural-born supreme being cannot disappear. You refuse. Shi Ziling's imposing manner was like a rainbow. His eyes accumulated thunder and lightning. With his battle spear in hand, he began to take large steps. He looked forward and said, "Then I'll take it myself." He stared at Shi Yi and pointed the golden battle spear at his chest from afar. Multicolored light began to surge, and symbols rumbled like thunder as he began to take action. At Shi Yuan's sides, many experts held their weapons. A furious look gathered in their eyes as they prepared to take action. They were not going to allow a natural-born dual-pupiled saint to die young. They wanted to fight right then and there. Good, good, good. Shi Ziling said the word good 3 times consecutively. His rage began to surge violently, and the golden light within his pupils flourished even more. Ziling, any other request is fine. You just can't hurt little Yi. Shi Yuan walked out with a calm and steady gait. Scarlet light surged around his body, and his shocking might fluctuated up and down like an ocean. He was an absolutely top-level expert. Let alone within the tribe, his name was even reputed within the entire empire. Shi Ziling raised his spear. What else was there to be said? The only choice now was to fight. Around his golden battle spear, divine symbol appeared one after another, and they looked like they were forged from metal. There was a cold feeling about them as they surrounded his battle spear, and they were emitting incomparable divine might. Kill! Shi Ziling charged forward. With a shake of his battle spear, the entire sky began to shake. Those symbols, seemingly lifelike, emitted divine splendor and pressured downwards. With a hunglung sound, the 10 or so experts across from him involuntarily backed off. Like the weight of 10,000 mountains crushing down, it made all of their hearts quiver, and their bodies knelt down. This was the difference between them. Shi Ziling was a genius even recognized by the emperor, and his name was known everywhere. His strength was something that far surpassed what they could handle, and only clan leaders stood a chance against him. Only Shi Yuan remained on the battlefield. All the others staggered away without the strength to stand on their feet. Otherwise, their flesh and bones would have been crushed under the pressure of his aura. Rumbling sounds echoed as Shi Yuan's arms shook. Like a blood phoenix taking off into the skies, the scarlet light around him flowed into the heavens. His imposing aura suddenly increased by 10-fold in power, blocking the incoming might of the golden battle spear. Pong! The battle spear was like a rainbow as its might pressed forward. It gathered up all the golden symbols within the air, trembling the heavens and the earth. Symbols densely covered Shi Yuan's right hand and transformed it into a divine wing as he struck forward. Splendid and dazzling scarlet phoenix feathers curled around him as the world-shocking cries of a phoenix were released. The divine phoenix wing collided with the golden battle spear. Like 2 active volcanoes, magma flowed into the sky and flames covered the air. This entire area was glaring, and nothing else could be seen. Both sides violently clashed. In the blink of an eye, they had over 10 exchanges. One person was wrapped in golden light like a god of war, and the other was bathed in scarlet clouds like an archaic devil bird, the blood phoenix. Both their speeds were extremely fast, and they unceasingly collided with each other, each time releasing an intense light that reached the skies. The spectators were all shocked. Shi Ziling was too powerful. He was able to force such a powerful clan elder to fight for his life. None of them could believe it, as the difference in the amount of time they had spent cultivating differed by an extremely large margin. A shrill phoenix cry sounded, cracking open all the metal and rock in that area. Palace halls collapsed one after another, and it startled all the experts. They immediately used their symbols to protect their bodies. Otherwise, they would have inevitably received injuries. Shi Yuan's hair and beard extended. Lightning accumulated within his eyes, and his entire body shined. An archaic devil bird rushed forth from within his body, and it was scarlet red all over with pretty and colorful tail feathers. It expanded its wings, took to the sky, and aimed to kill Shi Ziling. He utilized his most powerful precious technique. Killing intent surged, frightening the onlookers into a state of incomparable shock. The clan elder was forced into using this method. Who? A dull roar sounded from where Shi Xiling stood. His entire body blossomed with golden light, and a huge vicious beast emerged as it squeezed between the heavens and the earth. Its head was held high as it roared, and it was as if a sovereign king who was served by over 10,000 creatures appeared as it overlooked the boundless earth. The figure of this beast was fuzzy, but no matter who it was, they knew this was one of the most powerful vicious beasts. Otherwise, there was no way it could possess such a tyrannical presence. With a rumble, the huge vicious beast's claws descended, covering the palace halls below. Its vicious aura shook everything within 10 squared meters, and everyone couldn't help but tremble and kneel down. The archaic devil bird released a long cry. It swept with its colorful wings toward that beast's claws, and the two clashed violently. This was a battle of precious techniques, a battle of life and death between two experts who stood at the very peak. Boundless divine light swept in all 4 directions, terrifying everyone. Grandfather hit his left rib. At this moment, Shi suddenly opened his mouth. His eyes held 2 pupils flowing with divine splendor. At a very young age, he already possessed a terrifying presence. His eyes were able to see through many things in this world, and he saw an opening in Shi Xiling, directly yelling out to remind his own grandfather to attack that weakness. Hong! Electricity shot out from Shi Yuan's eyes. He directed his precious technique, and that archaic devil bird immediately dove downwards towards the left rib of Shi Xiling to target his weakness. Who? Unfortunately, that huge archaic vicious beast released a cry that shook the mountains and rivers, while instantly blocking that terrifying phoenix-like vicious bird. The heavens and earths trembled with the strike of its claws. Grandfather, attack the left armpit of that vicious beast, said Shi once again. His eyes were incredibly profound and emitted strands of divine radiance. Incomparably frightening divine powers circulated. With a honglong sound, the archaic vicious bird attacked once again. Both its wings were spread out and its beak was wide open. It sprayed out endless amounts multicolored light, and a single one of those strands of light was able to devastate a group of experts. Pang! The vicious beast lifted its huge claws and directly slapped the archaic vicious bird's beaks to block all the multicolored light, not allowing it to attack. Strike its stomach, shouted Shi once again. His eyes were now like 2 burning divine lamps. The aura that circulated around him could make many people palpitate in fear. With another honglong sound, the archaic vicious bird rapidly and viciously flung its tail feathers towards the chest of the vicious beast. Unfortunately, it failed once again and was almost countered by that huge beast claw, leaving it no choice but to rapidly retreat. Not good, his speed is too fast. Sweat dripped from Shi's forehead. He kept pointing out the weaknesses, however Shi Xiling was incredibly calm and incomparably indifferent. His actions were like lightning, and his control over his precious technique was nimble and masterful without any points to exploit. Shi had dual pupils and was able to see the origin of many things. He saw the weaknesses, but the speed at which he pointed them out was fundamentally unable to compete with Shi Xiling's speed. Fifth Elder, you're not enough, Shi Xiling said. Even more splendid light exploded forth from within his body. That figure of the huge beast rapidly expanded and then exploded into the symbols of the archaic vicious beast. They rushed in and fused with his body. His radiance was magnificent as he walked forward with his battle spear in hand. With every step, he shook the earth. He rapidly thrusted forward with the battle spear, and golden light penetrated that archaic vicious bird, killing it immediately. Pong! The tip of the golden spear changed direction and struck forward once again. Shi Yuan exposed his fearful face, but it was already too late. Symbols wrapped around the spear tip and penetrated his shoulders. Shi Yuan released a huge scream. He exhausted all the strength within his body and concentrated all the symbols toward his shoulder. It was incredibly dazzling and magnificent. He flew backwards and interweaved his mysterious symbols to stop the sound from expanding. A shining and bloody hole appeared through the front and back where the spear penetrated. If it was anyone else, their entire body would certainly have split apart before exploding. Even if they were more powerful, that arm would most likely be completely smashed apart, however. Shi Yuan had a shocking precious technique that could freeze his wounds. Although it was half crippled, at least his arm wasn't smashed apart. Even so, he had already lost his fighting strength. His entire body seemed like it had aged roughly 10 years. He had abruptly fallen into the realm of ordinary men, as it was tough for him to fight ever again. Their clan elder lost the fight. In Shi Yuan's family, no one was a match for Shi Xiling. This was simply too mind-blowing. How old was he? He was only 20 or so this year, yet he already thoroughly suppressed the strongest people within the tribe. The scene was completely silent. Shi Yuan's family was dreadful. Shi Xiling walked forward one step at a time. The golden battle spear in his hand was pointed forward as he stared at Shi Yi and said, "My dear nephew, it was you that told your mother that little Hao had a supreme being bone within his body, right? How considerate of you." Shi Yi didn't say anything and stood where he was. The divine light within his eyes dimmed. "The tribe has to punish you, mother. You're threatening suicide so she doesn't get killed, right? I'm curious as to whether or not you really would slit a knife through your own throat if I kill her today," Shi Xiling calmly said. "Clan elders, why are you still not doing anything?" a few people shouted. Shi Xiling didn't turn around at all. He knew that the instant he made his move, the clan elder had already appeared and sealed off the entire palace with the precious bones of archaic descendants, preventing the sounds of shouting and battling to transmit outside. "Xiling, 1,000 mistakes, 10,000 mistakes, it's all our mistakes. This vicious woman is here. It's up to you how you want to deal with her. However, you can't touch little Yi." At this moment, several clan elders appeared together. Each of them had shockingly powerful abilities. They were all old senior elders who had lived in seclusion for many years, and they were several generations older than Shi Xiling. Their eyes were all splendid like little suns, as they were the true experts of the tribe. In front of them, there was a woman who was bound together and was currently being escorted forward. "Sister-in-law, is your heart red or is it actually black?" Shi Xiling clenched his teeth and then shouted loudly, able to be so cruel and unscrupulous. Not far away, Shi had an indifferent expression. His double pupils were shining and emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. There was unexpectedly a bone-chilling wind that made everyone shiver. Shi Xiling continued and said, "I told you already. You break one of my son's bones, I'll break 100 of your son's bones. Today, not even the sovereign from heaven will be able to stop me." The young woman raised her head and held an ice-cold expression on her face. She said nothing, but her heart was indeed full of fear and regret. Their family had obviously already sent out many of their most powerful experts to kill this couple. How could they have still be alive? "I'll let your own eyes bear witness," Shi Xiling shouted, and then abruptly turned around to face Shi Ye. He raised his golden battle spear, and as if it was a metal rod, he prepared to throw it. "You dare!" Some of the clan elders were furious. "Xiling, stay your hand. You can't hurt little Yi, anything else can be discussed," other clan elders also shouted. "Shi Xiling, are you rebelling?" The clan elders who were more partial towards Shi Yuan were shouting even louder. All these people blocked him at the same time and immediately used their heaven-shocking precious techniques, illuminating the entire sky. "So what if I rebel? What I say goes. No one will stop me," Shi Xiling shouted loudly. He continued to swing the golden battle spear in his hand without changing directions, directly smashing towards where Shi was. However, the group of tribe elders stood in his way, with all kinds of precious techniques were activated. Symbols sealed the direction where the spear descended. Shi Xiling shook his arm, and incomparably complicated symbols began to interweave and descend along with the golden battle spear, emitting a strange power. Not good. All the clan elders were gobsmacked. They felt a hidden force penetrate straight through their precious techniques, heading straight for Shi Ye. Although the power continuously weakened as it passed through them, it was still very frightening. What is this precious technique? They were fearful since the tribe had no records on it. It was extremely strange and unexpectedly passed through their bodies and precious techniques as it traveled forward. Even if they wanted to stop it, it was too late. Ugh. Shi released a blood-curdling scream. His entire body flew across horizontally into a rock garden. Blood was all over his body, and the bones within his body began to crack and pop. Over 100 of his bones were broken instantly. Little Yi, the young woman was dreadful and shouted out in fear. Then she suddenly lifted her head and released a vicious aura while staring at Shi Xiling. She coldly said, "My father and the others won't let you go." Kai. Golden rays of light flickered, and Shi Xiling indifferently tossed out the golden battle spear in his hand. With a poo sound, it penetrated her body and sent her flying. She traveled over 10 feet away, and her body was nailed onto the floor. Chapter 61, Dual Pupils. Absolutely silent, everyone was quaking in fear. What kind of power was this? Even with several clan elders fighting together, they surprisingly still couldn't stop Shi Xiling. He was like an unstoppable god of war as he bathed in the splendid radiance between the heaven and earth. The young woman was drenched in blood while pinned to the ground. That golden spear was still vibrating, and this killing attack was incomparably terrifying. Over 100 bones within Shi had snapped. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he lifted his head to see the young woman. His dual pupils immediately shot out 2 astonishing beams of light as he shouted in an overcast manner. This was absolutely not the voice of a child. That was an ice-cold, angry, and tyrannical voice that sent chills down everyone's spines. Shi Xiling was astonished. Although his strongest attack was 90% mitigated by several clan elders, it wasn't something that a normal person could live through. It was merely a child who wasn't even 4 years old, yet he was already this astonishing. Although hundreds of bones had been broken, he became increasingly tyrannical as his divine furnace burned even brighter on the verge of death. Little Yi. Several clan elders shouted loudly and became several flashes of electricity. They immediately surrounded him and guarded all sides. They were previously terrified, as this was a child who possessed the dual pupils of the saints and a fused supreme being bone. He was destined for greatness, and in the future, he would rule this ancient country. How could they lose him? Xiling, how can you act like this? A few clan elders shouted. Shi Xiling, you overstepped your bounds and had the heart to attack Little Yi. Do you truly have a heart of a stone and want to cripple our tribe's future? The voice of the clan elders who were partial towards Shi Yuan were even more severe as they berated. The group of were all worried. The dual-pupiled child cannot be allowed to die. The natural-born supreme being bone also could not disappear. Otherwise, the loss would be disastrous. This was their clan's pride that they placed their futures on. Who feels pity for my child, then? Shi Xiling calm said. That cold intention, that tone of voice, and that expression made others tremble. They clearly invoked his wrath. The little guy was originally intelligent, adorable, and was born with a supreme being bone. Previously, he could have looked down on both the heavens and the earth, but in the end, his precious bone was taken away from him. His body went through severe atrophy, to the point where he couldn't recognize the most intimate people in his life, and couldn't even speak a single word. He was at his last breath, and even his life couldn't be guaranteed. How could he be willing? How could he not be angry? Shi Xiling was spiteful and mad. After hearing these condemnations, his eyes became terrifyingly cold. Who would pity the little guy? Why didn't they care about him? 2 golden rays of light shot out of his eyes as if they were lightning streaking across the air, shocking the group of people into retreat. They were speechless, and a portion of the clan elders were silently ashamed. The little guy is really pitiful. Finally, one of them sighed and stated, not only did the naturally born supreme being bone not bring glory and splendor to the clan, he was even backstabbed. It was truly lamentable. What kind of naive and kind-hearted child could make others feel so sad? Xiling, no matter what, please stop what you're doing, an elder urged. The other clan elders crouched to examine the state Shi's body was in. As long as he wasn't dead, they would treat his wounds no matter how high the price was. Strands of multicolored light seeped out of Shi's eyes. It was a strange sight. It slowly wrapped up his body like a cocoon and nourished his body. After some pie-paw sounds, his broken bones actually returned back to their original positions. Although they couldn't be connected immediately, his body was no longer soft, and he could already sit up. His eyes were as deep as a sea of stars, as his dual pupils emitted a mysterious power and continuously released multicolored light. This astonished many people and sent them into a state of stupor. Such a powerful dual pupil individual. It's even more powerful than the legends. After the fearful events, some clan elders couldn't control their admiration. With a wing sound, his chest began to flicker and brim with holy light, solidifying all of his bloody wounds. Furthermore, his bones began to move rhythmically all over to the tune of a divine sound, as if they were slowly growing well again. This was the power of the Supreme Being Bone. The people were stunned. It hadn't even been 2 weeks, yet it was this terrifying. It truly lived up to its reputation. Shi Ziling's heart was in pain. This was little Hao's bone, but it unexpectedly displayed such a shocking effect in the body of another person. If it fully matured, how heaven-defying would it be? Xiling, give up, advised a clan elder. Shi Xiling, just retrain yourself now. If not, you'll be put down today. Those clan elders who were biased towards Shi Yuan weren't courteous at all, and their eyes were full of cold intentions. Shi Xiling waved his hand, and the battle spear that was nailed into the ground was pulled out. Golden rays of light burned magnificently, and with a poo sound. It brought with it a blossoming string of blood as it returned. "Mother," Shi loudly called out. He unexpectedly left the bosoms of the clan elder and rushed over. His eyes emitted a light with divine splendor that terrified others as he wished to mend that body. However, before he even approached, the young woman let out a wretched scream as a small portion of her body exploded. Meanwhile, Shi Xiling took large strides forward and pointed his battle spear forwards with his imposing killing intent. The clan elder held Shi back immediately and rapidly retreated. Shi Xiling was like a demon king right now, and he would kill everything that blocked his way. They had to avoid the tip of that spear. To the several ancestral elders here, you guys were here a long time ago. Why haven't you shown your face until now? Shi Xiling suddenly said. The mansion had been shrouded by hazy light a long time ago. It was the precious bones of an archaic descendant that locked this entire area up, preventing the battle and shouting noises from leaking out. 4 elders appeared, and they each appeared in a different corner. They sat upon the palace, and mist curled up around them. They appeared to be hazy and indistinct, as if they were primordial gods that appeared before the heavens were created. They were so terrifying that it made people shudder in fear. They didn't make any actions, but they certainly suppressed all 4 directions. Before I entered the mansion and had the chance to take action, you guys already locked down this entire area. Since it already turned out like this, why won't you guys take action? Shi Xiling asked. His eyes were filled with anger. As soon as he returned to his mansion, he felt a strangeness and peculiarity. The supreme experts within the clan had already begun plotting everything before he even went wild. Xiling, put everything behind for now. In 10 years, you will govern our stone clan, an ancestral elder said. To let me keep the seat warm for little Yi and hand it over to him in 20 years, said Shi Xiling with an indifferent voice as he turned to look at his wife and child. His child was born with the Supreme Being Bone, yet he fell to such an extent. Right now, he had absolutely nothing. Xiling, you already killed many people. You should be done venting already. Just give up, spoke an ancestral elder. I can. Just return the Supreme Being Bone back to my child, Shi Xiling shouted loudly. The 4 ancestral elders were silent as they sat in their spiral position. Mist curled around them, making them barely visible and indistinct like the chaos before the birth of the world. However, their seemingly hidden yet terrifying aura trembled the heaven and earth. Shi Shi Xiling, you're being too excessive. Do you know who you're talking to? Those are our clan's ancestral elders. Do you even have a shred of respect left? Shouted a few elders. F***CK off, Shi Xiling shouted. Even the clan elders lost to him. How could this ordinary elder who depended on others still dare to provoke him? With a poke of his spear, divine light was released in 10,000 directions. 1,000 different colors were displayed, and golden symbols pressed outwards like the sea. With a poo sound, that person's exploded on the spot and only left behind a blood mist. Shi Xiling, the clan have not been unkind towards you. This ancestral elder still promises that you'll have control of the clan after 10 years. How are you still unsatisfied? A clan elder grimly stated. Try and say this same bullshit after someone takes a sword and beheads your son, said Shi Xiling without a trace of politeness. Then there's no other way but to put you down and banish you into the wild and bitter lands, a person shouted. An extremely imposing elder walked forward and concentrated all of his spirit to fiercely battle Shi Xiling with the intention of capturing him. The entire area suddenly overflowed with divine light, and the entire heaven and earth lit up as it received the embrace of this resplendent radiance. However, this imposing elder still flew out in the end while spitting out large chunks of blood. He suffered a serious injury and was almost cut into pieces. The clan's experts all came, but upon seeing this, their hearts shuddered. Shi Xiling was truly too powerful. It really was too unfortunate to banish such an outstanding person. The clan elders were all emotionally stirred, but there were still some people who took action. All of a sudden, 3 of them walked forward while activating their precious techniques to attack him. Immediately, this entire place was filled with deafening and ear-splitting noise. Divine light tore through the heavens, and thunder roiling like the ocean. The killing intent was incredibly severe as they destroyed the entire place. All kinds of holy light danced in the air as their supreme precious techniques wreaked havoc. Shi Xiling, you have so much nerve. Do you intend to betray and destroy our clan? The clan elders who were biased toward Shi Yuan shouted and took large steps forward with the intention of entering the battle. 9th Grand Elder, carry me. Suddenly Shi spoke and told a clan elder to bring him into the battle. You, Shi Li was amazed. I have dual pupils. I can instill my mysterious powers into your body and assist you while fighting, Shi said to him quietly while leaning towards his ear. Shi Li immediately carried him and discharged his symbols while wrapping him within. The two suddenly felt like they were connected together. He felt an acute pain within both his eyes, and then he was able to see through everything. All the precious techniques and attacks became slower in front of his eyes. Even though he was a clan elder and had a noble status, he was still shocked. This child was truly inconceivable. He was so young, yet he had such a remarkable precious technique and ability. With a shua sound, Shi Li rushed into battle and launched his attack. His eyes were brilliant like the blazing sun, and were able to see through every opening as he took his tyrannical and violent actions. Kai. A precious technique activated, and gorgeous symbols converged together into a dagger shaped like a flood dragon covered in dense scales and sinister claws. It rushed forward with its tip in front and streaked past Shi Xiling's hair, cutting off a black strand. Good! Shi Li achieved success with just a single strike, so he was immediately pleasantly surprised. He secretly muttered to let few other people cooperatively carry Shi Yi in order to launch an unrivaled and powerful killing blow. Shi's dual pupils began to emit light as he leaned on the back of a clan elder. He coldly stared at the figure of the golden war god who stood in the midst of the battlefield. Although he was still very young, the gaze in his eyes could already make people's heart beat irregularly. The 4 clan elders had a huge and incredibly intense battle with Shi Xiling. The onlooking clansmen were all fearful in the face of the disaster. Wang. Suddenly, Shi began to transmit a sound. With the cooperation of the clan elder, he drew out a huge amount of his spirit essence to nourish his own body. His dual pupil discharged a light that shot forth a bunch of densely packed symbols into the air. It was unexpected, able to influence all the precious technique in the area, and greatly interfered with Shi Ziling's attack. So powerful, many people cried out in alarm. Although this child is still young, he's truly complicated. This made all the elders who sat in the mist from afar stare widely. Pong! A multicolored light blazed magnificently, and the four great elders' attacks were like howling winds and torrential rain, and their precious techniques shocked the heavens. Shi Ziling's body flashed, and his precious technique was interrupted, and he was almost met with a disaster. His eyes suddenly became ice cold as he stared forward. "Protect little you well," shouted a clan elder with fear swaying in his heart. Chapter 62, The Little Guy. Nothing will go wrong as long as the four ancestral elders are here. I believe they've purposely allowed 100 of little Yi's bones break earlier because they were allowing Shi Ziling to vent out a bit of his anger. Another clan elder calm and collectedly said. Shi Ziling held his battle spear and flew forth like a demonic god. After a long whistle, a huge, archaic, vicious beast emerged from within his body and followed him in his killing path. Zoo! Shi raised head. His eyes were deep and profound as if the sun and the moon rotated within them, and a river of stars fell in between, extremely terrifying. Soon afterwards, he released two beams of magnificent light forged out of symbols. The symbols were densely packed, and they violently shot into the sky. Once again, he sent the heaven and earth into chaos to interfere with Shi Ziling's technique. However, this time, it was useless. With a sweep of his golden battle spear, the heaven and earth began to rumble. 10,000 golden waves surged forth and crushed each and every corner. With a poo sound, several clan elders began to spit out blood as they were swept away. After Shi Li landed, he began to stagger, spitting out blood with every step. He almost allowed Shi to fly away as his body shuddered from nearly falling over. Who, by Shi Ziling's side, that archaic vicious beast was also displaying its earth-shaking might. Its demonic aura was like the sea as it began to spread into every direction. The four clan elders were shaken once again, and they spat out blood. Keep fighting. The four rushed forward and attacked together. These several individuals were engaged in an intense battle. Their precious technique rushed into the heavens and shook every direction. Intense rays of light flourished as Shi Ziling had the appearance of a golden war god. Under the combined attack of the four experts, he was unexpectedly able to gain the upper hand. The great battle reached its climax, and the four clan elders' clothes were all dyed with blood. However, as the battle went on, Shi Ziling became even more valiant. His divine splendor overflowed into the heavens as it oppressed and suffocated those people. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of fluctuation began to emit from Shi Li's body, as if an archaic divine monarch was appearing. It shook the vast heavens and the earth, and his chest was emitting light. Huh, Shi Ziling was shocked. This was too sudden. This terrifying strength was able to oppress everything. It even surprisingly stopped the golden battle spear and obliterated that archaic vicious beast by Shi Ziling's side. The divine light within Shi Ziling's eyes began to increase dramatically. By shooting out two golden rays of lightning from within his eyes, he was able to scatter that terrifying fluctuation. The battle spear within his hands once again lit up with light, and a large cluster of symbols rotated about, as it exerted its intimidation in every direction. Hung! The golden battle spear pierced forward as if it were penetrating the heaven and earth. The chants of deities began to sound as the incredibly divine and genuine radiance sprinkled everywhere. He was using an attack to defend himself. Shi Li's attack was truly terrifying, and it was almost as if he was one with Shi Ye. His chest began to emit light, and complicated net-like patterns covered his body as it circulated various heavenly mysteries. That aura was too terrifying. It shook the other three clan elders until they all spat out blood and began to retreat. It overwhelmed all of them, because even though this attack wasn't directed at them, they still felt such a strong backlash. In the distance, all the spectators felt like they were struck by a hammer. All of their bodies began to tremble, and they couldn't help but stagger backwards. The people who were a bit closer had blood coming out of the corner of their mouths, and their breathing practically stopped. They couldn't help but feel the need to kneel and bow. It's little Hao's supreme being bone. Shi Xialing's gaze suddenly turned as cold as possible as his anger reached its peak. Shi Li carried Shi Yi on his back. The two of them together forcefully operated that bone to utilize its divine might, shaking everyone in every direction with no exceptions. However, with just this one attack, Shi Li's spirit essence was completely empty. He couldn't bear it any longer and began to continuously cough out blood. His body began to swing to and fro as cracks began to appear throughout. As for Shi Yi, who was on his back, his chest began to emit catcha sounds. The bones, which returned back into place, began to jolt out again. He suffered serious damage from the backlash, since the Supreme Being bone wasn't completely matured yet and shouldn't be used like this. Shi Xialing was vigorously blazed all over with golden light. He stood over the entire sky and was so powerful that it made people shudder. He was actually unaffected by the precious bone's attack as he continued to force his way forward. Dong. With each step, the heavens and the earth trembled. He was like a death god who broke out from his fetters, bringing about an aura of misfortune. His entire body emitted bone-splitting killing intent as his spear swept forward. The 3 clan elders were sent flying. Their bodies were bloody all over as they fell in between a group of people. They were unable to crawl back up again as many of their bones were broken, and they had difficulty using their symbols. As for Shi Li, he had to face Shi Xialing's most powerful attack. The spear tip began to radiate and fly into the sky like a golden flood dragon. It penetrated through his protective precious technique and spilt a great deal of his fresh blood. A small chunk of his body exploded. The sharp pain caused him to tremble, and his symbols were immediately obliterated. They were completely ineffective, and fear was written all of his face. Like an ancient god king, Shi Xialing was bathed in radiance all over. He took a step forward and pointed his golden battle spear forward with the intention of piercing both Shi Li and Shi Yi and impaling them into the ground. Xialing, you should restrain yourself now. Precisely at this moment, the ancestral elder on the east suddenly made his move. He was still sitting just a moment ago, but he arrived in front of them like a streak of lightning. His entire body emitted a mist, and his figure was indistinct. He stretched a hand forward to block that terrifying spear tip in order to protect those 2 people. In actuality, they were always here. From the moment Shi Xialing stepped into the mansion, they made their move and sealed this entire region. At the earliest moment, when Shi Xialing stepped into the clan, he felt a weird atmosphere. He sensed the aura of the 4 ancestral elders and immediately had a terrible premonition. The 4 had extremely deep cultivation, and it was difficult to sense just how deep it was. As long as they were here, it was far too difficult to rely on force to achieve justice. It was absolutely unknown just how long they had cultivated for. Ancestors, is this how you administer justice? Shi Xialing shouted. I know that you feel wronged. The entire clan feels sorry towards little Hao, but please believe us when we say that we will certainly make it up to you, the ancestral elders said. At this precise moment, mist began to fill the air, and the other 3 ancestral elders also appeared, trapping him in the middle while remaining silent. I refuse, Shi Xialing roared loudly. His entire body began to emit light, and the golden spear within his hand tilted toward the south sky. Symbols surged forth as he activated his supreme precious technique to initiate a battle once again. No one could contain their emotions. He dared to fight with the ancestral elders. This was the first time in clan history where someone dared to act like this. Shi Xialing's power shocked everyone. Xialing, you're being too excessive. If you insist on fighting, then don't blame us for putting you down, an ancestral elder said. Then let's fight. Shi Xialing waved his battle spear again as his entire body brightened. Symbols began to interweave, and an archaic, vicious beast rushed forth. This world-shaking precious technique was his most powerful attack. The day seemed to have been torn apart as the dazzling holy light obscured the entire area. No one could face it head-on, and everyone was trembling without exception. They felt the need to kneel in face of this divine power. Suppress him, the ancestral elders took action. The most terrifying battle was currently happening at this place. It shook the heavens and the earth, shaking everyone to the core. Everyone's soul was shivering uncontrollably as they felt waves of fear. I can't see. In front of the stone village's big willow tree, the little guy's face was full of tears, and he couldn't see that battle. Since you were too young, you couldn't see those series of fights. The willow tree's voice sounded. Chaotic air began to fill the atmosphere, and this place was still in a state of indistinct haziness. I want to keep looking. I need to know the results. The little guy tightly clenched his fists. Although he knew these things happened a long time ago, he was still feeling nervous. The stone mansion was filled with a dazzling splendor. All kinds of holy light flew about while it overshadowing the daylight. It covered the entire mansion, and it was absolutely impossible to see anything else. Two hearts beat as one. Finally, the little guy's mother entered the battle as well. She held him as she entered the battlefield to cooperate with Shi Hao. And they were going to activate a precious technique that could shake the entire empire. Unfortunately, the little guy couldn't see anything. The only thing that entered his eyes was the light caused by the precious technique. It was gorgeous to the point of making people's hearts shudder. The entire world was dyed in a faint gold by this divine and holy light. Finally, he passed out in his mother's bosoms because he was too weak. Right before he shut his large eyes, he saw his young older brother on the outskirts of the battle. Although Shi had many of his bones broken, his spiritual essence did not weaken. His dual pupils were still deep and profound as he stared at Shi Hao with a chilly look. Then he turned to look at the little guy, and a smirk was formed at his mouth. His eyes contained a glittering radiance that shunned the entire world. After looking at the little guy for only a moment, he lost interest. Since the little guy was at his last breath and lost his supreme being bone, his life was basically lost and was unworthy of his interest. For a long time after that, the little guy was in a dizzy state. He lingered around on the brink of life and death and became incredibly weak. His life force seemed like it could dry up at any moment, and he didn't know what was happening in front of him at all. Once he woke up again, he had already arrived in a wild and desolate land that was far away from the vast ancient country. They had left the bustling empire to a place that held a world of difference. They arrived at a large, shabby manor. This was the recovery place for the ancestors of the Stone family and could be considered as a second ancestral land. Xiling, you're truly exceptional. An elder with white hair and bear patted his old desk in excitement. He was also furious and said, "If I was 50 years younger and had your power, I would wreak havoc within the empire as well. They dared to bully the people of our family." Shi Hao shook head, and his face was somewhat pale. An elderly old man opened his mouth and said, "To go as far as sending you to this bitter land, they are truly excessive. You're still so young." "That's right. They call this their second ancestral land, but what is it really? It's cold and barren. This place isn't a happy paradise at all, and it absolutely isn't suitable for long-term cultivation." This shabby second ancestral land was located on the outskirts of the desolate lands. Only those who committed huge blunders or provoked some huge disaster would be exiled to this place. "This was the agreement I had with them. Little Hao is to be raised here," Shi Hao said. "Isn't that the same thing? You're being exiled to this place," an elder angrily said, and then asked in confusion, "What did they give you after all was said and done?" If little Hao could recover his exuberant life force, they would return his supreme being bone right away, Shi Hao said. "Child, how can you believe such things? This is just their way of stalling. With little Hao's injuries like this, even if he could live on, he absolutely wouldn't be able to nourish a supreme being bone." The elder beat his chest and stamped his feet. Apart from the servants here, there were 4 special elders. They were all characters who were once famed for their outstanding performance and had extremely high positions in the family. The only thing was that they committed some huge mistakes in the past, and were exiled to this wild and desolate land. If not for the fact that they didn't want to make their heirs' lives complicated, they would have escaped a long time ago since their cultivation levels were extremely frightening. Many years passed by in a flash, and those people were already in their declining years without much time left. The four elders gave me a ruined drawing behind everyone's back and told me if I could find the real ancestral land of our clan, then perhaps little Hao could recover there, said Shi Xiling lightly. A look of concern lingered over his wife, who stood at the side while holding the weak little guy. A smile hadn't appeared on her beautiful face for a long time. What our clan's real ancestral land? Several elders all widened their eyes, since that wasn't an ordinary place. There were many mysteries and legends that talked about the first ancestors of the Stone Clan originating from that place. They founded the Endless Glory and established the ancient country. Those people were all excited. That ancestral land was attached to the hearts of many people within the Stone Clan. It held many mysteries, and there were rumors of that place being able to give birth to saints. However, their ancestors severed connections with that place, and it became impossible to find. Is that real or fake? They're not lying to you, right? One of the elders wasn't very convinced. No matter what, I have to give it a try and use my greatest effort to restore Hayar. Shi Xiling's face was unwavering and determined. What if you can't find it? An elder mentioned. Then I'll look for an ancient sacred mountain within the vast reaches of the wasteland and find a divine medicine. I absolutely won't allow Hayar to fall into oblivion like this, Shi Xiling said. His wife, who stood by his side, nodded. Her beautiful eyes was brimming with determination as she held the little guy. The elders immediately jumped in fear. They all opened their mouths and solemnly warned. Xiling, don't just randomly do things. An ancient sacred mountain isn't a place you can just randomly walk into. There might be a genuine Hu, golden-winged Peng, and those types of creatures living there. You'd be throwing your life away. Shi Xiling was always researching that diagram. If it wasn't his last resort, he naturally wouldn't step into an ancient sacred mountain. He still hoped that he could find the ancestral land. If Hayar died, then my life and death struggle with them will be imminent. I will kill until their world is turned upside down. Shi Xiling's gaze was terrifying as he exposed his frightening aura. According to the promise, Hayar should remain here in order to recover. They acted like this because they don't feel at ease around you. This is their way of putting you under control, and they fear that you might go back and start killing everything, said an elder. I won't allow Hayar to stay here. Shi Xiling naturally wasn't that type of inflexible person. Let's do this. Let's not give them any excuses. If we can't be certain whether or not you can cure Hayar, then we'll find a child as a substitute. In the future, we must get back that supreme being bone. Afterwards, Shi Xiling and his wife experienced countless trials and tribulations in order to find Stone Village. When they saw the scorched black willow tree, they were truly shocked. They were very powerful, so they naturally found out that this tree was extraordinary. However, they were disappointed at everything else in Stone Village. A gust of wind blew by and dispersed the mist. Under the willow tree, the little guy stood in isolation with tears all over his face. After a long while, the willow tree finally asked him, "How do you feel?" "My heart aches so much. Father, Mother, where are you right now?" The little guy continuously wept. "You really are a kind-hearted child. You aren't aroused by the hatred, and you haven't lost your reasoning to seek revenge." The willow tree transmitted its voice through, and then it said once again, "You lost the supreme being bone. Don't you hate it? The brilliance of Shi will certainly be world-shaking. He would be enveloped in endless divine glory, and an ordinary person could never hope to look up to him." The little guy naturally knew that Shi's destiny was bound to surpass ordinary people, and he could picture Shi's glory transcending the earth. He calmed replied, "Isn't it just a bone? Supreme being isn't a title that can be bestowed. It's not something that a peace bone can decide. It's something that you create yourself by taking one step at a time. Since you are able to speak such words, then I'll tell you a secret." The willow tree was very happy and reassuring. What secret? The little guy was astonished. Have you ever seen wilted grass and dried wood prosper again? Asked the willow tree. Chapter 63, The True Primordial Record. I've obviously seen it before. The little guy lightly nodded and quietly said, Autumn winds will shed yellow leaves, wildfires will burn the withered greenery. Winter winds will whistle past, new branches will arrive with the spring scenery, spoke the willow tree. Wilted grass and dried wood prospering again was a natural occurrence, but right now, this was extremely emotionally touching for the little guy. He understood what the willow tree meant. Willow deity, are you saying that one day the supreme being bone within my body will be reborn? The little guy's eyes were brightly lit with tears. A vigorous surge of life emerged from within his softness and immaturity. Nothing is absolute. I'm only saying it's a possibility. The willow tree didn't deny it. The little guy immediately clenched his little fists, and his eyes were blinking brightly. He gained a sense of yearning and expectation. Although he was optimistic, he didn't believe that a single supreme being bone could determine a person's life. However, after recalling that he was originally born with a power that rivaled a genuine Hu or a golden winged peng, yet it was cruelly stolen from him and bloodily implanted into the body of another, it still gave him a sense of loss. Right now, a single beam of light was shining down onto his heart, making him feel so much more joy, and invigorated his fighting spirit even more. Willow deity, can you explain in more detail? Help guide me on the correct path. The little guy's big, spirited eyes were black and white. His appearance was quite immature, yet it was still rather brilliant. To be honest, there isn't much to be said. The most simple and ordinary principles are gathered in the most common objects. When an ancient tree snaps, perhaps it might die because its life force had been exhausted. On the other hand, when chives are planted, they seem to be yellow and frail at first. However, after being planted again and again, it becomes increasingly dense and green, gradually thickening. And then there is the silkworm. If it's trapped within its cocoon, it would only be stifled to death and killed. However, if it managed to break out, it would transform into a butterfly, bright and beautiful. This is a once-in-a-lifetime nirvana, detaching itself from its past. The willow deity calmed spoke. The news wasn't very astonishing since these were only ordinary events. The little guy's large eyes then began to become brighter. He looked at the scorched black trunk, as well as its only tender green branch, and said, like willow deity, who shined with opportunity through destruction, the willow deity will grow even more powerful, and this is a type of refinement, as well as a unique way of cultivation. After nirvana, you will far exceed everyone else. Your comprehension is very good, but as for my situation, it's better if you don't make any more wild assumptions. The willow deity spoke with a faint trace of smiling expression. It was rare for its expression to fluctuate. Willow deity, was it you who saved me? The little guy seemed like he thought of something. He was so feeble back then, and his body seriously degenerated to the point that he almost perished. The mountain wind breezed by, and that sparkling green branch swayed. The willow said, if I bestowed you with an opportunity to live, you would only have been able to survive. You would have had to live the rest of your life ordinarily. At first, I only watched quietly. I survived by myself. The little guy was astounded. Correct, when you almost withered, your life force began to reconstruct and strengthen bit by bit, until you finally straightened it up yourself without my interference, replied the willow tree honestly. Wilted grass and dried wood prospering again, so it turns out that I endured it myself. The little guy began to understand, and his large onyx eyes shined even brighter. When the willow tree watched the little guy's withered life began to reborn, it was somewhat emotionally moved. Its situation was similar to the little guy, and was able to sympathize with him through similar pains. I must also warn you, nothing is absolute. Although you survived by relying on yourself and invigorated your own life force, being able to give birth to another supreme being bone is a whole different story. I understand. The little guy carefully nodded and wasn't optimistically ignorant, because he had still never felt the appearance of a supreme being bone appear in his body. the willow deity spoke again. However, once it's reborn, it'll be destined to surpass the past. Your foundation will undergo nirvana, and your symbols will become even more complete and mysterious, containing even more divine powers. It will surpass the past and be completely different. The chaotic mist dispersed, and the village entrance was clearly and peacefully restored. A streak of golden light scuttled near, and Harry Ball, who seemed like a plump golden fist, landed on the little guy's shoulder, endless, crying out with shy sounds. The chief and the group of other people all surrounded him when they saw the tears on the little guy's face. Linhu's wife and various others all began to comfort him as they wiped away his tears. They were all extremely caring towards him. Little guy, this place is your home. No matter what kind of past experiences you went, though, we're all your family, said a group of middle-aged men. Then a group of elders extended their rough hands as well and rubbed his head. Their mouths split open and smiled. It's not a big deal. Our stone village had even given birth to a deity. In the future, you'll certainly be able to compete with experts on the level of the archaic devil bird, golden-winged peng. You must understand, that's an existence able to kill even gods. Little guy, don't cry. You have us too. We're all brothers who have grown up together. Whatever happens in the future, we'll shoulder it together, the group of children also shouted. And the little guy wiped his tears dry and nodded with all his might. The villagers were all kind towards him and let him grow up joyfully and happily. His childhood wasn't filled with hatred or regret at all. Of course, he would inevitably walk into that ancient country in the future and demand an explanation. Grandpa, I want to become stronger. The little guy had never thirsted for more power like he had today. However, his cultivation had reached its limits within Stone Village. There was nothing else he could learn here. But that ancient country controlled millions of li, and it had incredibly vast mountains and rivers, as well as a population of over billions. With such an unimaginable number, there would inevitably be many geniuses in every generation that had world-shocking powers. His little older brother was even more of a bright, blazing sun. His radiance was destined to illuminate the great earth. He was born with dual pupils and had the gifts of ancient saints and deities. Moreover, he also obtained the little guy, supreme being bone. If he were to mature, he would absolutely be a heavenly deity. Shi was almost 10 now. His name must have certainly spread within the empire already. To be faced with a little older brother who had so many eyes on him, who was destined to reach even higher than the heavens, and who could compete with a heavenly, archaic, vicious beast. True who, the little guy still felt quite a bit of pressure. Become strong. My clan's inheritance is so unfortunate. The ancestral land should have been destined to pass on the most terrifying bone texts and precious techniques, but they all disappeared throughout the years. The chief sighed with an incomparable regret. But immediately after, his heart began to violently beat again. He felt the bone within his chest and had difficulty calming down again. When everyone had dispersed until only Chief Shi Yunfeng, the little guy and that golden Juyin remained, the chief became incredibly solemn and pulled the little guy under the willow tree. He said, "Child, I have no way of teaching you anymore. You're a true heavenly gifted genius, however. I have a bone here. The degree of complexity of the symbols on it will make people spit out blood with a single look. I never dared to show it to you in fear that you might suffer some serious injury, but now that I have absolutely nothing left to teach you, only this remain. If you want to see it, you must be careful." The chief was very cautious and prudent. He took out a lustering and sparkling bone from within his chest. It seemed to be a beautiful piece of palm-sized jade that was unspeakable, dazzling, and pure white. Although it was big, there were an unknown number of tiny symbols etched densely upon it with absolutely no space in between. It seemed as if there were heavenly gods magically chanting, shocking to the point where one's heart and blood would churn. This was too mind-blowing. It was obviously just a piece of bone, but as soon as it was exposed, it was actually this astonishing. Don't just keep staring. After you take a look at it, look into the distance for a bit. Otherwise, you'll hurt yourself, the chief solemnly warned. And Grandpa Chief, I know. When the little guy received it into his hands, he lightly stroked it and felt its incomparable luster and gloss. The bone was cool and refreshing, and holding it in his hands made him feel extremely comfortable. Even without being explained to in detail, this bone definitely had an astonishing origin. With a single glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary, as if the bone text recorded upon it described a supreme righteousness. Zhai Zhai, the fist-sized golden Zhuyan jumped up and down with extreme unrest. Its pair of sharp, large eyes were perfectly round as it screeched intensely, wishing that it could seize it right away. After it saw the bone, it became extremely restless and impatient. "Grandpa, how did you obtain this? This precious bone seems extraordinary," asked the little guy. Of course, when the chief mentioned this bone, his voice began to shudder. He raised his head toward the thick, scorched black willow tree, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This has some relationship with the willow deity. Little Shi Hao was surprised. The chief nodded. During that night over tens of years ago, lightning struck, thunder rumbled, heavy rain poured, and violent gales angrily cried. It was extremely violent. Many huge mountains were hacked down by lightning, and the mountains' flash floods were like the seas. Beasts flooded frantically, and its terror made people shiver. The willow deity bathed in the sea of thunder. Lightning as thick as mountains lingered around it, and a myriad of willow branches formed streaks of divine chains, penetrating into the heavens. Finally, it snapped and became burnt black all over. It fell from the sky with a lump of light still lingering outside of it. It wrapped up this lustering white bone as it descended down into Stone Village together. Yeah, it descended from the sky together with the willow deity. The little guy was astonished. Right, the chief nodded with all his might. He was still young back then as he witnessed this entire thing. One could very well imagine the trembling within his heart. For the past tens of years, Shi Feng held that bone and worshipped the willow tree many times to conduct the sacrificial ceremony. However, he never obtained any responses from the willow tree, and never received any divine communications. From the chief's point of view, perhaps the willow deity was only interested in the little guy. It only spoke a few times, and it was related to him each time. Willow deity, what does this mean? This little guy opened his mouth and couldn't help but ask. The willow tree remained silent, and it did not make a single sound. It didn't reply, and its thick and burnt trunk was like a huge black rock. Zhai Zhai, the fist-sized golden hairy ball began to reveal its yearning more and more, as if it was trying its hardest to remember something. A pair of large, sharp eyes rolled and swiveled. It pounced towards the sparkling white bone and wanted to embrace it in its bosom. Without knowing how much time had passed, the willow tree sounded out again by speaking only 4 words. The True Primordial Record. Chapter 64, Cultivation. True Primordial Record. The little guy was amazed, as this name sounded completely out of the ordinary. In the past, it was wrapped in light as it fell together with the willow deity, so its origins must have been heaven-shocking. The fist-sized hairy ball was squeaking non-stop, grabbing its ears and scratching its cheeks. It pounced into the little guy's hands like a little golden koala and embraced the sparkling white bone. No matter what anyone said, it wouldn't let go. Its actions suggested that this belonged to him and that no one could take it away from him. Please advise me, willow deity, how does one cultivate the true primordial record? Asked the chief in the little guy's place, since this related to his future. To comprehend the true primordial record requires the most solid foundation. From a young age within the blood-transforming realm, you must be like the child of a heaven-rank archaic vicious beast. Your flesh alone must be able to lift 100,000 jin of divine metal, and attain a willpower that is even tougher than steel. Only after possessing these strengths would you then be able to, replied the willow tree, and its words made the chief's heart shudder. This was just too difficult. How could a child accomplish this? Even an adult expert couldn't do this. Without the activation of the bone text's powers, how many people's flesh could be that powerful? I will do my best and accomplish this in the shortest time possible. The little guy conscientiously nodded and emitted a determined gaze. From that day forth, Shi Hao began his bitter cultivation and would sometimes obtain suggestions from the willow tree. He earnestly refined his flesh and strengthened his bones. Hung lung lung. The earth trembled. Smoke and dust filled the air. Holy shit, what is the little guy doing? He lifted the huge dragon-horned elephant and ran out from within the mountains. Early morning, a group of children were dumbstruck. If they didn't pay close attention, they might have though a huge beast was charging towards Stone Village. After they looked carefully, however, they found that it was lifted off the ground and was endlessly struggling. Underneath the dragon-horned elephant, there was a little fellow. He raised the huge body of the dragon-horned elephant with its 4 feet facing towards the sky as he rushed towards Stone Village, and each step he took greatly trembled the earth. A dragon-horned elephant was extremely huge. Every one of them weighed over several tens of thousands jin. Its entire body was covered in dense scales, and with a pair of huge dragon horns on its head, it was incredibly vicious. However, right now, the little guy made one of them yield and carried it back just like this. He swiftly ran over and made a group of precious birds and weird beasts who were drinking by the beautiful lake extremely shocked. They raised their head and gazed incomprehensibly. The children were all practicing by the shore of the clear, dark blue lake, but they all stopped down. They were shocked yet excited since this was too astonishing. This wasn't something that was dragged back after killing, but a still-alive dragon-horned elephant that weighed over several tens of thousands of jin. Carrying it while running back really made everyone speechless. With a hong sound, the little guy threw the dragon-horned elephant at the village entrance. A group of able-bodied men who heard the news immediately came out and took care of this huge prey on the spot. Zhai Zhai. Harry Ball leapt from the little guy's shoulders and landed on the elephant's head while screeching continuously, as if it was declaring that this prey belonged to it. Little guy, your strength is too scary. A group of children surrounded him. They lively discussing with yearning and excitement as their emotions were revealed with every word. Regular practice is enough. The little guy bashfully shook his head. Since he was carrying such a heavy prey on his back while running, he was panting mildly. His little face was rosy all over like a big apple. Child so courageous. Right now, you're the #1 hunter in our village, haha. A bunch of adults all laughed and patted him on the shoulders. The second day, the ground trembled and the mountains swayed. The little guy ran over again while carrying another huge dragon-horned elephant. The several tens of thousands jin weight trembled the earth time and time again. With a hong sound, he threw the beast in front of the village entrance, causing the chickens to fly and dogs to jump again. All the children who were practicing by the lake were shocked and quickly ran into the vicinity. They watched as the adults began to do their thing again. The third day, the fourth day. When the little guy carried back another dragon-horned elephant half a month later, the children weren't even distracted anymore. The adults were also extremely unperturbed, and everyone went about their own business. Only the 2 uncles who were responsible for the prey immediately cleaned it up. Everyone was used to it by now, since this had been going on for 2 months. They quickly got over their initial shock and numbness. Little guy, too much meat. We can't finish this at all. We've also been eating dragon-horned elephants every day and we're sick of it, complained a group of children. The 2 who were currently cleaning up the prey calmly raised their heads and concisely said, Indeed. Zhai Zhai. Hairball protested, only it wasn't sick of it. For the past half-month, it's been eating a large portion of the dragon-horned elephants every day. The quantity of food it consumed almost scared people to death. It was clearly only the size of a fist, but its appetite seemed like a bottomless pit. It could chew through a mountain of cooked meat clean. No problem. Give all the leftovers to Harry Ball. From tomorrow onward, I'll switch to another fierce beast. Always catching dragon-horned elephants isn't good either. They'll run out. The little guy embarrassingly scratched his head. During the following 2 months, the little guy would capture a completely different huge beast every day. They were all tens of thousands of jin in weight and were shockingly huge. During this period of time, The chief would also personally take on the task of boiling a special cauldron of meat soup for him daily. The soup would be made of things such as the dragon tendon snakes, which could strengthen bones and nourish flesh, and he also supplemented it with all kinds of old medicines that caused his strength to increase dramatically. Stone Village was right next to a lake, and within the clear and dark blue waters, there were many dragon-whiskered fish. These were rare creatures that could strengthen power, and the villagers would practically dive into the lake every day to catch several of these big and spiritual fish. Their scales flickering with golden light, and their sparkling dragon whiskers alone weighed over 10 jin. The value of their blood essence was high, and they were deemed an extravagant commodity even by large clans. These naturally fell into the stomachs of the children, and their strength increased rapidly. This was especially true for the little guy, since his physique was out of the ordinary. The villagers gave special treatment to him alone, and his strength could practically be said to be exploding. The ancient methods that the village had recorded down were all used on him. One must know these ancient methods weren't ordinary. They didn't understand it in the past, but the clan members now knew. They were extremely glorious in the past, and even deities had walked out of here. These ancient methods were the accumulation of countless years of experience, so how could they possibly be ordinary things? The fortunate things was, the willow deity found them this precious land. Not only had their predicament with a lack of food been settled, they could find all kinds of spiritual creatures. The materials listed in those ancient methods were practically all found, and the meat soups and refined medicines created from those materials all had powerful effects. After 3 months, the little guy could lift something that weighed 50,000 jin without using the bone text. Purely by relying on the power of his flesh, his divine strength was shocking since he was barely over 6 years old. There's an area with a stony waterfall 70 li away. You can go over there to cultivate. Additionally, I have an ancient method here that's used to establish the fundamentals for the child of a heaven-rank archaic vicious beast. The willow tree passed on its voice as it informed the little guy of an ancient method. Little Shi Hao was immediately stunned. The archaic vicious beast's prescriptions for old medicine were too shocking. Perhaps even extremely large tribes with populations of tens of millions to hundreds of millions wouldn't be able to take them out. Forget about the rare and precious medicine. Even the blood essences or the precious bones of the descendants were hard to obtain. This was all unexpectedly a necessity that needed to be used daily. How could Stone Village obtain all of this? These things were excessively astonishing and mind-blowing. Why were archaic vicious beasts powerful? How could they be so heaven-opposing even as youths, far exceeding the ordinary? They were completely indistinguishable from the things straight out of legends. Willow deity, these things we can't find them, the little guy lightly said and lowered his head. No matter, apart from the master medicine, you can use ordinary things as substitutes. The willow deity passed on its voice. That master medicine. The little guy widened his eyes and understood the willow tree's meaning. This juyin that you raised, you can't let it freeload forever. Let it offer a drop of blood every few days as a replacement for that master medicine, the willow deity said. Ow, the golden fist-sized Julian's hair stood erect all over. It had unexpectedly stopped screeching and emitted a roar. Its large eyes stared like balls as it angrily stared at the willow tree. Hairy Ball, I'll bring you to ancient divine mountains to eat precious medicine. Right now you have to help me first. The little guy grabbed it and shook it with all his strength. Zhai Zhai, the golden hairy ball let out its miserable shrieks. It was 120% unhappy. Over 10 li away, the Rocky Mountains stood side by side. Violent waterfalls suspended from them. Perhaps they couldn't even be called waterfalls anymore, but mountain torrents instead. Their rumbling practically deafened the people's ears. 3 large rivers converged and rushed out from within the stony mountain. Below it was a valley, and a boundless cliff formed here. The power of water was frantic, as if they descended from heaven. That area of the waterfall had rubble unceasingly tumbling down. After arriving here, forget about climbing against the water flow. Even approaching it would make people panic-stricken. That boundless mountain torrent was too terrifying, and the huge boulders that fell as a result of the waterfall weighed thousands to tens of thousands of jinn. After building power from traveling down the waterfall from such height, how fearsome was the force behind them? It was simply soul-crushing. This was precisely the little guy's new cultivation location. He had to go against the flow of the mountain torrent and push against the huge, tumbling boulders to climb up the cliff. It was obviously excessively dangerous. Pong! When he just entered the waterfall, he was thrown away by the white waves. The waterfall descended from mountain cliffs that were hundreds and thousands of meters above him, and it carried with it a ferocious power. The little guy wasn't discouraged and stood up again. With a pair of hands like iron pincers, he grabbed the rocks, stopped his breathing, and climbed upwards one step at a time with extreme difficulty. That white wave flooded over him, and there was a visible convex point within the white waves on the cliff. Due to the force of the water being too ferocious and strong, ordinary strength couldn't resist it at all. Dong! A rock weighing over 1,000 jinn smashed into the little guy. Its speed and ferocity was heart-trembling. Although he was submerged in a white wave, he still reacted and rapidly dodged to one side. Although he avoided the bombardment of this huge rock, his own body staggered, and with a rumble, he dropped down along with the might of the water. This was just the beginning. The final cultivation required going against the boundless waves, as well as the huge boulders that weighed over 10,000 jinn. Going against the mountain torrents to climb, this broken rampart was destined to be a difficult and terrifying cultivation method. When the sun was about to drop below the horizon, the little guy returned to the village bruised and battered. No matter how powerful his flesh was, it was ineffective against that terrifying rocky waterfall. His body had patches of green and purple all over his bruises, and those who saw him like this felt their hearts ache. During the past cultivation processes, he was never injured. When the villagers saw this, they were opposed to him undergoing such a dangerous trial by fire. They had gone to the site before. That terrifying scene was more dangerous than a battle between an army of thousands. How could the strength of a huge rock that dropped down from that height be just 10,000 jinn? If one actually got hit, they would instantly turn into meat pulp. It's okay, I will try my best. I must attain the power of a heaven-rank archaic vicious beasts as soon as possible. The little guy blinked his large eyes with an unwavering gaze. Underneath the black cauldron passed on by their ancestors, flames burnt vigorously. The cauldron was boiling with all sorts of ingredients. Old medicine, dragon tendon snakes, golden centipedes, and dragon-whiskered fish had been cooked into a soup a long time ago, and it emitted a special fragrance. "Only that master medicine is left," said the chief as he looked at that golden fist-sized Julian. Harry Ball's fur emitted light all over, and its large eyes rolled and swiveled. It wanted to escape, but it was grabbed by the little guy who had been prepared a long time ago. He lightly said, "Harry Ball, can you help me please?" The golden Harry Ball suddenly let out a miserable shriek and began to twist in every way possible. Finally, it used one of its paws to cover its own eyes and fiercely bit into the meaty pad of the other paw. Everyone started laughing. Harry Ball seemed like it was killing chickens and slaughtering ducks. It cried non-stop as it covered its own eyes and unwillingly allowed a drop of golden blood to drip into the cauldron. With a hong sound, the black cauldron began to emit light. The boiling cauldron began to emit rumbling noises as the chanting of deities began to spread outwards, and the even louder noises of sacrificial ceremony began to sound. This stunned the villagers, and they couldn't help but feel dumbstruck. Chapter 65, The Extreme 100,000 Jinn Boundary. The cauldron wall shined, and one picture after another appeared. The mountain peaks were lofty and majestic, the sun and moon rotated about, and the ancient natives sacrificed to the heavens. Their grand voices were divine and solemn. It was as if they returned back to the ancient eras, and they could hear the chants of various gods. On top of the cauldron, hornless dragons, Pai Ziu, and other archaic vicious beasts with fearsome auras came to life. They looked like they were trying to break out of the cauldron walls, and it made people's souls throb. This was truly shocking. It was as if the cauldron had a soul. "This is a supreme treasure," the chief's voice shuddered. It turned out the medicinal cauldron they inherited from their ancestors was this unusual. Sparkling liquid appeared on the inner walls of the cauldron like drops of sweet nectar. Although there weren't that many drops, the fragrance they emitted made their bodies stretch comfortably and their pores unfold. Using the Zhuyan's golden blood as the master medicine, the results were extremely shocking, as it was actually able to restore the power of the cauldron they inherited from their ancestors. The appearance of this strange scene made everyone flabbergasted. The chief had previously heard some insider information and legends, and so he said, "This cauldron is unspeakably precious. As it refines the rare and precious medicine over the years, the medicinal properties will be absorbed into the cauldron walls." The golden Zhuyan blood that was used today was what made the cauldron resonate. The contents of the cauldron boiled, and the golden medicinal liquid was incredibly fragrant. Together with the sounds of the sacrificial ceremony and the divine chants, it made the atmosphere feel extremely mysterious. It was as if a furnace of divine medicine was being created. "Good, good, good." The bodies of the group of elders were all shivering. They extended their folded and elderly hands and wanted to caress the cauldron. This cauldron was unexpectedly so mystical. On the cauldron walls, those dew drops tumbled down and blended with the boiling medicinal liquid, making the fragrance even richer. The villagers opened their eyes wide and carefully watched. This medicinal base is warming up this entire furnace of medicinal liquid. This cauldron had refined many precious medicine in the past, and ample medicinal properties have nourished and blended into the cauldron. The drops of liquid that appeared on the cauldron walls were the medicinal base that had been deposited over the years, and they could improve the quality of medicinal liquid that's being refined right now. A cauldron that is able to produce medicinal base is an incredible and priceless treasure. Once it reaches this level, it could communicate with the spirits and could extract the divine essence between heaven and earth by itself, absorbing them into the cauldron walls. This medicinal base is created through the fusion of the deposited medicinal properties together with the divine essence of heaven and earth, and it was extremely powerful. Sure enough, after the medicinal base slid inside, the dim golden liquid became even more fragrant, making this cauldron of medicinal liquid sparkle all over. Smelling a breath of this freshened the soul, relieving and relaxing the bones. This is already considered a furnace of precious medicine. Shi Linghu was shocked and practically couldn't believe that a village like this could refine such a high level of medicinal liquid. The group of children couldn't help but salivate. The medicinal juice was too fragrant, and they wanted to drink a mouthful of it right away. Right now, they felt as if their tongues were melting within the liquid. Zhai Zhai. Harry Ball became agitated as well. It scuttled and jumped all over while almost falling into the cauldron, but was quickly caught by the little guy. Although we're just a village without any archaic descendant blood, precious bones, or rare spirit medicine, we can rely on this cauldron and the Zhuyan's golden blood to refine some pretty good doses of medicine. Shi Jiao clenched his fists in excitement. The little guy didn't conceal anything from the villagers and had told them his past long ago. It made every one of them sob, and they all cheered him on, hoping that he could rise up quickly within these desolate lands. Shi Yi, who had the potential to be like an ancient saint, who had the aptitude of gods, who even obtained a supreme being bone, was destined to far surpass any ordinary genius. He was born within an ancient country and was raised by the power of the clan. He would eventually become extremely terrifying. Even the villagers knew that with such a heavenly gifted opponent, it would make anyone feel uneasy. They naturally wished for the little guy to charge into the heavens as soon as possible. That little brat Shi Yi was born in a noble family and could use its endless resources. He wouldn't lack the blood of archaic descendants, nor would he have a lack for any rare spirit medicines. After maturing like this, he would definitely be extremely terrifying. Right now, Shi was already 9 and was almost 10. Even without thinking, everyone knew that he was destined to become like a splendid divine sun that hung over the sky of the ancient country, and the dazzling rays of light from the tens of thousands of gazes would rest on him. Pub future ads. Shi Linghu groaned and said, "Our stone village isn't lacking either. We have this cauldron here that can refine precious medicine not inferior to anything, and so we definitely won't fall too far behind." Not bad. That glorious ancient country originated from Stone Village, and they eventually moved away. Now, we are starting over, and we can see whether their family's genius is more powerful or the people of the ancestral lands are more powerful. Several clan elders seemed like little old kids and didn't want to concede defeat. They told the villagers to search all over for ancient objects left behind by their ancestors, and to check to see whether or not they could find something extraordinary. With a hong sound, the medicine cauldron trembled and gushed out a multicolored light. The Zhuyan's blood dyed the cauldron walls in a dim gold, and the medicinal liquid violently boiled. Steam began to rise all over this place, and rainbow lights flowed all over. They looked dazzling and beautiful, and their fragrances penetrated into the people's souls, making them feel as if they were levitating. So sweet! Everyone swallowed their saliva and waited patiently. The group of children were sniffing their noses nonstop. The cauldron walls were brilliant, and the incredibly loud sounds of first natives, sacrificial ceremonies sounded again. Archaic vicious birds and fierce beasts were tyrannical and fierce, and vaguely visible gods sprinkled their glory. It was incredibly mysterious. The medicinal cauldron shook, and the flames beneath it went out by itself. The dim golden medicinal liquid was complete. Zhai, the little guy hadn't even moved yet, and the golden Zhuyan couldn't hold itself back any longer and was prepared to be the first one. It wanted to sample it. "Harry Ball, this master medicine is refined using your own blood as the master medicine. Do you actually want to drink your own blood?" Ermeng asked. This made Harry Ball feel embarrassed. It grabbed its ears and scratched its head, but it couldn't stop the enticement of the medicine fragrance. It stole a porcelain bowl from the hands of a villager and directly scooped out a bit before beginning to drink. It even drinks its own blood. Zhai, Harry Ball cried out nonstop. It was implying that this wasn't a big deal and that it was satisfied. After that, the little guy drank a bowl of this golden medicinal liquid, and he suddenly felt a flame escaping from inside his body. His entire body shined, and following that, he immediately broke out into a huge sweat. In the blink of an eye, he seemed like he was scooped out from water. Steam began to evaporate from atop his body, and multicolored light overflowed in every direction. His skin became sparkling and translucent, and his bones were creaking nonstop. The strength of the medicine was too great, and it made him clearly feel right away that his 4 limbs and 100 bones were being hammered and refined. The blood clots all over his body faded, and the green and purple patches rapidly healed. The bones inside his body were also shining. Strands of light were emitted, forming into a lump of misty light and submerging the little guy within. Only after a long while did it dissipate. "How does it feel?" The group of villagers anxiously gazed. "The results are surprisingly good," the little guy said. The chief scooped out another bowl and handed it over to the little guy for him to drink. To refine and hammer the body, it was necessary to take care of the body well. Otherwise, it will give root to future troubles. Evidently, this cauldron of medicine liquid couldn't be finished by the little guy himself. The group of children lifted their little bowls and all received some, and it rapidly entered into their mouths. Only, their flesh had a huge disparity compared to the little guy's. After drinking a mouthful, their noses and mouths began to spout out the multicolored light like a fire. Ayo! This group of children was scuttling and hopping before all rushing into the lake. After making poo-poo-poo sounds, they suddenly all ran into the water. Otherwise, their bodies would have continuously felt that burning heat, as if they were being cooked alive. None of them could calm down during the entire night. After drinking just a little bowl, they all decided to soak in the lake until sunrise. A cauldron of medicinal liquid was boiled into a thick juice. A large portion of it entered the little guy's stomach, and the rest was divided amongst the children and the adults. Naturally, they wouldn't leave out the 3 young birds either. Everyone's bodies were incredibly hot and dry, and it became a sleepless night. The little guy, on the other hand, slept very soundly. His inner organs were sparkling and translucent, and his bones were white all over as if they had been washed. When the dawn arrived, he discovered that all the residue within him had been expelled, and a layer of stickiness covered his body. He picked up a set of clean clothes and placed them by the lakeside. He jumped into the lake with a poo sound. He suddenly scared a group of children whose eyes were as red as rabbits. "You guys are so early," the little guy greeted. "Woo-woo, we haven't slept yet," cried out the group of children. However, they weren't fatigued at all and were exuberant with energy instead. Otherwise, they wouldn't have soaked here for so long. Pub future ads. "Oh, you guys continue then. I'm going to go train." A new day had started, and after the little guy had his breakfast, he sprinted towards the rocky waterfall. Day after day passed by, and the little guy left early and returned late each day. The waterfall was like a river of stars. It was deafening, and rocks dropped from atop the mountain. The little guy stared at the waterfall's vast expanse of whiteness and tried to climb up with great difficulty. Boom! When the several hundred jin of rubble fell down again, he no longer dodged and endured the collision head-on. He held firmly on the cliff and scaled upwards. In a short 3 months, he trained his body to be as hard as metal. Pong! Suddenly, a several thousand jin boulder fell down from above. Although it didn't fall down from the highest point, with the rushing of the waterfall, its power was shocking. It was obviously only a few thousand jin, but the collision would have behind it a force of at least several dozen thousand jin. The little guy was submerged within the white waterfall, and he was currently grabbing onto a white protrusion on the cliff. However, his perception was incredibly powerful and felt the incoming danger. This time, he decided not to avoid it and used his body to resist it instead. With a hong sound, the huge boulder descended and collided into his back, causing a dull noise. White billows rushed into the sky, enshrouding this entire area. The little guy didn't use the bone text, but his flesh was already sparkling and translucent. It emitted a hazy radiance of light that hardened his entire body. He succeeded. His body violently shook, and the shroud of light withdrew. Although his back was in serious pain, his muscles and bones weren't injured. He astonishingly resisted the entire force. This was only the fruit of several months of labor. He bitterly trained each day and ground his body to the point that there was a layer of precious light enveloping his body, even without activating the bone text. This was purely the power of the blood essence, which automatically protected his body. Is this the true meaning behind the blood transformation boundary that the willow deity mentioned? The little guy said to himself. What the willow tree said had the same name as what was happening now, but the cultivation results were completely different, as it used archaic vicious beasts as a standard for comparison. Just like this, day after day and month after month, the little guy left early and returned late. He would become riddled with scars every day, but with the willow tree's ancient methods, precious medicine would often be refined. He would instantly recover using the dim golden liquid. He was still as pretty and delicate as before. His little face was tender white and his big eyes were very spirited, but his flesh had clearly improved in strength. When he received an attack, his blood essence would surge, and it was as if his body was filled with the power of the Big Dipper, making his body sparkle. If an ordinary boulder smashed into his body, it would immediately split open and wouldn't harm even a fraction of his body. In the blink of an eye, he had been cultivating for almost a year, and the little guy was almost 7 years old. Early in the morning, at the rumbling waterfall, the little guy carried 1,000 jin boulder and scaled up the vast waterfall against the descending boulders. He only used a single arm and 2 legs. Boom! Stones tumbled down and struck him, but it couldn't stop him at all. His entire body was steady like a divine ape. He rapidly charged up, and even the waves or boulders had difficulty shooting him down. Finally, he climbed up the rocky mountain. He stood there, and his entire body shining with precious light. This past year of cultivation had caused his flesh and body to undergo a terrifying transformation. This was all achieved as early as a month ago, and recently, he had only been solidifying these results. Rise. On top of the vast waterfall, a little figure faced the morning light. He lifted up a 10,000 jin boulder, and his entire body dazzled as his flesh emitted precious light. This scene startled the nearby ferocious beasts into roaring, and the vicious birds took flight. They were all trembling in fear of this little figure. In the morning light, that little figure was completely splendid. A terrifying aura was being released, as of the child of a divine god towered over the waterfall and displayed an indescribable spirit. Only the young of an archaic vicious beast could do this. The extreme 100,000 jin boundary was broken through by the little guy. Chapter 66, Surpassing the Ordinary. Being able to lift 100,000 jin of divine metal while he was still so young was absolutely terrifying. This was an insanely hard to accomplish task, and that was why it was called an extreme boundary. During the archaic era, heaven-rank divine birds and vicious beasts used this system to measure their offspring and predict their future accomplishments. Not every offspring could achieve the potential of that extreme boundary. Right now, the little guy had successfully completed it. He lifted up 100,000 jin boulder, and his body was shimmering in the splendor of the morning light. His actions trembled the entire desolate land, and many vicious birds and ferocious beasts anxiously escaped in fear. Yeah, I did it. The little guy released the boulder, and it descended alongside the waterfall. A rumbling sound shook the heavens and the earth, as if a great earthquake suddenly occurred. To have such strength at such an age while purely using the flesh, this was absolutely world-shocking. This was an accomplishment that surpassed the ordinary. Under normal circumstances, this was absolutely unattainable with just the physical body. The little guy faced the light of dawn as he stood on top of a boulder. The vast and rapidly flowing white water rumbled beside him like thunder, trembling this entire rocky mountain. His body glowed with a unique luster, healthy and translucent. He seemed as if he had an endless supply of energy, and even the 100,000 extreme boundary was broken by him, laying down an incredibly firm foundation. I can see the true primordial record now, but it's better if I'm a bit stronger, said the little guy to himself. He had broken through the extreme limit, but this wasn't his destination. He didn't end his training, and instead prepared to spend a little while longer, refining his flesh to an even higher level. He rigorously demanded from himself that he had to surpass his own limits. Whether it was windy or rainy, the little guy never stopped for a single day. He was already 7 years old. Pong! Lightning flashed, thunder rolled, and a heavy rain flooded the entire desolate land. Although it was daytime, the sky was instead frighteningly dark. One couldn't even see their own fingers if they stretched out their arms, and the only time the earth lit up was when lightning filled the skies. In the middle of the torrential storm, a little figure was sprinting across the earth while dragging with him 100,000 jin boulder. He charged against the mountain torrent and only used the strength of his body to resist this heavenly might. This wasn't a showering of rubble, but a true mountain torrent. Huge waves crashed into the sky, and mountain boulders tumbled into the flood. It wiped away everything, destroying ancient forests one after another. This was an unbelievably powerful heavenly might. In the face of nature, mankind seemed incomparably tiny and feeble. Groups of vicious beasts fled, in fear of dying alongside this collapsing country. However, the little guy wasn't afraid in the slightest, and went up against this force with the strength of his flesh. He sprinted forcefully against the mountain current, all the way into the heart of the mountains. Hunglunglung. The muddy waters and vicious boulders unceasingly rushed forth from within the mountain range. This was an enormous natural disaster, however. The little guy didn't fear this at all. Sometimes, The torrents that reached into the skis would send him flying into the mountain cliffs, but he still never stopped. After regaining his footing, he would once again advance forward. Without any symbols flickering, and without any heavenly precious techniques, he only used the body that he attained after his arduous training to face this torrential storm. His body was glowing with a sparkling luster, and he did not make a single noise. He solitarily advanced forward and faced the heavenly might. When the torrential storm stopped, it was already evening. The black clouds dispersed, and huge trees within the mountains were snapped. Torrential waters flowed, boulders tumbled, and many places were turned into large ponds. The little guy was dripping wet and bruised all over, but he didn't have a single fracture nor was bleeding. It was possible to see just how powerful his body had become as he survived this ordeal. Just like this, day after day, the little guy used these various heavenly calamities to cultivate. Sometimes he jumped off of huge cliffs, and sometimes he even agitated some enormous, vicious beasts in order to fight them. Each time, he returned riddled with scars. He would consume the golden liquid in the medicine cauldron and undergo constant metamorphosis, improving his physique day by day. Some of the villagers didn't dare to believe that he could improve at such an absurd speed. When the little guy was 7.5, he stopped. After such a long period of tampering and refining, not only was his body strength shocking, even his willpower became as strong as steel. Willow deity, my physical body has finished the first period of cultivation. The little guy came to the village entrance and faced the scorched black willow tree. What kind of results have you seen? Asked the willow tree. The little guy walked to the lakeside and single-handedly raised 100,000 gin boulder. Every creature near the lake were absolutely shocked. Regardless of whether it were the children, adults, or even the precious birds and strange beasts, they were all dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? Single-handedly raising 100,000 gin boulder was too astonishing. No one had heard of such a thing before. Then he switched to his other hand and similarly raised it up again. His entire body was covered in a layer of radiance, and that radiance was automatically emitted, representing the extreme boundary. Even the willow tree was silent and didn't speak right away. "Child, put it down quick. Don't hurt yourself," shouted a few of the village's adults. Who could move that huge boulder? Ordinarily, they used it to dry the meat and beast fur. They were incredibly enormous, yet currently they were in the hands of the little guy. They were all emotionally shocked. 108,000 jinn of divine force with just a swing of your arm. "You did very well, greatly exceeding my expectations," said the willow tree, and it appeared that it was astonished as well. Let alone human, even the strongest golden-winged peng or the genuine Hu youths could only achieve this result. It was incredibly difficult to become this powerful, and this was truly emotionally touching. Divine strength was not mankind's strong point, yet the little guy managed to reach the pinnacle of this aspect, shocking even the willow tree. This little fellow's potential was truly great, even greater than it imagined. "Little guy, how did you accomplish this?" A group of children rushed forth and pinched his little arm. They all felt that this was simply inconceivable. "That thing is practically a rock mountain. Little guy, you're truly not bad. Actually lift it up with one hand. This kind of strength would shock even the archaic descendants within the mountains. Their children are far from capable of achieving this." The group of children were shocked and excited. They surrounded the little guy and chattered about many things. The group of adults were dumbfounded as well, because it was truly ridiculous that a child could be this powerful and dauntless. "Little guy, uncle's request isn't much. In the future, give me the child of a Suan Nai for the sake of protection and gate guarding." "Ha, this request isn't much. The first thing out of your mouth is one of the strongest vicious beasts. What else do you want? Little guy, this uncle's request is quite simple. Capture a genuine pure-blooded Pai Ziu youth in the future for me, okay?" "Get lost. How is a Pai Ziu worse than a Suan Nai? Aren't they both equally powerful?" A group of adults were making jokes and having fun. They didn't want the little guy to forget Stone Village when he became stronger, and wanted him to capture a young, genuine, archaic, vicious beast to guard this place. Only after a long period of time had passed did the villagers disperse. "Willow deity, can I cultivate the true primordial record now?" The little guy raised his head. He was now 7 years old and grew a lot taller, but he was still young and tender. There was a clear distinction between the white and black parts of his large eyes, making him seem exceptionally bright. "You can," the willow tree made an agreeable response. Not only did the little guy's flesh surpass the requirement, his willpower was also shocking. During this year and a half of bitter training, he was undaunted by setbacks. He trained under all kinds of different heavenly powers, and his willpower became as tough as steel. But what is the true primordial record actually about? The little guy took out that lustering white bone and modestly asked for guidance. He had a hopeful radiance within his eyes. "You should finally study it yourself. A journey must be taken one step at a time. The bone is world-shaking, so you can't show this to others casually," warned the willow deity. "En," the little guy earnestly nodded. Since that day, it was as if the little guy met the devil. He studied while sitting, pondering while standing, and even frowned while sleeping. He was comprehending and understanding this heavenly book whenever he could. The characters on the pure white bone were densely concentrated. They described the origins of these symbols and explained the mysteries of this ancient precious bone. It also described the strengths and weaknesses of various archaic vicious beasts and divine birds. This bone book originated from the ancient times and explained the mysteries of the heaven and earth. It has survived through so much, and everything was recorded upon it. Unfortunately, there were no precious techniques on this bone. One could use it as a guide for cultivation, helping one make breakthroughs. It could certainly be called a priceless heavenly book and would become a treasure within any clan, only that it lacked an unrivaled precious technique. The little guy became silly and spat blood several times when reading it. He was much stronger than the chief, but he was injured several times as the things recorded on this bone book were too terrifying. For the sake of explaining the symbols from the ancient past, it contained examples of battles. A picture of a battle between a clear sky peng and a god was distinctly visible, creating a bitter and omnipresent aura. He almost wanted to spit out blood, as this was like stepping into the ancient past to genuinely re-envision that battle. This was merely a picture, and there was a lot of other information on the topic of symbols that did not involve precious techniques. At least 10 different scenes of actual battles were miniaturized onto this pure white bone. Chapter 67, Silly from Studying. This pure white bone could be considered an extraordinary treasure. It contained endless mysteries as well, and upon it were engraved pictures of confrontations between archaic vicious beasts and gods. Everything began from the most primitive origins. The little guy had a silly look on his face, and he was incomparably fascinated. As he embraced the sparkling piece of bone, he was constantly pondering and comprehending it, almost as if he was bewitched by a devil. It was to the point that one time, he accidentally walked straight into the lake. Only when the waters reached his nose and mouth did he snap back to reality, and all the villagers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I put a bowl of beast milk in front of his eyes, and he actually didn't see it. This isn't normal. "It's over, little guy, gone silly, will he become stupid?" The group of children were muttering amongst themselves. Seeing him act like that, they all felt as if he had been bewitched by the devil. "Don't work your brain too much and be careful of injuries," the village chief solemnly warned. This wasn't the first time the little guy had spat out blood, so even if his flesh was powerful, he still needed to pay attention. The little guy was so completely into it that he neglected sleep and food. The shining bone never left his hand as he continuously turned, studied, and tried to comprehend it. He forgot about everything else and was completely immersed in his studying. He saw another example of a battle, a golden-winged peng against a deity. The symbols on the bone were dense, and the engraved picture was very small, but it was very genuine. The passion seeped out of the bone. The little guy became increasingly concentrated and never blinked. The divine essence was incredibly condensed, and he was practically drowning into the bone. Being so engrossed like this, even the engraved pictures looked different. That golden-winged Peng emitted a faint golden luster, and gradually, its entire body became bright and resplendent. It became extremely prominent on the bone fragment, and it was as if it was casted out of golden metal. Vivid and lifelike, it seemed as if it was going to fly out of the picture. An incredibly decisive and violent battle was taking place between the golden-winged Peng and the deity. The two sides were both injured, and it was dyed in both the god's blood as well as its own golden blood essence. It was the Lord over heaven and earth, and its huge golden wings practically covered the entire dome of heaven. Its power was unrivaled. It hadn't recorded any heaven-shocking precious techniques, and instead, it only elaborated on the ancient and unique usages of symbols. This object drew out several crucial points of the battle, and it truly contained boundless, mysterious meanings. After looking at only a single picture, the little guy was already bewitched. He was so engrossed in it that he completely blocked out everything else. Only when his energy had been completely emptied, and when he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, did he slowly start to open his eyes. When the villagers saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel their hearts ache. The little guy was so engrossed and obsessed that he might eventually run into some big problems. They all advised against acting like this. I know, these engraved pictures are too profound, and it's not an area that I can comprehend yet. It'll be fine if I take things slowly. The little guy listened and obeyed the advice and carefully came to this conclusion. If these fight diagrams and engraved pictures were leaked to the outside world, it would certainly arouse a huge ruckus. Although there weren't any precious techniques on it, it could definitely be called a divine battle record. A golden-winged Peng in a confrontation with God. How many people could actually see a scene like this? If a picture like this was exposed, it would certainly shock the world. It was a treasure that experts dreamt about. It wasn't just true for humans, this was something every race wanted to obtain. This was where the true primordial record was scary. When it explained symbols and mysterious meanings, it explained through examples of battles both shallow and deep, from deep to shallow. It touched upon a heaven and earth that was impossible to see. A small boat floated on top of a lake, and the clear lake water rippled with the wind. Golden dragon whiskered fish glittering with brilliant splendor leapt out, creating large water blossoms. The little guy laid on the small boat calmly and peacefully. His entire body was shining, and strands of divine light flickered. He reconstructed the symbols within his body again to fuse with his flesh. Once he finished reading the true primordial record, his comprehension considerably deepened and far surpassed his knowledge from before. He understood the most fundamental meaning of symbols and began to practice blood transformation again. One speck of light appeared after another like the magic of gods and permanently integrated into his body. They chanted scriptures, protected his body, nourished his spirit, shed his mortal body and continuously strengthening him. The results were shocking. The little guy looked like a furnace and shined for days on end. His internal appeared external as strands of sparkling and brilliant mysterious patterns appeared on his body one after another. The villagers didn't bother him and allowed him to comprehend and cultivate. The little guy was half awake, and he focused all of his mind into it as he roamed within that beautiful world. Divine light was brimming outside his body like divine wings. The blood essence within his body rumbled, and every drop of blood contained a symbol. As they condensed together, their auras became increasingly rich and powerful. The divine light outside his body was sparkling and holy. He looked like he would grow wings and fly away. His body scattered a rain of light, illuminating the surface of the lake. The villagers were all startled as they surrounded and watched from the lake shore. Even those precious birds and strange beasts, such as the little loons or the unicorns, were dumbfounded as they looked towards the middle of the lake in a daze. Groups of dragon-whiskered fish all swam close and bathed in the shower of light. They used their dense golden scales to reflect the light at each other. The little guy shut his eyes. The light on his body constantly circulated, and the shower of light swirled about as he underwent constant transformations. The spirit essence between heaven and earth rushed into his body and nourished his inner organs, making him look sparkling and translucent all over. His blood essence was like a long river, constantly rumbling and turned as if they were turning into celestial bodies. With his previous test completed, he started cultivating anew. The blood transformation was perfect, and he had reached an extraordinary state. The little guy opened his eyes, and the divine light was retracted into himself. His body was translucent like a tender jade, sculpted to perfection. The large golden fish within the lake were all startled and rapidly moved their tails as they wanted to submerge into the lake bottom. Pudong. The little guy jumped into the water and caught a dragon-whiskered fish that weighed up to 300 jin. Golden light swirled all around its body, and its whiskers were sparkling and fragrant. Every part of its body was a treasure. Nasally kid, catch. The little guy yelled as he raised his arm and threw it onto the shore. Then, he entered the water again to rapid chase and catch another huge 200 jin golden fish that emitted a sweet scent, directly tossing it onto the shore. Wow, it's a fish king. Several tens of jins were already considered big before. I never thought that this kind of precious fish could grow this big. Little guy, there are many large fish. I just saw over 20 that were at least this big. Catch them quickly. The group of children shouted and cried. Fish kings like these definitely had extremely good medicinal properties. Once they were eaten, it could significantly increase their blood aura and strengthen them considerably. The little guy didn't continue catching them at all, but leapt to the shore instead. It wasn't easy for the dark blue lake to give birth to such precious fish. He shouldn't catch all the fish kings since they had to lay their eggs first. Grandpa, I want to take a long journey away from home. After the little guy finished dinner, he suddenly spoke these words. The chief's rough hands trembled and raised his head before asking, Child, you're so young. Your cultivation still hasn't truly reached the point where you can go wherever you wish in these desolate lands. Where do you want to go? I don't truly want to leave Stone Village, and I only want to finish the self-improvement process explained by Willow Deity. I want to travel around and quickly return, the little guy gently said. Although he was leaving for self-improvement, the location was still up to him to decide. His eyes were filled with mist as he recalled his missing his parents and relatives. It's been over a year since they departed. But Shi Xiling unexpectedly never returned. He was incredibly worried. Child, you're not going to go to the ancient country, right? The chief was concerned, since how could a little child like him go alone into such a powerful kingdom? It was truly too unrealistic. The little guy shook his head and said, I won't take any risks. I'm only going near the great desolate area's borders. Willow Deity told me to fight with ferocious beasts of the desolate wastelands and sharpen and improve under dangerous situations. Only like that could I solidify my comprehension and quickly mature. Right now, he had already recultivated the blood transformation realm into perfection. He followed the Willow Deity's warning and didn't rush his breakthrough. He paused his cultivation in this realm for another month in order to experience more, and comprehending more would benefit his future cultivation. The little guy wanted to go take a look at the second ancestral land. There were a few accomplished elders in the banished land, and they once chatted very agreeably with his parents. They should know where his parents went in the end. The child had been away from his parents for many years. When he found out that they were searching for a holy medicine for his sake, and even braved death to enter an ancient divine mountain, it was easy to imagine how much longing and worry was in his heart. Perhaps he couldn't do anything, but he wanted to hear about their whereabouts. He was brimming with emotions, and he longed for his relatives. Even if he couldn't see them, obtaining even the slightest bit of information about them would be comforting. Besides, there was another child who substituted for him there and was sent to the desolate land as punishment. He didn't know whether the child lived his life comfortably or in danger. The little guy was a rather emotional person and felt that a child shouldn't have deserved such a fate. Child, it's too far. This journey is too dangerous. The chief didn't agree. Although it's far, this path really isn't impossible to overcome. Through my unconscious memory, Willow Deity once estimated that there was a distance of 300,000 li between here and there, the little guy said. The second ancestral land was located in the ancient country's borders, and it was savage and cold. Its distance from the ancestral land was truly not too far, only 300,000 li. Clearly, the Stone Clan's people were always searching for their roots. Over 300,000 li away compared to the ancient country's vast and boundless territory really wasn't much. But to a child like the little guy who had never journeyed far away, it was truly an astronomical number. You never traveled so far away before. How can I feel at ease? The chief didn't agree. After a short while, the villagers all found out and also firmly opposed. This long and dangerous road was fraught with dangers. A single accident would spell certain death within the mountain ranges. Willow Deity said that this was a very important part of training and demanded me to take this journey, said the little guy. When the villagers heard, they immediately became silent. The scorched black willow tree was a supreme being in their hearts. It truly would do no good to oppose its words. This kind of training, you can refuse. You don't have to accept it. I'm only training you in accordance to the methods used by the young of the genuine Hu, Suan Nai, and other archaic vicious beasts. 300,000 li is truly very terrifying. There are many strange species within the great desolate lands. If you suddenly meet one without prior avoidance, it would become really dangerous, Willow Deity said. During the ancient era, all kinds of supremely powerful creatures was very harsh towards their heirs. For the sake of their maturity and becoming an unparalleled power in the future, they would often undergo hellish training. They had to travel alone within the desolate wasteland, with ferocious beasts everywhere. They had to journey through the incredibly dangerous mountain ranges, and this was an enormous trial. Although they didn't have explicit enemies, this was possibly even more dangerous. The Willow Deity's training fundamentally couldn't be measured with the average villager as the norm. Everything was done according to the world's most powerful species. I'll give it a try. If it's truly impossible, I won't take any risks and return early. The little guy's gaze was unwavering. In his subconscious memory, his grandfather once killed the young of a Pai Ziu with extremely pure blood in the 100 Clan battlefield. Thinking back, it was definitely because the supremely powerful vicious beast deliberated released its heir inside to conduct cruel training. I can do it too. The little guy clenched his fists and encouraged himself as he wished to journey in the direction of the ancient country. Chapter 68, Unicorn. During dawn, fog lingered around the forest and created a misty area. A string of red light appeared on the mountain top, and the sun struggled to seep out. It sprinkled its warm and comforting radiance, dyeing the fog in light gold and circulating multicolored light. The people of Stone Village had woken up a long time ago, and a group of children faced the morning light while training. They puffed out their essence energy, and each of seemed as strong as a Pai Ziu youth. The little guy sat on the side as he watched them. On the verge of leaving for a long journey, he was reluctant to go. Zai Yun, De Peng, and Zio Qing snuggled against his side. They were very unwilling to let him go and wanted to follow him, but he didn't agree. This entire journey was very dangerous. Taking him 300,000 li away, this long of a journey would pass through a great number of mountain ranges and was filled with all types of dangers. After entering the lofty mountains, there would often be enormous figures streaking past the sky. All kinds of uncommon yet terrifying vicious birds passed by. When the little guy went to cultivate, he personally saw a huge bird over 50 meters long streaking across the sky while spitting out flames, directly melting a mountain top into magma. Another time, he even saw a ferocious bird over 100 meters long entering the clouds to catch a flood dragon. He tore it into 2 pieces to devour it within its stomach, and blood sprinkled down onto the mountain like specks of rain. Although Zai Yun, De Peng, and Zio Qing weren't ordinary, and they could fly across the sky as well as hide on the ground, after all, they were still immature. If they were used as transportation in this long and endless journey, It would truly be too dangerous. Only heaven knew what kind of fierce birds would suddenly charge out from a mountain range and rip them apart while they were still maturing. Fierce birds could spread their wings to approach the clouds and soar between the heaven and earth. They possess extreme speed, but they were excessively eye-catching and might end up become an airborne tyrant's hunting targeting. It was possibly even more dangerous than passing through the forest. "Little guy, are you truly going?" The group of children stopped their training and all surrounded him. "En," little Shi Hao nodded. He had already decided yesterday, and he wasn't going to change his mind now. "A journey of 300,000 li, so far. We're all still so young. Why are you going to such a distant place?" The child widened their eyes as this astronomical number made them feel a bit dizzy. "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow." The little aimed his gaze towards a group of unicorns. If he couldn't soar across the sky, then using an extremely fast, vicious beast as transportation wouldn't be bad either. "Ah, you're going to catch a unicorn." The group of children all exposed their excitement. They wanted to do this a long time ago, but they didn't have enough power. Even Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao, and those other adults were always scheming, but they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. With pure white bodies and flickering silver scales, those unicorns were very strong. They wouldn't surrender to any normal person. However, their fame didn't come from their battle strength. Compared to their ability to rapidly travel 10,000 li in a day, that so-called strength really didn't account for much. The little guy stood up and identified one of the tall and spirited male unicorns. Its body was burning with a silver fire, and its sturdy figure stood on 4 tall and thin legs. With eyes like crystals and a horn on its forehead, it was wrapped in silver light. "That's the one." After little Shi Hao acquired his target, he took a detour around Stone Village and entered some shrubs in order to cut off the unicorn from the other side. The group of children all stared their eyes wide open and held their breaths as they calmly watched. "What are these children doing?" A group of adults were alarmed. "What, catching a unicorn?" With a shout, a bunch of males and females came out of the village to watch from the lakeside. The little guy rushed out and appeared by some nearby shrubs and sprinted towards the lakeside in order to surround and block the group of unicorns. He marked that particular tall target among them. The lakeside was suddenly disturbed, and all kinds of precious birds and strange beasts perched here began to cry out at this uninvited guest. The approaching figure was full of hostility despite being so young. The group of unicorns were startled in particular, since they were obviously an intelligent species. They still remembered the fact that the little guy once single-handedly lifted up a huge 100,000 jin boulder by the lake. Every one of them were worried as they shined all over. "Little guy, careful," the villagers cried out in alarm. The group of unicorns suddenly moved and stamped their 4 hooves into the ground. Symbols interweaved all over their bodies as they all faced outward, while simultaneously activating their attacks. With a wang sound, silver-like light poured down like a storm, creating a huge area of vast whiteness that was difficult to dodge. Some of the rocks on the ground had even been penetrated. The little guy didn't slow down, but instead spread his 2 arms. He rapidly streaked horizontally 30 meters forward like an eagle soaring through the sky. His movements were beautiful yet powerful. It absolutely didn't seem like something a child could do. Such a fast movement technique, even the village elders were shocked. This was a movement technique that the little guy had seen studying from the true primordial records, divine battle records. It was the battle spirit of a golden-winged peng, and that kind of mysterious movement as well as usage of symbols left him with a deep impression. Right now, golden symbols flickered on both his arms and began to whistle like the wind. Like a golden-winged peng, he streaked across the sky with a beautiful appearance that contained a formidable strength. "Kai Kai." The unicorns released a lone hiss. Their horns were shining as they all shot out beams of light formed from their symbols, striking forward. If one didn't examine it closely, they might have thought it was actually lightning. The little guy quickly dodged behind a boulder that weighed over 10,000 jin. However, as he leaned over, that boulder was smashed apart, causing rubble to fly into the sky. He quickly charged toward the side in a shocking path, just like a golden peng flying across the sky. He unexpectedly spiraled half-circle in the air as he charged into the group of unicorns. "Wow!" the group of children shouted. The little guy's body was in the air, yet he could actually change directions. He was truly like an archaic divine bird that was spreading its wings with lightning-fast speed. A wave of restlessness spread across the group of unicorns. Their hooves treaded the ground with no chance of initiating a group attack again. Their silver scales flickered all over their body as each of them held their heads and hissed while trampling forward. The little guy is too fast. In a short distance, he's absolutely much faster than those unicorns. It's simply impossible for an ordinary person to approach them, but he was actually able to charge into the herd of beasts, admired Shi Hao. It would still be impossible for people like him, even if their strength was drastically improved. With an astonishing speed that surpassed the speed of those vicious beasts, the little guy entered the herd. However, it was even more dangerous now. On one side, hooves stamped over ferociously, and on the other, light beams struck towards him. It was incredibly difficult to avoid. Like the sound of a divine clock, the little guy's entire body began to shine. Divine light transformed into symbols, and after arranging themselves in the air, they wrapped themselves around his body to block this round of incoming attacks. "Go away." The little guy violently pushed, and 7 to 8 unicorns immediately flew out horizontally. How strong was he? Without the mysterious power of the bone text, a fling of his arm would be able to exert a divine power of 108,000 jinn. However, he didn't deliver any killing blows, as these strange beasts were rare. In the future, if they could make them all yield, they would be an incomparably valuable treasure for the villagers. Zoo. The little guy rushed forwards and leapt on the back of that tall unicorn. Although it was covered densely in silver scales, there were still some silver-white hair on the back of its neck. He grabbed that spot and wasn't willing to let go even if he died. This precious mountainade with its resonant voice as it was reined by the neck. Like a huge boulder, it soared into the sky. It could be called a fine and robust divine-spirited horse, and it was incredibly outstanding. "Little horse, don't be so noisy. Go with me together to look around in the outside world. It might be greatly beneficial for your cultivation," the little guy leaned over its ear and lightly said. However, this unicorn went into a fit of rage. It was a vicious beast. How could it compare to ordinary horses? No matter what, it was a strange species with a speed that was extremely formidable within the mountains. Under normal circumstances, a unicorn wasn't a creature that a normal expert in the blood transformation realm could capture. They had extraordinary strength and dashed with a divine speed. They also inherited some simple symbols, so they were very special. The unicorns and the scaled horses were both descendants of the archaic heaven horse, and were considered the posterity of a mythological beast. Although their blood were extremely diluted, they could still show some power. This tall unicorn violently neighed like the sound of thunder and struggled endlessly. However, under the huge strength of the little guy, its so-called divine strength was too weak, and it had difficulty struggling. Little Shi Hao exerted some strength and pushed downwards. Its head that was previously held high up in the air directly hung down. Finally, Shi Hao jumped down onto the ground, lifted it up, and charged violently out of the beast herd. The group of unicorns were in huge disorder and neighed unceasingly, but they couldn't do anything since the little guy was too powerful. With his boundless strength, he continuously sent 10 vicious beasts flying. Captured alive, getting one just like that, the group of onlookers were all dumbstruck. The little guy made whooshing sounds as he sprinted, and directly carried a tall unicorn back. Its 4 hooves faced the sky, and it struggled fruitlessly. Shi Hao and the others had been planning for many days, yet they still hadn't taken any actions, so they did not capture a single one. Now, the little guy did this and unexpectedly succeeded so easily. That was a precious mount, yet it was captured so easily. "Little guy, catch a few more." A group of adults salivated. "Uncle, if I catch any more, they are going to be frightened and escape, perhaps never returning in the future. After I tame this unicorn and treat it well to make it feel our goodwill, perhaps in the future the other unicorns would see this and voluntarily approach us." "Okay." The villagers nodded, since this methods was not bad. A group of elders were all gurgling water within their mouths because they never even dreamed of possessing such a precious mount. That day, the unicorns never stopped neighing by the beautiful lake. Although the little guy caught one, he didn't truly tame it. It neighed non-stop as it ran wildly on the green grass. "Little White, don't be angry anymore. Just follow me and I'll teach you some profound bone texts, and in the future, genuine symbols will form on your bones and your horn. At that time, you might become like Zai Yun or De Peng and create your own primitive precious bone. Only at that point would you truly be considered a powerful, vicious beast," advised the little guy. Only until dusk did this tall and divine mount, a unicorn, surrender without any resistance anymore. The little guy didn't say much and showed it a bunch of symbols right away. "Ah, this unicorn isn't making noise anymore." The children all ran over in anticipation to ride it. However, Little White almost kicked backwards into the nasally kid and made him so scared he fell downwards onto his buttocks. "Oh my goodness, you almost made me spout out large mouthfuls of blood." The nasally kid still had some lingering fear and excessively beat his own chest. Although this unicorn had surrendered, it didn't allow anyone else to approach it. The next morning, the little guy told the villagers that he was preparing to leave. All the villagers came, including elders as old as 80 to 90 years old and bobbies that were still suckling on breast milk. The chief, uncles, older brothers, older sisters, and aunts all came to send him off. "Child, don't force yourself. If you find danger after traveling a bit, you must return. Little guy, be careful on the road. Don't show off and protect yourself well." Everyone warned and urged him, and all of them were reluctant to part with him. A few aunts' eyes even turned red. They thought back to this kid who had once drank their breast milk, and they considered him a true member of their family. Finally, the little guy set off on his journey. He rode on the unicorn and charged into the distance as he waved goodbye behind him. With a "soo" sound, a golden light rushed forth and rapidly caught up, hanging itself on the tail of the unicorn. Harry Ball followed. "No problem, having this little thing in the village is completely harmful. It wants to eat a large portion of dragon-horned elephant daily. Without the little guy, we wouldn't be able to raise it. That's a golden julian. Perhaps it could help the little guy out a lot." In the air, Zai Yun, De Peng, and Zio Qing chirped and followed for over 100 li to see him off. Under little Shi Hao's constant warning, they reluctantly turned back. "Ancient country, here I come," the little guy told himself and clenched his fist. Then he urged the unicorn on, and it became a streak of silver light. It rushed into the endless mountains to traverse the mountain range before dashing into the distance. The unicorn's speed was truly fast, and it also had a keen perception, allowing it to avoid many dangerous, vicious birds and fierce beasts. Just as noon hit, it had already sprinted a distance of 300 to 400 li. This unicorn was truly extraordinary. It pierced the valleys and climbed the mountains. When it tread on flat ground, its speed was extremely fast. Zhizhai, suddenly, the fist-sized golden hairy ball began to scream. All the hair on its body stood erect, and its eyes were staring wide open as it fidgeted restlessly. At the same time, that tender green branch of the willow tree within Stone Village flourished with light. It charged into the horizon, and its scorched black tree trunk unexpectedly also ferociously swayed. With a slight rustling noise, a large portion of its cracked old skin fell to the ground. Chapter 69, Traversing the Bloody Wasteland. Boundless and majestic mountains appeared one after another. They were completely gray and brown, and for an unknown reason, no vegetation grew within this area. Along the way, there were many enormous rocks scattered on the mountain ground. They weighed from tens of thousands of jin to hundreds of thousands of jin. When the little guy saw the hair on Harry Ball's body explode, he was amazed at first. However, after seeing it shiver all over, he felt a bit of fear. This was its instinctive sense, and it did not necessarily mean that it saw something. The cold hair on its body was erect, and its large eyes stared all over trying to find something, but it could not find anything after all. "Harry Ball, what did you find?" the little guy inquired. The golden fist-sized Harry Ball was screeching as its large and round eyes stared. It didn't know what was happening either, only that it instinctively felt a sense of danger as it fidgeted around restlessly. Finally, the unicorn's 4 hooves stamped on the spot and became restless as well. It felt a terrifying aura and didn't want to rush into the mountain range any further. Zhizhai, suddenly Harry Ball rushed out like a streak of golden light. It wanted to pass over the mountain ridges and enter the depths of the mountains. "Harry Ball, don't be reckless," the little guy shouted loudly and urged his mount to chase after it. The unicorn was completely unwilling, but it couldn't resist the little guy. Its entire horn flickered with silvery light and emitted crackling sounds as cymbals converged together. After rushing in several hundred li, Harry Ball suddenly stopped. A wave of doubt appeared in its eyes as it lost its previous feeling of danger, and he began to calm down again. The mountains ahead of them were full of vegetation, and ancient trees reached into the skies. It greatly contrasted with the barren mountains behind them, and life was flourishing here. Vegetation was rich, the chirping of birds could be heard, and ferocious beasts appeared. Looking back, that gray-brown colored mountain was lifeless. Without a single blade of grass growing, it made it appear even more desolate. There was an indescribable mist that surged forth, as if a devil's den covered in endless years of dust was going to open. "Yeah, we passed through." The little guy was shocked. He believed that there was danger in front of them, and never imagined that it actually came from that land without a single blade of grass. "Catcha." A strange sound transmitted from the huge mountain behind them, and it sounded as if the ground was cracking. Large boulders were being shifted around, and close behind, hualala sounds could be heard from iron chains. This sound was suddenly emitted from that lifeless land, and it sounded like the voices of demons from the depths of hell. Mist bubbled up as a wretched aura surged forth from that direction. Suddenly, with a peng sound, several large mountains collapsed without the slightest warning, and a gray-brown colored mist rose, terrifying everyone. "That is..." The little guy opened his eyes wide. The unicorn he sat on began to tremble slightly, as if it was going to limp on the ground. Harry Ball screeched and jumped onto the little guy's shoulders. It made threatening gestures towards that area over 10 li away, while being impatient and restless. Several large mountains collapsed and the earth cracked open. Those pitch-black cracks were so shockingly huge that even an entire mountain could fall through. However, at this moment, a huge green claw reached out, but it was sealed in pure gold. "Heavens, what kind of creature is this?" The little guy was astonished. It was merely a claw, yet it was already bigger than several large mountains put together. Just by reaching out, it caused many huge mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The mist was like the ocean, and dust soared into the sky. Its huge claw stabbed high into the sky, and it was trying to struggle free with all its might. It was as if it wanted to break out of the ground. Between the thick paws and those not-so-sharp claws, there was a layer of stone that practically sealed its claws. One could imagine that it had been trapped for many years. The large claw violently struggled, and the sounds of rocks grinding became even louder. They resonated between the heaven and earth as the pure golden chain became taut. It was using all of its strength, making the chains created hualala sounds, as if it was a frightening song originating from the underworld. Dong! In the end, that huge green claw powerlessly fell down. Smoke and dust raised into the air as it disappeared beneath the floor. The sounds stopped as well, and the mist gradually retreated, leaving behind a terrifying area of destruction. After a long while, there hadn't been any more commotion, and it was almost as if nothing had happened in the first place. The little guy's mind was blown and was speechless for a long time. The great desolate lands indeed had many vicious birds and fierce beasts. After leaving just a few hundred li, he had already encountered such a huge creature. Furthermore, with Harry Ball being so restless, that had to have been an incredibly powerful supreme being. The golden Julian was constantly angry. It gestured and grimaced at the chaotic land, and it looked as if it wanted to fight with that thing. The little guy directly grabbed that golden tail and carried it backwards, ignoring its resistance. He urged his unicorn to quickly run forward without stopping. An early morning several days later, the little guy opened his eyes and washed himself in the mountain springs. After that, he ate some meat, drank some water, and took to the road again. Onward towards the direction of sunrise. Ancient country border, here I come. The little guy clenched his little fists and encouraged himself. During the course of several days, they advanced tens of thousands of li. With a creature like the unicorn, the speed of the journey was extremely fast. During this entire journey, they bore through valleys and climbed over mountains, avoiding quite a few vicious beasts. Naturally, there were several unavoidable situations where battles occurred. Up until the current moment, they still hadn't completely shaken off their pursuer. A 5-color striped bug had been chasing them for 2 days. That descendant had perseverance, so long as the little guy's group stopped. It would follow their scent and catch up. It endlessly chased after them. This was a striped bug over 10 meters long that had terrifying strength. It had rough skin and thick flesh, and it could spit a liquid from its mouth that was able to penetrate a mountain boulder. According to the little guy's speculations, this was much more powerful than that divine wolf from the wolf village. It comprehended the strength from a powerful, mysterious symbol that caused its entire body to shine. The only thing to rejoice about was that it couldn't catch up to the unicorn. "Let's go, otherwise that big bug will kill us." The little guy flipped himself onto his mount. He believed that after a few days of chasing and not sleeping, that big bug would eventually get tired and give up. The unicorn held its head high and released a long neigh as silvery light flickered all over its body. Suddenly, the little guy became startled and said, "Quickly, it's coming again." "Pooh." As soon as they rushed out, a wave rushed over and mist descended onto the mountain floor. Suddenly, all the ancient trees and mountain boulders melted. As chitchai sounds rang out, they became white smoke. With a weng sound, the area began to flicker with symbols, and like an inescapable net, it dropped towards this area. "Faster," the little guy shouted. With a hong sound, that area of the mountain floor cracked in every direction, causing smoke and dust to surge. The situation was incredibly dangerous, and they ran away as far as they could. A large 5-colored bug appeared. It was only as thick as a water jar, but brilliant symbols flickered all over its body. It wasn't a python, but it was even more sinister. It angrily yelled out after barely missing them again and twisted its huge body, raising this entire mountain forest to the ground. Suddenly, a bird cry sounded. Like a black cloud descending from the sky, an enormous figure of a huge bird over 100 meters long swooped down from the cloud bank. The big bug panicked and hastily raised its head. It spouted out a multicolored light in order to defend itself with its symbols. "Pooh." The vicious bird covered the sky and hid the sun. It opened its mouth, and a light beam that seemed like a river of stars descended. The entire mountain floor was flattened, and rubble flew into the sky as this big bug was immediately hacked into many pieces. The huge bird swooped down and began its bloody feast. This was the great wasteland. There were dangers and terrifying creatures everywhere. A moment before it could have been an awe-inspiring force, but the next moment it could turn into another creature's food. This was a world where the strong ate the weak, and blood was spilt everywhere, and it was a place without reason. But the little guy who was going to traverse the wilds for 300,000 li could be said to be on a journey filled with untold dangers and difficulties, and it was possible that he could lose his life at any moment. Following this, the little guy had repeatedly fought bloody battles and encountered many great dangers. He beheaded many ferocious beasts, as there was no other way. If his actions were a bit weaker, he would have become something else's food. This was merely 8 or 9 days, yet his clothes were already ragged. All his clothes were dyed in blood and ripped apart, and in the end, he could only change into the peeled skin of beasts in order to cover himself. This type of uninhabited land often had unimaginably terrifying creatures, and at that moment, the only choice was to hide far away. The good news was, however, that excessively powerful existences only had other tyrannical creatures in their sights and wouldn't pay much attention to them. However, creatures as powerful as the big multicolored bug, which were not the strongest creatures, posed the greatest threat to them. On their journey, there was a strange ape. Once its symbols were shown, the world shook and a rocky mountain collapsed. It chased them for 3 days and 3 nights until it finally gave up. On this journey, he encountered countless bloody battles. If he couldn't win, he would run, and in less than 10 days, he looked a little savage. His body was covered in the blood of vicious birds and fierce beasts, as he did not even have time to wash himself. Currently, he was rushing along the route, and whenever he stopped, he would immediately eat and rest afterwards. The mountains were incredibly dangerous, and they couldn't afford to waste any time. They had to conserve as much of their strength as possible. Following this, he suffered a heavy injury. When he went to find a water source, an alligator flood dragon suddenly rushed out of the cold water and pounced on him. Its symbols activated and suppressed each direction, and it seemed as if it wanted to kill him. This was the first time in the little guy's life that he suffered such a heavy injury. His powerful flesh had been destroyed, and his bones were exposed. Under the alligator flood dragon's mysterious symbol power, he was almost crushed to death. In the end, when this alligator flood dragon wanted to swallow the little guy for his meal, the little guy found a chance. He swung one of his arms that had a divine strength of 108,000 jinn, and when it approached, he immediately ripped apart the alligator flood dragon's claws, dyeing the cold water in bloody red. He used this chance and took it a step further, stomping open the alligator flood dragon's skull and nearly smashing it into pieces. This alligator flood dragon was in serious pain as it struggled violently. It dove into the cold water head first, and the little guy used this opportunity to escape far away from this place. The unicorn in the distance heard some commotions and quickly galloped over. It carried him on its back and escaped from this area to escape this near-death situation. That alligator flood dragon was extremely savage. While it was suffering from pain, it rushed out of the water surface and opened its mouth to spit out multicolored light, immediately flattening the top of a mountain. If it wasn't for a terrifying huge bird streaking across the sky and forcing it to retreat back into the water, it would have certainly chased after and tried to kill them. The following few days, Harry Ball found all kinds of strange fruits, and in a rare feat of generosity, it bit open its own skin to squeeze out 3 drops of golden blood, helping the little guy's wounds heal and feel better. It was quite obvious that the fist-sized golden Julian's blood possessed a divine effect. After the little guy's injuries healed, not a single trace of a scar remained. After half a month, the little was already 200,000 li away from Stone Village. This unicorn's speed was extremely fast and was quite a bit stronger than others from its species. There was only 100,000 li remaining from the ancient country. The little guy truly became a little savage. He was covered in dirty blood all over, and after completely drying up, they turned into bloody scabs, and his pitch-black hair began to stick together. Zhizha. At dawn, while the little guy was still sleeping, Harry Ball rushed out from within the heart of the ancient mountain range. It was carrying an egg that was as large as a stone roller while emitting a shocking multicolored light. Little Shi Hao heard some noise and suddenly sat up, and he immediately saw this scene. Harry Ball was blinking with a joyfully satisfied expression, and it carried an extremely large egg. Who knew how many times larger the egg was than the Julian's body, and it was very as it happily endlessly shrieked. This sparkling egg was covered densely with rainbow stripes. It was very beautiful, and streaks of multicolored light shot out, making it seem extremely extraordinary. Despite the fact that it was still an egg, it already emitted a terrifying aura. Without needing to think much, this was definitely an extraordinary object. The little guy even suspected that this was the heir of a divine bird. Otherwise, how could it be so abnormal? You stole it. Zhizhai, Harry Ball protested. With an innocent and earnest expression, it slapped its little chest. It was as if it was asking, "Am I that type of person?" Suddenly, within the heart of the mountain, a terrifying bird screech rang out, shaking the entire mountain range. An astonishing killing intent exploded forth like a violent tsunami. With a ba-jai sound, Harry Ball immediately threw the egg towards the little guy and escaped onto the back of the unicorn. Without any sense of loyalty, it wanted to forcefully escape. After seeing this, how could the little guy not know what the situation was? He held the rainbow-colored egg and immediately jumped onto the back of the unicorn, frantically making his escape. "Harry Ball, you stirred up trouble again," criticized the little guy. Harry Ball looked up into the sky and ignored it, but in the end it secretly shot a glimpse into the heart of the mountain range. After seeing a demonic and omnipresent aura coming over, it began to worry. With a screech, it jumped onto the ground and found a sturdy rock before scuttling back. He took the rock and began to dig into the shell. "Ah, you're going to dig straight into such a mystical egg." The little guy was hesitant. Harry Ball made a gesture with the meaning that it was for supplementing the body. In reality, its own saliva was gurgling as it fell onto the unicorn's back. Over 10 li away, there was a party of people in another region headed by a graceful beauty that was out of this world. Her charming face was sparkling white, and she had big spirited eyes. Her body was elegant, and white clothes covered her body. She followed the wind as she hunted as if she wanted to use the wind to her advantage. Beside her, there was an old woman, as well as over 10 other extraordinary experts. Chapter 70, Wastrel. "Listen, that vicious bird is crying out." The party of people over 10 li away immediately halted, and it looked as if they were going to fight against a great enemy, as they prepared to face it head-on. The leading female's clothes were as white as snow, and she was otherworldly beautiful. Her beautiful hair was dark and soft like smooth silk, and her sparkling white and oval face did not reveal any nervousness as she gazed into the heart of the mountains with her vivid eyes. Being so distant, it should not be able to discover us. In the heart of the mountains, bird cries resounded like the sound of 10,000 interweaving swords and 10,000 galloping horses. Its voice shook the entire mountain, and huge boulders were tumbling down, as if an earthquake was occurring. It was clearly visible just how scary this vicious bird was. From a distance, rays of light that collided with the heavens and fluctuated like the seas were emitted, and it was as if an eternal divine furnace burned between the heaven and earth. As if a deity was descending into the world, light illuminated every direction. This vicious bird should be a descendant of an archaic divine bird. Originally, we thought it was undergoing a breakthrough and needed to swallow a tribe with over 1 million people to develop its blood essence. Only later did we find out that it was actually laying an egg, spoke a middle-aged male. This is a powerful descendant that has the blood of the archaic god bird, the peacock king flowing through it. Its egg is extremely important, and we have to get our hands on it. After carefully raising it, it might even reconstruct a portion of the archaic god king's might. Its precious technique was once reputed as unparalleled. The old woman cried out in excitement, and although she was old, she still had a bright spirit and her eyes flickered with silver symbols. This kind of archaic descendant was already a rare and powerful creature. Tracing back to its origin and root, its egg seemed even more mysterious and precious. To obtain a mature rainbow peacock's precious technique from its body was fundamentally impossible. Let alone the terrifying price one would need to pay to capture it. In just a single moment, it could easily shatter its own symbols, making the entire process pointless. That time when Stone Village obtained the Suan Nai's corpse and discovered that it still had its primitive symbols was actually an extremely rare event. That was a unique circumstance that only happened then. If one wanted to trace the origins of the archaic god bird, Peacock King's secrets, It was impossible to obtain it from a mature descendant. The only way was to aim for its egg and breed its descendant beside them. Only then could they peer into the boundaries of the archaic god bird's precious technique. There might have been an accident, so we need to chase it down quickly. Everyone, deal with this carefully. The white-clad woman's eyes swiveled as her rosy lips gently informed. Her teeth were sparkling white, and she had a very pleasant voice that had a unique beauty to it. It just laid an egg, so its body should be in a weakened state. This is the best opportunity. Everyone nodded. They didn't know that what they were worried about came true. The archaic god king's descendant had lost its own egg and was going crazy. It flew everywhere while searching and chasing after the one who stole its egg. Little White, run faster. It appeared. The little guy turned around and saw a divine rainbow of light rush into the heavens. That vigorous life force that seemed like an ocean wave that struck against the shore. It was extremely shocking. An enormous peacock came out from the heart of the mountains by itself. It was enveloped by a layer of light, and it emitted a rainbow-colored light. With a beat of its wings, it swept away everything clean, including the trees and boulders. Pooh! Harry Ball's little claw was very sneaky. It grabbed a solid rock and waved it with all its might in order to pierce through this rainbow-colored egg. The outcome was that the rock had been smashed to pieces, and the eggshell was not damaged in the slightest as it still circulated in sparkling radiance. The little guy was immediately scared and said, "Harry Ball, don't do anything rash. That vicious bird will catch up quickly. From my point of view, let's just throw this egg away and run for our lives." The fist-sized golden Harry Ball's large eyes swiveled within its sockets as it embraced the rainbow-colored egg. It glanced at the little guy from its side with the meaning, "This is mine. Throwing it away is forbidden." In addition, it suddenly made an astonishing action at this moment. If a rock couldn't pierce through it, it was going to bite through it, and it used its mouthful of sparkling little teeth to bite the eggshell. Harry Ball, stop biting," shouted the little guy. This was a mysterious and powerful precious egg. He was always thinking that if it truly gave birth, he might be able to obtain one more world-shocking precious technique. Right now, he had already grasped the true primordial record, so his cultivation was not a problem anymore. What he was missing the most was a precious technique. At the present age, a precious technique was extremely rare. Even a large tribe with tens of millions of people might only have one clan-suppressing precious technique supported by a few other abilities. Wanting to look for some more was simply impossible. Catcha. Under the little guy's shocking gaze, Harry Ball's little snow-white teeth actually succeeded in biting open the eggshell. Rainbow-colored divine light circulated as a scary, powerful essence energy fluctuate violently. "Hair Ball, you wastrel!" The little guy was angry and regretful as he gripped its leg and carried it backwards. Even like this, Harry Ball still did not let its mouth go as it forcefully bit into the eggshell while hanging there, biting as if his life depended on it. Everything was too late. This precious rainbow egg was split open, and the little guy didn't say anything more either. After all, this was something that Harry Ball carried back from the heart of the mountains, so he had authority over it. Bye, Badgie. Harry Ball began to sucking happily with all of its strength, and it completely ignored that heaven-overflowing rainbow-colored divine light behind it. Its little stomach bulged outwards as it sucked with all its might. The sweet fragrance of the sparkling and brilliant liquid seeped out from within the precious rainbow egg and assailed the nostrils. Harry Ball energetically ate, and it soon forgot itself as it started screeching. Pong! Boundless divine light covered the earth as rubble flew into the air and almost sent the unicorn flying. If not for the fact that it was extremely quick while rapidly changing directions, it would have been struck by one of the huge boulders from the collapsing mountains. It caught up. The little guy's scalp numbed. This was an extremely powerful archaic descendant. It was a being they had absolutely no chance of resisting right now. The rainbow peacock did not see them, but it knew that the thief who stole its egg went in this direction. It killed everything as it chased in extreme anger. the only consolation was that the unicorn ran really fast. If it was any other creature, they might have been caught in the blink of an eye. However, even like this, being caught was an eventual matter. The archaic descendant's speed far outstripped that of the unicorn. If it wasn't for the forest blocking its line of sight, it could have killed them with a beat of its wings. The golden hairy ball finally became a bit nervous and ditched the precious rainbow egg to the little guy. It grabbed its ears and scratched its head, wanting to use its precious technique. However, after whimpering for a while, it still hadn't displayed its 3 heads and 6 arms, and began to anxiously cry. Upon seeing this, the little guy couldn't attend to this much longer anyway. He carried the sparkling egg and began to suck it into his mouth as well. Shortly after he gulped it down completely, his body began to emit various gorgeous and dazzling colored lights. With a wang sound, his entire body began to shine, and symbols converged densely. He was unexpectedly about to make a breakthrough into the next realm. Yeah, not good. Willow deity naturally had a good reason to tell me to suppress it for a month. Right now, breaking through to the next stage isn't too good. The little guy was alarmed. He remembered back in the true primordial record. There was a record of an archaic devil bird, the heaven-swallowing sparrow that could swallow 100 million creatures in one mouthful. The blood essence it refined was stored within its body, and it would only use it when it needed to. The little guy had been comprehending that engraving picture for a long time. Although he didn't have the heaven-swallowing sparrow's symbol activation methods, he was still able to understand a little bit of it. He could store the essence energy into his own body. With a wang sound, his entire body shined. One symbol after another brightened into miniature divine furnaces and stored all of the essence energy inside. His body shined all over. Each of them were genuine, however. The divine furnaces were rather small. It emitted light from every inch of his flesh, swallowing the essence energy and storing it inside. Willow deity said that it was better to enter the next realm with as thick of a foundation as possible. The more abundant essence energy I have, the better my accomplishments will be. Right now, this should be an adequate prior preparation. The little guy kept gulping down the rainbow-colored bird egg's contents. Sparkling luster circulated all over him, and he had practically forgotten the danger he was in since he was so engrossed into it. Zhizhai, Harry Ball was crying out nonstop. Although this good-for-nothing sensed the danger behind it, it still had not forgotten to eat. It wanted to snatch that precious sparkling egg from the little guy to continue devouring it. The entire egg was as large as a stone roller. It was bright and shiny all over as it emitted multicolored light in every direction. A large portion of the juice inside had entered the little guy's stomach, but his little stomach had not seen any swelling. His insides were shining as one symbol after another brightened up to absorb the essence energy. The contents were all refined into light and stored into these glittering symbols. The little guy burped loudly as he truly could not drink anymore. Rainbow God King's descendant, an archaic descendant, the essence energy its egg contained was extremely abundant. Harry Ball snatched it over immediately and embraced it while gulping it down. His large eyes swiveled as it glanced at its rear. That rainbow peacock had discovered them, and it was absolutely furious. It wanted to kill them immediately. "Little White, charge forward," the little guy shouted. They rushed onto a lofty mountain peak that had a torrential river below them. The water surface was unexpectedly 10 li wide, and the surging waves sounded like thunder. It was incredibly astonishing. Furthermore, this large river was so dark that it was rather frightening. One could sense its cold aura from far away, and there were no creatures in its surroundings. The archaic descendant released a long cry as its killing intent poured into the heavens. Rays of light exploded all over its body as it dove down immediately with the intention of devouring them whole. Not long ago, it had devoured over 100 million people, and that kind of extremely terrifying demonic aura had not yet dispersed. "Little White, jump down," the little guy shouted loudly. Right now, they could not care much more. The large black river below the huge mountain obstructed their path. Their only option is to enter the waters for a chance to escape this disaster. The unicorn hesitated. In its opinion, this river did not make it feel more at ease than that archaic descendant behind it, as it made its heart tremble in the same way. However, in the end, it still clenched its teeth and jumped in. The little guy immediately snatched away the rainbow-colored egg from Harry Ball and held the unicorn's neck in order to pour the rest of the juice into its mouth. Soon after, it fell into the river with a pudong sound. Just as it entered the river, the unicorn's blood had practically frozen over due to the extreme cold. Although the water was not frozen, it contained a mysterious power that made it so cold that bodies would shatter. The little guy felt as if his entire body was being stabbed by needles as the cold penetrated into his bones, practically piercing into his soul. It was extremely uncomfortable. Even the golden Harry Ball was grimacing. It flailed its little claws and kicked its little feet. Evidently, it was very uncomfortable. That archaic descendant dove down from midair, but it hesitated after approaching. In the end, it did not enter the water and angrily cried out instead. Its rainbow-colored divine light surged and destroyed the lofty mountain below. Underwater, the unicorn struggled since it was in great discomfort. Its blood had nearly stopped flowing. However, fortunately in the end, it drank the rainbow-colored egg's juice, which transformed into a multicolored light that prevented it from dying. They did not expose themselves out of the water surface and continued to endure the pain, as their bodies flowed downstream to avoid being killed. Not being able to breathe did not mean much. Back when the little guy was sealed in the medicine cauldron to make a breakthrough with the Suan Nai's blood, he was isolated from the outside world. Divine light circulated within his body and provided everything he needed. Above the river, the archaic descendant released its long cries. Its gorgeous tail feathers were bright like the color of flames. With a wing beat, it collapsed all the nearby mountains and followed into the river to chase. However, this black river water was extremely mysterious and prevented its divine sense from being able to detect a hint of the egg thief's aura. Even so, it still chased for 4 hours and continuously paced back and forth between this region of the river to find its enemy. Unfortunately, it finally gave up and angrily cried as it left. After roughly half a day, water splashed in all directions, and the little guy's head was revealed. His body was purple all over, and he spat out a bunch of icy sediments. Harry Ball shrieked as it jumped out of the water and landed on his head. It embraced its own arms while scuttling and jumping around. It shrieked nonstop since it was ridiculously cold as well. The little guy swam towards the shore while dragging the frozen, stiff unicorn and finally carried it onto the grass. As soon as he put it down, the nearby rocks and vegetation suddenly froze over. It was so strange. There was no ice in the water, but it became like this immediately after they climbed to the shore. This kind of cold air was startling. The unicorn suffered a heavy injury from practically being frozen. If the little guy hadn't used the divine light on his body to nourish its flesh, it would have died in the future without any chance of survival. Even so, its injuries were still extremely heavy. Without any precious medicine, it might not be able to survive. Harry Ball, you scoundrel, you caused this problem, so quickly make a drop of blood to bring it back to life, the little guy shouted. Harry Ball was shaking the droplets of water from his fur. After uncontrollably shaking its body, it rolled its eyes with all its strength. The little guy only recovered after a short moment, as he was just about to be frozen over, despite the fact that his body was even stronger than the youth of an archaic vicious beast. He was still almost badly frozen within that river. Finally, the wastrel who caused trouble twice, Harry Ball, unwillingly squeezed out a drop of its golden blood to revive the unicorn. Beside the large black river, a party of people halted while looking at the mountain peaks the archaic descendant destroyed. They were lost in thought, because in the old woman's hand was a little piece of the eggshell that was bitten through and dropped onto the road by Harry Ball. What kind of creature is this that could actually eat the egg of an archaic god bird's descendant? This is simply too much of a waste I wish that I could swallow him alive," a young man angrily said. They never could have imagined that they would discover such a shocking result during their chase. The egg thief jumped into Moon River. Whether it's alive or not is unknown. A middle-aged man sighed. This river was extremely famous. There was a legend that there were 10 heavenly moons. During an ancient battle, 9 of them fell and 1 of them fell into this river, making it a life-extinguishing sight. During the following few days, the little guy became a savage again. He had no choice but to kill vicious birds and fierce beasts. During his journey through the mountains, his entire body became blood-stained, and even the beast skin clothing on his body became worn out. He was not journeying very fast because the unicorn had not completely recovered yet. Thus, his journey was delayed. After another 2 days, the unicorn's wounds were finally almost healed. Not only that, he benefited greatly from drinking the juice of the rainbow bird egg as well as the golden drop of Julian blood, making it an even more lively and spirited mount. The symbols inside its body gradually condensed and were imprinted onto its bones. Zhizhai, Hairy Ball warned and suddenly reacted. Its golden fur lost its luster and turned into an ashen white color. At the same time, its large eyes became dispirited and lost all expression. The little guy was flabbergasted, as this hairy ball actually pretended to be stupid and became like this. At around the same time, he suddenly also felt a reaction as over 10 people surrounded him from all 4 sides. They were headed by a woman in white clothing. Her beautiful hair were draped over her shoulders, and her snow-white sparkling skin were as exquisite as jade. She had long eyelashes on her oval face, and her eyes were as bright as crystals. A set of pure and white pearl-like teeth were lined behind her scarlet-red lips. Suddenly seeing a group of people within the great wasteland naturally shocked the little guy as he gazed toward them. However, these people were even more shocked since the human across from them was just a child. Being so small, how could he just show up in the wasteland by himself? It was simply preposterous. "Little junior brother, are you by yourself?" The female leader began to smile brilliantly, and her pair of vivid eyes were extremely lifelike. Her red lips were moist, and her pearl-like teeth flashed, and it made all the hearts of the men present shake. "Hello, elder sister. I came here with my grandfather," the little guy bashfully laughed. Although his entire face was stained, and the beast skin clothes were worn out and full out blood, his large, bright eyes still made people feel a sense of sincerity and simpleness. Everyone nodded as they simply could not believe that a child could journey through such a great wasteland alone. The only explanation was that there was another adult following him nearby. Chapter 71, Beauty. The little guy's large eyes were bright, and his beast skin clothes were worn out. Such shyness and simplicity made this group of people smile. "Little junior brother is shy, so cute." The lead female gently laughed. A ripple circulated within her pupils, and her eyelashes trembled. Her charming pure white face was sparkling as it flickered with an emotionally touching luster. The little guy scratched his head and laughed foolishly without saying much. Hairy Ball, who was beside him, looked even more foolish, like an unintelligent little beast who lifelessly laid on his shoulder. "Child, you're truly not so simple. Looking at the bloodstains on your body, you should have killed many vicious birds and fierce beasts, right?" The older woman spoke, and the silver symbols in her eyes flickered with a deep and unfathomable light, making people shudder. "That right, it is very dangerous in the mountains and they are so vicious. I could only passively fight back." The little guy carefully nodded. "Little junior brother, have you been separated from your grandpa for several days? Otherwise, how can your beast skin clothing be worn out like that?" The lead female lightly laughed. The luster within her eyes seemed dreamlike and was so pretty that it made people's hearts tremble. Even the expressions of the people by her side changed. "And Grandpa brought me here for training. He said I could only depend on myself during this severe and rough journey. If my life was not endangered, he would not care." The little guy appeared to be extremely honest, as if he didn't conceal anything. The hearts of everyone in the group trembled. No matter how you looked at it, Any person who dared to bring a child on a journey into this great wasteland to conduct such cruel training must be an ultra-high-level expert. The old woman's eyes were silver, and symbols swiveled like the ebb and flow of the sun and moon. Her aura was very powerful. She nodded because outstanding disciples of various nobles all had terrifying experts accompanying them while they trained. Except, letting a child journey within such a terrifying wasteland by himself while fighting vicious birds and fierce beasts was still very rare. A middle-aged man nodded and said, "In recent years, there were a few children that surpassed the ordinary who came out of this vast piece of land. Without the supervision of a senior, they traversed hundreds of thousands of li in the vast wasteland while fighting all kinds of vicious birds and fierce beasts before successfully returning to their clans." Clearly, this group of people were not simple. Although the little guy acted very plain, they did not completely believe him since they were all very astute. "Little junior brother, you shouldn't be one of those heaven-warping geniuses, right? You traveled hundreds of thousands of li of the great wasteland by yourself without the protection of adults." The pretty and quick-witted woman laughed while speaking. She played with her long black hair and revealed her fairy-like white ears. It was such a small action, yet it moved many of the onlookers' hearts. Traversing hundreds of thousands of li alone, they really are strong. Are they not scared of running into any archaic descendants? The little guy shockingly stared wide and said. The group of people all looked at each in belief of his words, because those pair of eyes were so pure that it did not contain a hint impurity. He was naturally able to easily gain a favorable impression and trust from people. A child able to traverse 100,000 li of a savage mountain alone. How astonishing was that? How could they just randomly encounter such a person? Suddenly, the young woman moved. Her white clothes fluttered as her hips twisted. Her whole body approached like a delicate willow tree. With her pure white jade arm, she struck towards the little guy. The little guy was shocked. They were talking so nicely, yet how could they suddenly take action? However, he reacted at lightning speed. During the past 2 years, he was always fighting against the heavenly might of nature, such as being baptized within a mountain torrent and fiercely battling fierce birds. As soon as he moved, his temperament changed completely. The beams of light within little guy's large eyes were like 2 frightening torches. His figure seemed like a crane spreading its wings as he drew out a beautiful trajectory. His right arm stretched forward. With a pang sound, he grabbed that sparkling arm, then he fiercely dragged it, making the beautiful woman stumble and lower her body. Who could have imagined a wave of this child's arm could contain such a world-shocking divine power? At this young age, his large eyes were still so innocent, but his movements were as fast as thunder. All of this happened extremely quickly. The little guy's figure rapidly turned and stuck behind that beautiful girl's back. With a pang sound, his left arm pulled in her snow-white and jade-like neck, and his right hand's fingertips lit up. Symbols flickered, and they were pressed against her heart, ready to penetrate through at any given moment. All of his movements finished within a spark's time, and they were carried out smoothly. The fast as lightning speed shocked the party of people. What kind of position did this white-clothed girl have? Yet she actually suffered a huge misfortune under the hands of a child. "Elder sister, why did you want to hurt me?" The little guy's tender voice had an incomprehensible manner. However, his very bright eyes were not looking at the white-clothed girl, but staring at the old woman and the others instead. His beast skin clothes were worn out and covered in red beast blood. Even his little hands contained traces of dry blood. As he pressed against that sparkling and snow-white chest, he immediately left behind a few dirty little handprints. In addition, that swan-like neck was no exception, and had several streaks of black imprints on it, making a distinct contrast with that snow-white smooth skin. Not far away, the few young males all had a peculiar expression, but that old woman said in an amiable manner, "Child, we do not have any evil intentions." Zew. Several patches of symbols appeared from the white-clothed girl's sparkling skin like a heavenly book. They densely imprinted themselves in midair as they wrapped up her entire body in a splendid light. Like a little fish, she broke out of the little guy's control. The little guy's heart was shocked. This girl was truly extraordinary. Like a slippery thing that couldn't be contained in the hand, her exquisite snow-white body seemed to be as agile as a fish in water and couldn't be captured easily. She swam out instantly. Little junior brother is truly not very simple. The young girl laughed in genuine amazement, since she was caught by a child in such a short period of time. If the news of this spread, with her position, it would certainly evoke some commotion. After the instant that the beautiful girl swam out, the little guy relaxed and did not give chase. Very innocently, he looked towards her and said, "Elder sister, what are doing?" "I just wanted to see little junior brother's strength. It's indeed astonishing. You're so young, and I already sensed a potential as flourishing as the sea." The white-clothed girl nodded. "Oh, so it's like that." The little guy exposed a smile and embarrassingly laughed and said, "Sorry, elder sister." The group all looked towards the beautiful girl's chest. The handprint which was exposed on her sparkling skin was too obvious, and her snow-white neck was the same as well. The beautiful woman laughed and did not feel awkward or angry at all. Her delicate hands gently brushed, and after brilliant lights and vibrant colors flourished, all those marks disappeared immediately. "I'm Xia Yaoyu. Little junior brother, what's your name?" "I'm Shi Hao," the little guy crisply responded. This name, everyone was stupefied. "It is Spirit, a very good name." Xia Yaoyu smiled sweetly. The old woman also showed a benevolent smile and said, "Child, you are truly not simple. No matter what, even if Yaoyu was any less careful, being able to catch her for an instantly is still extraordinarily amazing." Xia Yaoyu used her hands to gather up her dark and shiny hair. Her lustering white and charming face, her ears that sparkled like a fairy, and those vivid eyes made her seem otherworldly. Multicolored light flickers on her palms and a tool appear. It seemed like gold, but it wasn't. It also seemed like a rock, but it wasn't either. It was engraved with strips of complicated lines. "What is that?" that little guy asked curiously. Xia Yaoyu handed it over onto his hands and said, "Little junior brother, protect this well. When the time comes, hand it over to your senior and let them take you to the Heaven Mending Pavilion." Heaven Mending Pavilion. The little guy was puzzled, since he did not know what kind of place that was. "Then you should have heard of Zhuluan Academy, right? They find people who pursue supremacy and recruit the geniuses of this vast earth in order to show them how to cultivate. The Heaven Mending Pavilion, Divine King Hall, and some other schools are also like this." The little guy thought for a bit and did not ask any more questions. He earnestly expressed his gratitude. The people at the side were all shocked. They never could have imagined Xia Yaoyu would give this talisman to suck a savage-looking child, as this was no ordinary item. Finally, the little guy bid them farewell to express that he was going to continue strengthening himself. He straddled onto the unicorn and traversed into the mountain range. During this course of events, Harry Ball was constantly lifelessly smacking its lips and had expressionless eyes like an ordinary little mountain beast. "Yaoyu, this time you received orders to journey to the western border and only have 8 talismans with you. This was the final one, and you gave it to that child just like that?" asked a middle-aged man. A young man sighed. "A person holding this talisman can enter the Heaven Mending Pavilion, and that signifies that he can reach into heavens with a single step. He would gain priority on all kinds of precious medicine and secret methods of using symbols. This talisman is priceless." "That's right, Yaoyu. Stone Country's Rain clan wanted the last talisman that you had. They wanted to pave the way for their extremely powerful heir by letting him enter the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Are you not considering it anymore?" the middle-aged man asked. "With his position and status, it's clear that the heir won't be too bad, so passing through Heaven Mending Pavilion's trial test won't be a problem either. The precious medicine that this talisman can obtain, would their clan lack any of that?" Xia Yaoyu objected. "This kind of ancient clan cares about its face," the old woman said. "Then they can seek it from someone else. I set out for the western border and gave away all my talismans." Xia Yaoyu laughed. The middle-aged man warned and said, "Rain clan is very powerful. You can't easily offend them, especially in the upcoming years. They are destined for extreme glory because they are the family of that kid's mother's uncle from the Stone family. The old woman heard and frowned. All right, fine, I'll go request another talisman. There are a few kingdoms that we cannot easily offend. No matter what, that child back then is truly complicated. I feel that if I did not act and he was found by Zulu Academy, they would definitely snatch him away. If that happened, Heaven Mending Pavilion will regret it. The white-clothed girl said. Searching for the archaic descendants' divine rainbow egg was something they decided to do along the way, but was the real purpose for this journey. Is he really strong? A person from the side asked. His potential is terrifying. A wave of his arm contained at least a divine strength of at least tens of thousands of jinn. Zia Yaoyu held back her smile and solemnly said. So young, yet his body already contains such divine strength. None of the others could believe it, but they suddenly understood why the white-clothed girl was dragged stumbling and almost fell to the ground. Woo, I estimate from looking that if this simple-looking kid did not conceal anything, a swing from both arms together would generate at least a divine strength of 80 to 90,000 jinn purely with the flesh. The old woman solemnly added. What? The group of people all cried out in alarm. How could that be possible? 80 to 90,000 jinn of divine strength with a swing of both arms is approaching the checkpoint of the extreme boundary for an archaic vicious beasts test for their youth. This is an absolute world-shocking genius who is worth snatching and nurturing. Zulu in Chinese means the pursuit of supremacy chapter 72, leaving the great wasteland. A wave of a single arm had 40 to 50,000 jinn of strength, and a wave with both arms has 80 to 90,000 jinn of divine strength. This was only an estimate, and wasn't a completely accurate description of the little guy's hidden strength. However, even so, it was still so incredibly astonishing, and it made the group of people sigh endlessly with admiration and regret. Yea, the old woman frowned, and she felt as if she overlooked something. Her eyes flickered with silver symbols like an illusory celestial river. Suddenly, she raised her head and shot out 2 frightening beams of light from her eyes. We made a mistake. How did we make a mistake? A youth on the side asked. The old woman took out an lustering eggshell from her bosom. It had stripes like rainbows and specks of multicolored light all over, making it seem as exquisite as jade. It was precisely that broken piece of the archaic descendant egg. I was careless a moment ago and just realized it just now. That child and the little mountain beast on his shoulder had a seemingly familiar aura. At first, I thought they smelled weird because they were dyed in the blood of many vicious birds and fierce beasts. After thinking over it now carefully, that should have been the aura of the egg birthed by archaic god's descendant. Everyone who heard was shocked. That can't be. That child ate the egg of the archaic god king's descendant. That's way too frightening. A youth's mouth was so wide that he could swallow half a fist. A harmless-looking kid actually acted so recklessly and dared to journey into the archaic descendant's nest to steal its egg. The group of people practically could not believe it. After reaching this conclusion, all of them were left speechless. Only a few people would believe this situation if someone told them this. He was nothing more than a child, but he actually dared to enter the nest of an archaic descendant to create such a shockingly large affair. Their hearts simultaneously became apprehensive, but was also filled with sudden regret. They felt an extreme pity since that was an egg of the divine bird's descendant. As long as they bred and nurtured it, they could definitely have peered into the secrets of the archaic god king's precious technique. A precious egg-like that was eaten by a child, and a mountain beast just like that. What a loss this was. What kind of clan would have a child that did things like these? Something's wrong. That little mountain beast ate the rainbow bird's egg as well. Could it also be extraordinary? A middle-aged man from the party of people questioned. The others who heard this were suddenly startled. How could an ordinary little mountain beast bear the essence energy of an archaic descendant? It would inevitably be battered to death by its effect. The fist-sized little beast. I vaguely saw the bottom of its foot being scarlet-colored, said another person. The old woman was emotionally startled, and as if she thought of something, she said, "Could that be the legendary Julian?" According to legends, the descent of this vicious beast would inevitably bring chaos. The whole world would fall into a calamity of war, and the earth will become a battleground. This was a horrifying omen. Everyone was stupefied since they unexpectedly met such a strange kid. Everyone in the group was mistaken. The lead white-clad female in the lead laughed, and her black hair drifted in the wind. Her sparkling white skin flickered with a hypnotic luster, and her eyes swiveled as she said, "This child isn't very simple. Let's just treat it like bearing good karma. Let's hope he will enter the heaven-mending pavilion and not be snatched away by any other means." In the distant mountains, the little guy urged his mount to madly sprint forth. The unicorn transformed into a silver streak of light and passed through the mountain ridges. It quickly reached the pinnacle of its speed, and the forest on both sides quickly passed by. Soon after, they were several hundreds of li away. The fist-sized hairy ball completely resurrected. The gray-white hairy all over its body flickered and turned gold once again. Its pair of large, lifeless, and expressionless eyes shined as well, and it weirdly jumped up and down on little Shi Hao's shoulders. The little guy grabbed its tail, carried it backwards, and said, "You can't run all over the place, and you can't get into trouble again. You can only stay by my side." He had left Stone Village for 21 days already, and had already completed a large portion of this endless journey. He was already less than 100,000 li away from Stone Clan's second ancestral land, and would reach it in just a few days. During the next few days, the little guy rode through thistles and thorns while advancing through the great wasteland, meeting one batch of fierce beasts after another. He experienced hundreds of bloody battles before he finally arrived at the border of Stone Country. He was just a child, yet he traversed the endless mountain ranges within a month. He battled with many vicious birds and strange beasts as he dashed through 300,000 li, and this was an absolutely shocking feat. If news of this got out, it would trigger a lot of controversy and shake even those deep and hidden ancient families. Even when the Bian, Pai Ziu, and the other most powerful archaic vicious beast trained their young, this was as far as they pushed. This kind of dangerous ordeal was easy to talk about, but when it came to actually putting it into action, it definitely resulted in death 9 out of 10 times. For an ordinary child traveling alone, let alone 300,000 li, even 300 li or 3,000 li would be dangerous, and might easily result in them falling prey to the mouth's vicious beasts. The western border was full of dense ancient forests that had many fierce beasts residing within. There wasn't a trace of human establishment, and there were malicious beasts and fierce birds everywhere, making this the most terrifying piece of primal land. Let alone a child, even a group of adult experts together would have difficulty traversing through this land. They might be suddenly eaten by an archaic descendant at any time without even a skull remaining. The little guy had sharp senses and avoided many terrors and dangers while on this journey, yet he still encountered many life and death ordeals. He had suffered multiple serious injuries along the way, but he still finally made it out in the end. He was just over 7 years old, yet he already completed such a magnificent feat. If people knew of this, this would inevitably become stunning news, and it would shake every direction and spread to the rest of the world. If this was known by the likes of Zhulu Academy, they would instantly dispatch experts to find him, making him a member of their academy. When he finally saw the village, the little guy galloped out of the great wasteland while riding on the back of the unicorn. When he stopped and asked around for directions, he couldn't help but feel stupid. His general direction was not wrong, but he was off by more than 20,000 li. Woo, I've obviously followed the route given Willow Deity, but in the end, I was still off by so much. I most likely made a wrong turn somewhere after falling into that long river. The little guy scratched his head and once again set off. After leaving the endless mountain ranges, there were far less vicious birds and fierce beasts. Relatively speaking, it was much safer, and in 2 days he arrived near one of Stone Country's important border towns. The ancient country was extremely vast, as millions upon millions of li of rivers and mountains rested within its domain. A powerful kingdom within it could have up to hundreds of millions of people, or perhaps even billions. Its vast territory was boundless. Such a vast territory would naturally be rather hard to supervise. They could only establish a huge city in the middle of each region to control them. Once a riot occurred within that region, the huge city commanding the area would rapidly send out their experts to calm the insurgency. In reality, Stone Country was at its peak and did not need help calming down its insurgencies. In particular, the Emperor's powers have reached the heavens during the last few centuries, gaining unrivaled divine might. The country's powers flourished even more, and no one dared to rebel. Only the regions at the borders would be met unrest at times, as other tribes would often knock on the gates from time to rob their clan and devour their food. For such a vast ancient country, however, a few minor battles did not account for much. Rushing Cloud Town could actually be considered a city, as it had a population of 80,000. It was situated in an extremely important geographic location, and an important town was situated west of it. This was one of the central city's defensive checkpoints. In the past 100 years, experts from other tribes would invade from time to time, but as long as they wanted to pass through with a large force, they would never succeed. On the road, the little guy met many people in succession, and they were mostly businessmen who had traveled through the ancient forests to purchase beast skin, spirit medicine, and other items from distant tribes. Although the journey was extremely dangerous, their profits were high as well. "Woo, let's go back as soon as possible. I heard it hasn't been peaceful around here lately. The Great Wastelands Wood Clan keeps sending troops out. Furthermore, I heard rumors that an archaic descendant from the heart of the mountains just stopped over here. It will definitely start showing off its power and begin its intimidation. It will most likely come to Rushing Cloud Town and create a ruckus." The little guy carefully overheard. By sitting on by himself on his mount, he was naturally rather conspicuous, however. No one gave him a hard time along the journey. Any child who traveled alone with blood all over his body was certainly not a simple figure. In reality, these people frequently went into the ancient forests. They've experienced a lot and seen a lot. They assumed that this was most likely the disciple of a large clan who came out to train. Yeah, not good. It looks like there's a little beast flood. It couldn't have been that the archaic descendant decided to show its might early, right? It shouldn't be. It's most likely an ordinary beast king, as there aren't that many groups of beasts. However, let's still leave quickly. Along the journey, they could already see Rushing Cloud Town. The city walls were majestic, and it was as if a mountain range obstructed in front. It was constructed out of diamond rocks, and so its entirety was pitch black like metal as it emitted a terrifying luster. In front of the city was a group of vicious birds and fierce beasts, and they formed a pitch black expanse. They did not avoid the city and directly displayed their might. Their howls shook the sky, and they wanted to siege this city, making everyone tremble. Move away quickly. Hopefully, our great guardian spirit can behead these vicious beasts and wipe them clean. The group of people rapidly escaped into the distance. They could not enter the city during this time, since they were afraid of attracting the attention of these beasts and causing a catastrophe. In the city, there was a mountain of earth close to the city wall. A plant that was 4 to 5 zhangwon tall grew on top, and it was clearly visible from even outside the city. Its entire body was dark green, and it had huge palm-like leaves. This was the guardian spirit of Rushing Cloud Town, a plant whose name even the locals did not know of. It was usually referred to as Great Guardian Spirit or Great Rushing Cloud. It released waves of fragrance from each of its 3 huge, and strange flowers extended from between its huge palm-like leaves. Each flower was as large as a millstone, and they all had gorgeous petals that flickered with multicolored light. One of them was curled up in scarlet light, another was as pure white as jade, and the last was shrouded in purple mist. The beast herd had obviously seen the people outside the city. and a group immediately rushed out while producing thunderous roars. "Great Guardian Spirit, save us!" this group of people shouted loudly. The little guy had already finished his battle preparations. However, at that moment, there was a flash of scarlet light, and one of the flowers belonging to the plant on top of that mountain blossomed with a multicolored scarlet light. Its petals unfolded, dispersing a shocking ripple. Kai! A streak of scarlet light shot out before turning to attack towards that region of beasts. Suddenly, the group of 10 vicious birds and fierce beasts that rushed out went into disarray, and constantly howled as their blood spilled into the air, causing heavy casualties to the beast herd. The little guy had a surprised expression on his face, and shockingly discovered this so-called scarlet light was actually a flying sword that was scarlet all over. It sparkled like a fiery jade. A flower with a flying sword inside. After a short while, those 10 fierce beasts and birds all fell into a pool of blood. They either had their heads chopped off or had their bodies cut in half. It was extremely tyrannical. It's so much more powerful than the wolf village's legendary wolf. If it was compared to Aunt Green's scaled eagle before she ate the Suan Nai meat, she would definitely be inferior as well, said the little guy lightly. That scarlet light was too quick and violent. In just a short period of effort, it executed all of those vicious creatures. After a flash of splendor, the scarlet sword flew back into the city. The faces of all those businessmen who collected beast skins and spirit medicines became pale. After they regained their composure, they charged toward rushing Cloud City to kowtow and show their gratitude. "Yeah, so it turns out it is its stamen which actually contained many identical flying swords," said the little guy in amazement. That flying sword was only a stamen that was shaped like a sword, and it sheathed itself back into the flower petal. After the dazzling splendor circulated a bit, its petals closed again. Great rushing cloud has been protecting this town for hundreds of years, ever since it was a town of less than 1,000 to the city that has a population surpassing 80,000 people today. Its contributions are simply astronomical. Great rushing cloud's powers is enough to protect a huge city, and it is not in any way inferior to those guardian spirits of huge cities. Only, it never had the desire of leaving. These people were all discussing among themselves. After the little guy heard this, he was amazed at how extremely powerful that plant was. "This guardian spirit is very extraordinary." Within the city, a fat middle-aged man talked to himself. His face could not be considered white, while his eyes flickered radiantly. "It is extremely powerful, and this kind of guardian spirit is very rare as well. If Master showed his face to invite it, perhaps this guardian spirit could become a member of my Rain clan." The fat middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Whatever, it's bad for this stuff to spread, and actual matters are more important anyway. We don't know whether or not young Lady Xia Yaoyu has returned. I'm here to seek that talisman." Zhang equals 3.3 meters, Chapter 73, his other self. The beast herd outside the city did not disperse, and various vicious birds filled the skies. They hesitated in the air, but they did immediately retreat after seeing species that were similar to them being killed off. On top of the mountain within the city, the guardian spirit stood 4 to 5 zhang tall. Its entire body was dark green, and 3 millstone-sized flowers with rose-like appearances had multicolored light circulating about it. It was extremely splendid, and waves of fragrant odor was released from it. The longer the guardian spirit acted passively and did not attack, the more the unrest within the beast herd outside grew. They were afraid of this guardian spirit that had taken root here for so many years, and although they didn't cower in retreat, they didn't dare act at this moment. Suddenly, a long bird cry echoed throughout. It was like the sound of thunder shaking forest until leaves scattered in chaos. An enormous black figure appeared in midair as a 50 to 60 meter long vicious bird flew across the sky. Dark light flickered all over its bird body as its essence energy surged forth. Its silver eyes were as sharp as bristles of electricity, and with its flickering symbols, its oppressive aura began cover the earth. Yeah, the leader of the vicious bird and beast group showed up. It's indeed a vicious bird. What a terrifying ripple of energy. Everyone was startled. This time, the beast flood actually had such a powerful, vicious bird leading them. After its whistle, all the various land beasts began to initiate their attacks. With its terrifying display of power, none of them dared to disobey its order. Qiang. Within the city on the mountain of earth, that guardian spirit once again blossomed with a multicolored scarlet light. That red flower went into full bloom, and an incomparable sharp scarlet lightning shot across the sky. Pooh. The few vicious beasts who were leading the group suddenly fell after being hit by the flying scarlet sword. Their heads all began to drip with bright red blood as they were hacked open, triggering fear and chaos amongst them. This was obviously just a plant, but it was able to use such a tyrannical scarlet sword. This sharp, sword-shaped stamen could be called a world-shocking weapon that could overcome any obstacles. The attacks of the fierce beasts and birds began to slow down. With this kind of guardian spirit keeping watch, it could resist an army of thousands. An ordinary beast cloud was simply unable to shake rushing Cloud City's foundation, making this place safe from any attacks. In the sky, that enormous 50 to 60 meter long vicious bird began to cry out. Pitch black light began to flicker, and its body began to emit waves of divine symbols. Soon after, it opened its mouth, spitting down a large area of flames towards that plant. It personally made its move, otherwise the beast flood would be defeated. The scarlet sword flew back, and the dark green plant trembled. Its entire body began to shine, and a dark green mist surged forth into the sky in order to meet that large area of flames. After some kaila sounds, the fire began to quickly diminish. The black vicious bird in the sky had a pair of silver eyes that burned with rays of light. They shot out streaks of light beams as if they were enormous silver arrows. They continuously extended over a dozen meters as they powerfully shot down. Bow. Within the city, the plant's dark green leaves began to tremble. Its flowers that were as large as millstones simultaneously blossomed. Scarlet, white, and purple, 3 kinds of light bursted forth. Mists of light surged, and it was auspicious and dazzling as it released a shocking wave. Scarlet light flickered, and the sound of swords was deafening. That scarlet sword was the first one to rush out into the sky, and it drew out an arc of brilliant red light, creating a scenery that resembled the sunset glow. After that, a pure white radiance flashed, and the white jade sword charged into the heavens. Lastly, a dense purple mist rose, and a purple sword released a long sigh. The 3 flying swords simultaneously rose from the ground like a comet streaking across the skies. They swayed their long tails as they illuminated the entire horizon. Its light was astonishing as it linked the heavens and the earth. That vicious bird spiraled into the sky like a black cloud. The vicious might was terrifying. Within its silver eyes, streaks of silver light beams shot out one after another. In the end, however, they were still all destroyed. The sounds of the 3 swords were ear-splitting as their cries stirred the heavens. Their symbols proliferated, and in the end, the remnant flame was once again ignited, chopping towards the front of the vicious bird. The vicious bird flapped its wings, and it tried its best to withstand it. Bright symbols erupted from that area, and the bird met the swords head-on. Following those resonating sounds, there was a final poo sound, and the enormous vicious bird's body was split open. Large chunks of blood rained from the sky as the huge bird's head was chopped off before falling onto the ground. The beast flood collapsed on the spot. Their leader was defeated, and as a result, they scattered and fled everywhere towards the distant mountain ranges. Kill. The city walls were opened wide, and a group of experts rushed out as they chased after their buttocks to kill them. A bunch of arrows were shot into the sky at a 45-degree angle, landing in the middle of those vicious birds and fierce beasts. Blood instantly splashed out, and one corpse after another was left behind. In the distance, the little guy who witnessed that battle a moment ago could not help but feel a bit of unrest. Guardian spirits were truly odd in all different ways. There were all kinds of species, and all of them were extremely powerful. It was just a plant with 3 flowers as large as millstones, yet it unexpectedly carried sword-like stamens. It was extremely shocking. This battle moved little Shi Hao quite a bit, and he muttered, "Symbols could actually be utilized like this, to carry a sharp weapon inside itself to attack and conquer everything in path." He was pondering over whether or not to try and imitate what he saw, and condense a sharp weapon out of symbols. After that rather fat middle-aged man witnessed that battle from within the city, he muttered to himself, "This guardian spirit is truly not simple, and actually grew a few flying swords. Its achievements in the future is simply immeasurable." The 3 swords were all rare, priceless, precious artifacts that tempted his heart. But he knew no matter how powerful the Rain clan was, there were some things one just could not obtain. Oh, that's right. What kind of news came from that worn-out manor? After the middle-aged man returned to his senses, he asked the area supervisor by his side. "Nothing. After that couple left, they never returned," responded the supervisor. He was already 40 years old and stayed by the western border all year round. Ordinarily, his power and influence was not small, but now he had to once again lower his head and bend down like in the past. Shi Xiling is a terrifying person. The clan is not at ease and hopes that he will not appear again. Pay more attention to it and report any news immediately. An evil expression appeared on that middle-aged man's face. Yes, as long as there is wind blowing and grass swaying, the news will immediately be reported. The supervisor had a faithful and devoted appearance. He lived in this uncivilized land long enough and wanted to return to the empire. "That's right, is that child still alive?" that expressionless and rather fat middle-aged man absent-mindedly asked. The supervisor hastily responded, "His body is very weak, so he can't live for too long." The middle-aged man let out an "oh" sound and did not express any more opinions. The supervisor's face suddenly paled and added, "Those old freaks all passed away, and the last remaining one can't live for much longer. That evil bastard can't live for much longer either." Don't be confused. No matter how worn out that place is, it still has an abnormal importance. If something unexpected occurs, HMPH, the middle-aged man warned. "Master, don't worry. That child might be careless and fall into a well, go missing in a mountain, attacked and killed by a vicious bird, or accidentally killed without any trace of loopholes." "Stop making assumptions." The middle-aged man ruthlessly stared at him with one eye. "Yes." The supervisor hastily bent over and did dare to make any other comments. When the middle-aged man left to rest, the supervisor immediately straightened his body and sat on his leaning chair. He faced the door with a powerful, imposing, and rather dignified look. "Let them in." Outside of rushing Cloud City, businessmen who went through the dense forest to collect beast skins and spirit medicines from the ancient tribes appeared. They successively returned to the city through the city gates. The little guy watched for a bit from afar, and soon after, he urged his unicorn to quickly speed into the distance. He did not enter the city in fear of some unforeseen events occurring, as there were interrogators at the city gates. The unicorn rapidly traveled. He made plans to take a detour around this region and travel straight towards Stone Clan's second ancestral land. Incredibly dangerous terrain lined the towering mountains and lofty ridges, and this detour actually added an extra 1,000 li. At first, there were steep cliffs that blocked the road, but soon after, there were swamps that took up the entire area. However, he had already traveled over 300,000 li, so he did not mind the 1,000 li detour. He had finally reached Stone Country's borders without a hitch, and he quickly rushed toward the ruined ancestral land. At noon, he finally arrived at his destination. The sun was large and emitted dense rays of sunshine. However, that ruined manor seemed lethargic and heavy, and many buildings had already collapsed. The little guy did not approach that area immediately. He got off of his unicorn from quite a distance away and ran into the forest by himself while only bringing Harry Ball to observe. He had no choice but to be careful, as Stone Clan was extremely enormous. If one of their men were guarding this place while waiting him to fall into their trap, then it would inevitably lead to an extremely situation that would only lead to death. In the following few days, little Shi Hao still did not make any indiscriminate actions. He roamed about nearby and carefully examined many things within his surroundings. Within the vicinity, there were 4 villages and a single town, and within this vast but sparsely populated western boundary, this was naturally rather unusual. When traveling through the mountain ranges and crossing the ridges, one would only see a single village under normal circumstances. The initial purpose of these villages were simply to supply the ancestral land. In the end, however, they ended up merging together. This was a land of exile, but normal people could not come in either. Only well-known people from within the Stone clan who committed the greatest of crimes were exiled here. AI, it's getting more and more lifeless. Those old freaks are all dying off one after another. What's going to happen to that pitiful child? Such evil sins. An elder drove a beast chariot and left the shabby manor. He was here to deliver fruits and wild prey for them to eat. Although the manor had some servants, this place still seemed rather cold and cheerless. It was like an abandoned land, desolate and withered. "Grandpa Hai, you have to bring Big Black over next time so it can play with me." In the middle of the shabby manor, a weak child sat on a stone step while waving his hand with all of his strength. He was talking while coughing and had a pale and small face. "Okay, when Big Black gives birth to that nest of tigerlings, I'll bring them immediately and let them play with you." The elder who drove the beast chariot far away gently said, "Truly a pitiable child. With no relatives or playmates, he has been protected in this old graveyard of a manor. His childhood has been too dull." Only when that elder's beast chariot traveled far away did that child reluctantly stand up. His feet seemed rather limp, and he held the wall as he slowly walked towards the manor. In the distance, the little guy stood within a forest and foolishly saw everything. His eyes were tearing up as he muttered to himself, "Is that the other me who has been my replacement to be lonely and unhappy here? His body is so weak and his foot is broken. Was it injured by other people?" The little guy rubbed that talisman in his bosom that resembled a piece of gold and gently said, "I have to deliver you to the Heaven Mending Pavilion. No matter how far it is, I will accompany you there. Young master, the last ancestor is about to pass away as well. He does not have many days left. Your days in the future will be difficult," said a servant at the door as he sat there casually. No matter how you looked at it, his expression did not carry an ounce of respect and only contained ridicule. "You are speaking nonsense. Grandpa Ancestor will not die." The pale-faced child had tears in his large eyes as he refuted loudly while constantly coughing. "Then just wait and see." That servant did not seem to mind. Another servant said, "I heard that young master is not the son of that Shi Xiling. Your real identity is actually the descendant of a relative of that old freak who passed away, and you are actually just here as a replacement." "It's possible. If you are actually Shi Xiling's son, you would be in an even more precarious situation." The servant who sat there arrogantly nodded as he faced the young master. He did not get up from start to finish and lacked any sign of respect. The little guy saw everything from the distant forest and clenched his fists tightly. During these past few days, he gained a rough understanding of the situation. A portion of the servants within this ruined cage-like manor had long been bribed by outside influences. They were destroying the area from the inside out, and after a few of the old ancestors passed away, some of them became absolutely unrestrained. Chapter 74, Satisfaction. Within the gate room, the two were pretentiously sitting there without a hint of respect towards the so-called young master. They carelessly said that the ancestor was going to die as they took joy in the poor child's misfortune. "You are not permitted to talk nonsense." The pale-faced child with a weak body and tears within his eyes was heartbroken and desperate. He truly feared that his ancestral grandpa would pass away, and he could not bear to part with that kind of affection. These servants were absolutely vile too, so how would he be able to live in the future? "Young master, living sickly like this is actually quite tormenting. In my eyes, after that old man passes away too, you should. What's that? The man in the gate room forcefully laughed and didn't say it out loud, since it was excessively blatant. That's enough, don't say any more. It's going to happen sooner or later. Looking at his appearance, he can't live for much longer. He will die prematurely for sure. Another servant at the side quietly said with a sneer. You're so vile, I will not excuse you. The child had teary eyes. He leaned against the wall and limped towards the inside. He was extremely lonely. In this huge manor, he did not have a single relative or playmate. He only had this deserted and shabby building whose windows creaked after a wind blew past. This child had always wanted to walk inside. He arrived at a spacious courtyard and pushed open a maple door whose paint had fallen off long time ago. He gently said, "Grandfather." On top of that ancient bed laid an old and gray-haired elder whose face was like golden paper. His aura was like a stream, and his eyes were very bleak ever since they had lost their all-powerful radiance from his former years. Child, if I die, the only one who would not be at ease is you. The elder raised his arm with great difficulty and reached out. He was struggling and needed several tries to touch that child's hand. Grandfather, you won't die. The child wept. Child, don't cry. The elder used his rough hands to gently stroke his pale face. His muddy old eyes shed a few tears, and he was very reluctant to go. Grandfather, the child wept loudly. He was very helpless as he laid by the bedside and grabbed the elder's hand with all his might, without any intention of letting go. The elder used his large, rough hands to pull the little hands toward him. He looked left and right with great affection, but his eyes were dark. He wanted to open his mouth and say something, but his chest rose and fell, as there were some things that could not be said. Grandfather, you cannot abandon me. What do I do when I'm by myself? The child was distressed as he shook that elder's arm. During the past few years, the elders all passed away one after the other, causing him to be incredibly heartbroken. There was only one elder remaining who was his most intimate person, but he was about to die as well, which terrified him. Child, the elder opened his mouth, but all he could form out of it was a single word. Nothing else came out. His eyes had lost all of its luster, and he could only pant heavily now. Outside the gate, the little guy's large eyes were red all over. He soundlessly and breathlessly entered the manor. Through his few days of surveillance, he confirmed there were no experts and came here. He pushed the gate open and walked inside. He wiped away his tears and gazed toward the elder on the bed and emotionally said, Grandfather. Yeah, you. That pale-faced child was scared backwards. The elder on the bed became suspicious. On his deathbed, he unexpectedly saw a child that he had never seen before. Being called by that, he perplexedly looked toward him. He was once an all-powerful expert, yet he could not fight against the passage of time. After he reached his twilight years, his condition became bleak. Grandfather, I am that child back then. I'm here to see you. The little guy chokingly sobbed. Seeing the past through the willow deity, he knew that the elders who were exiled here treated their family very nicely. The child on the side was one they brought in as a substitute. After hearing these words, the elder on the bed ferociously widened his eyes. Those originally dark eyes suddenly emitted a threatening splendor as he spoke in a trembling voice. You are actually him. He unexpectedly talked in a rushed voice and threatening gaze. That's right, Grandfather. I'm here to see you. The little guy grabbed his hand while chokingly sobbed. He did not make it in time to see the other elders off. Your injuries, the elder panted heavily. He asked with an urgent voice, but these were the only words he was able to muster out. My injuries have healed. I've made it through. The little guy said because he knew this was the best thing he wanted to hear. Then he lightly said again, a swing of my arm contains a divine strength of 108,000 jinn. He told things honestly. As expected, after the elder heard it, he astonishingly widened his eyes and his lips constantly opened and closed. He pulled one of his little arms as if he wanted to confirm something. Yes, just a single arm's strength. The little guy's eyes were tearful, and he nodded with all his strength. Ha! At the very last moment, the elder was like the final radiance of the setting sun and unexpectedly released a huge laughter. His cloudy tears tumbled down, and his face was brimming with happiness at this pleasant surprise. This gave him reassurance, and he did not have a single shred of regret left. But the little guy continued to weep, because he knew the elder depleted the last bit of his essence energy, and even holy medicine was unable to save him. This elder was the brother of Shi Hao's grandfather. From a bloodline's perspective, they were really closely related, so he treated him very nicely, unlike those groups of indifferent people from the empire. "Grandfather," the child at the side cried loudly. The elder's eyes did not have a single trace of radiance left, and used the last bit of his strength to grab that child's hand before looking towards little Shi Hao. He opened his mouth a bit with the intention of putting that little hand on his hand, but he was out of strength. The little guy wept and extended his hand and grabbed that little hand before clenching it tightly. Then he put them together on that elder's rough big hands and lightly said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I will take care of him well." A final cloudy tear tumbled down from that elder's tear, and he stopped moving. His face had a smile on it, as if he received gratification. However, it also contained a look of satisfaction, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He was happy and free, as all of his regrets were resolved. He passed away just like that and shut his eyes. "Grandfather," the child at the side wept loudly and instantly threw himself over the body of the elder. His heart was split, and his lungs cracked as he heartbrokenly grieved. Clusters of tears bunched up and tumbled down. The little guy shed tears as well. Finally, he pulled this child up and quietly gave him a warning before leaving. 2 days later, the elder was buried, and that child wept in front of his grave in great suffering. The group of servants could not pull him away no matter how hard they tried, and even fainted several times. Finally, he was carried away by 2 faithful old servants. The little guy hid in the forest and also wiped away his tears as he silently choked with emotions. He looked from afar since he had no way of appearing or approaching. He only came to the grave after all the people had left. He quietly muttered there and carefully prayed. "Young master, your foot is always limping. Walk slower and be careful of falling down." It was still at that gate room where those 2 servants became even more unrestrained and loudly made fun of him. The few elders had all died, so what kind of trouble could this little pitiful child make? The foreigners always wanted to kill him, and it looks like it will not be long now. "You people!" The child was angry, and his little face was pale as he glared at them with his thoroughly red eyeballs. "You two are too disgraceful. This is the young master. How can you speak like this?" 2 old servants shouted. "Meddle more in other people's business, old men. This shabby place is a prison. How could it have a master? Ordinarily calling him that is just sticking some gold on his face." The 2 servants in the gate room turned hostile. The 2 old servants trembled all over. They pulled that child's hands and furiously left. During the evening in that child's room, the little guy appeared and lightly said, "What do you wish for right now?" "I want to see Big Black right now, what the little tiger she gave birth to," the child wept and said. Big Black was that tiger raised by Elder Hai, who was normally in charge of delivering food for them. Usually, he lacked a playmate, so he was very lonely. Each time that Grandpa Hai came and delivered food for them, he could only play with Big Black for a while. The little guy's heart was sad. He was a kind-hearted child, but he also encountered such a series of torment. He was able to sympathize with the pain the child in front of him suffered. "Do you not want to punish those 2 servants in the gate room?" the little guy asked. "I want to, but I do not want to make a big deal out of it." This child's eyes were thoroughly red as I said that. Those 2 were very harsh, and when the elders began to start dying, they did a great deal of misdeeds within the manor. Zhizhai, Harry Ball shrieked. It also saw everything with its eyes and was extremely angry. What it meant was, they must be severely punished. "Harry Ball, you do it," the little guy said. He still had other things to do, like finding out who bribed those servants. Although he had some guesses, he still wanted to confirm his suspicions and take some action because those other people were intolerable bullies. Don't cry anymore. Just forget everything that is here. In the future, I'll bring you to a place called Heaven Mending Pavilion, and no one will dare to bully you again, the little guy consoled. Ayo. During midnight, a vicious beast flew over and descended outside the manor. This was a 3-zhang tall unicorn man-bear one that was light gold all over. A golden horn grew out of its head, and a pair of wings grew from its back, enabling flight. This kind of creature could utilize symbols, but they could not create ancient precious bones like that of a unicorn. They had a certain amount of power, but they were inferior to genuinely powerful vicious beasts. A squishy and plump little fist-sized beast sat on its head and shined in golden light. After arriving here, it made a whoosh sound and disappeared without a trace. That was precisely Harry Ball. Not even the little guy could have thought that it went out and tamed this kind of vicious beast. Peng! The golden man-bear swatted forward with its claws and immediately smashed open the gate. The two dreamers awoke from their dreams, and after seeing such a ferocious predator coming straight towards them, the two limped out weakly as they fearfully screamed. The man-bear sat with its buttocks, and after a few catcha sounds, the sound of the two people's bones being broken echoed through. Only their upper bodies were exposed, and their lowered bodies had already been turned into mutilated flesh. Save us. At this time of the night, this kind of mournful scream echoed especially far. The two people were so scared that their bladders burst as they fearfully cried. The people within the manor were startled, and many people held a weapon and came over. When they arrived in the vicinity, they were all struck with sudden surprise. The golden man-beat was currently creating catcha-catcha sounds as he tore off those two's legs apart to eat them. Blood sprinkled everywhere, and ghostly white bones were exposed. It was extremely terrifying. After seeing these people rush over, the man-bear got up and patted its big bloody claws. Then, with a flap of its wings, it directly disappeared into the night sky. Ah, save us, the two screamed wretchedly. Everyone knew that these two people were finished, as they lost both their legs. In this cruel western border, even if they could survive, they were destined to live in extreme tragedy. Serves you right. I told you guys not to do bad stuff every day. Revenge, God has grown some eyes. Absolutely no one sympathized with them, as it was obvious how disastrous they carried themselves. Harry Ball, you're truly bad enough. After the little guy saw this scene, he stared at that golden Juyin with amazement. He did not imagine that it would command a man-bear to do this kind of thing. It did not kill those two, but what it did was more cruel than killing them. Harry Ball waved its little golden claw. What it meant was, this is just a little matter, you have to treat bad people like this. Little big brother, I heard Grandpa say that the bribed people in the manor were just bridge-jumping clowns. Only the people outside are strong with terrifyingly powerful peak-level experts among them, the pale child at the side said. Don't fear, I have a way to deal with them. The little guy clenched his little fists tightly. He had a few guesses, but he did not know whether it was Shi's bloodline or other people. He was sad and angry and decided to wage a war here. However, they are truly hard to deal with since we are still small, said the child at the side timidly. Even when dealing with the most terrifying fierce beast, you do not have to fight with your life on the line. Oh, I forgot. I have always battled with vicious birds and fierce beasts, and have gotten used to saying stuff like this. The little guy scratched his head in embarrassment, then continued to say, I have ways. Not a single one of them can escape. No matter how powerful they are, as long as they live in the western border, they will meet calamity and suffer punishment. Poop named it this, and kindly suggested that it remain like so Chapter 75, Reckless. Within a majestic manor in rushing Cloud City, a fat middle-aged man paced back and forth. His name was Yu Meng, and his face was expressionless as terrifying symbols circulated within his eyes. He was the #1 expert of the Rain clan. This time, he accepted orders from the clan elder to inspect the western border. This area was part of the clan's property, and there were various uncommon metal ores mines, as well as in various precious birds and strange beasts. Has young Lady Yao Yu appeared? Yu Meng stood atop an arched bridge in a garden, and he was currently looking towards a group of purple scaled fish in the river while asking the official at his side. While carrying out the inspection, he also had to request a talisman from a heaven-mending pavilion emissary for the sake of his clan's extraordinary genius. The clan elder gave much of his affection towards that talent, so he did not want to make any slip-ups. The sooner he could obtain the talisman and leave, the better. The supervisor was very respectful and replied, "Our scout have continuously been searching, however. We have yet to see young Lady Zia return. I'll report to you as soon as there is any information." Truly unsatisfactory. Clan Elder has assigned me the task of finding out information about Shi Xiling, but absolutely nothing regarding the situation has turned up. In addition, I need to find a talisman, yet the person can't even be reached. Yu Meng was unpleased. He turned around and walked off the stone-arched bridge and into a pavilion before sitting down. The supervisor's face turned pale and hurried followed behind. He bowed down, saluted, and said, "Sir, forgive me." Soon after, the supervisor returned to a palace hall and sat on a leaning chair. He rubbed his temples and shouted with an imposing voice, "Servants." Suddenly, a group of people quickly walked in. These were all experts who had extremely powerful strength. "So many years have passed. I assigned you people to search for news regarding Shi Xiling, yet you fools couldn't even find a trace of him. Utter trash." The supervisor roared like an angry lion, and his temperament was much different than his previous fawning behavior just a while ago. He was currently acting incredibly ferocious and powerful. The group of people suddenly felt a wave of coldness. They were well aware that not only was this supervisor vicious, he was also an expert with a profound cultivation. In this rushing cloud city, he was definitely an upper-level figure. The supervisor's face was gloomy as he said, "Also, those old monsters from that shabby manor all died. Is that child still alive?" "Sir, we found out a long time ago that the child there is most likely a substitute. It's impossible for him to be that Shi Hao from back then," a person courageously responded. "Idiot!" The supervisor became furious. He slapped down with all his strength, immediately destroying the wooden table in front of him. Furthermore, under the surge of his aura, the metallic floor shook, disintegrating and sinking the metallic floor down by a foot. It was possible to imagine just how terrifying his cultivation was. Even if he is a fake, we still have to think of a way to kill him. What kind of clan is the Rain clan? They are an ancient and glorious clan with an ancient history that is even older than Stone Country. They care about fact the most, and letting that little child live is simply a humiliation for them," roared the supervisor. The people below immediately revealed their fear and could not help but take a step back. That gloomy man above them howled and shook their eardrums until they were in extreme pain. "Sir, don't worry. Those old monsters has already died. Who can still protect him? There will be news about it soon," the group of people hastily declared. "I'm warning you guys, don't leave any holes in your plan. Otherwise, I'll pull your muscles out and strip your skin off. If an accident happens, none of you will live. We'll make the proper arrangements. We could let a poisonous bug bite him to death, let a beast rush in from the mountains, scare him into a slow death, or even invite in a few fierce disciples. They wouldn't act against him, but they could. That's enough, just leave. I only look for results." The supervisor waved his hand and sent the people off to make their moves. The shabby manor was intensely cold. As the wind blew past, all kinds of old doors began to creak. During the night, they sounded like the weeping of ghosts. Those few elders had all passed away, and for the past few decades, there haven't been any new criminals exiled here as punishment. This place was incredibly ghastly, and it lacked the presence of humans. When night arrived, not even the servants dared to go out and stroll around the manor. "Your name is?" The little guy scratched his head since they had the same name. "Ever since I was young, they all called me Shi Hao," said the child gently as he lowered his head with sadness. Those elders had all died, so he felt very lonely now. How about you use that name and I'll change mine, said the little guy. This child received so much bitter pain on his behalf, so he did not want to take back the name that he always used as well. No need, it's fine if I just change mine. This name always stirs my memories. I want to forget everything, the child at the side said. After thinking for a long while, he made a new name for himself called Shi Feng. He wished that he could be as free as the wind in the future and be freed from this prison. The two children's eyes were all very bright. They looked at each other and started laughing. I want to see Big Black, little King Feng said. He had a bit of reluctance and reminiscence in his eyes and wished to leave and see his best friend. During these many years, he was truly lonely since he did not have any playmates similar to his age. Without any friends, only that black tiger could make him laugh. He was very pitiful. Okay. After dawn and before even they had left, sounds began to echo from the gate. A resonant voice transmitted through and said, "Child, where are you? Uncle is here to take you away from this damn place and help you escape from these slaves, bullying." A middle-aged man entered the manor. He had a tall stature with a dragon beard across his face and was very boorish. The little guy got up and quickly hid with the intention of avoiding being seen. "Yeah, it's Uncle Hai." Little King Feng was joyful. Uncle Hai was the son of Grandpa Hai, and this family always treated him nicely. After those elders passed away one after the other, Grandpa Hai and his son discussed it together, and they decided in the end to take in and raise this pitiful child. "It wouldn't be too good to have you leave all of a sudden." A servant stood, blocked his way. "Not very good, my ass. If this child continues to live here, he would definitely not live for more than 3 months. That leg of his is already so crippled. Do you guys not know that? Just when that elder fell into terminal illness, a rare and poisonous flood dragon scuttled through and bit the bottom of his foot." Uncle Hai was unsatisfied as his steel-like dragon whiskers trembled. "Uncle Hai, I'll go with you to see Big Black." Little King Feng ran over. They were currently at a village that was normally in charge of delivering prey, vegetables or fruits to the Stone Clan's second ancestral land. They were not large and only had 100 or so members. "Who?" A large voice transmitted through, and a huge black tiger appeared at the entrance of the village. It was enormously huge at roughly 3 zhang tall and was 6 to 7 zhang long. It rapidly rushed over, and behind it were 4 little tiger cubs who were all charmingly naive as they all ran over together. "Big Black." Little King Feng rapidly threw himself over while brimming with joy. The little guy stared blankly from the distant mountain. This tiger was not simple, as it had an exuberant amount of blood essence and mysterious symbols inside its body. It was a fierce beast. In the distance, a cold and detached young man saw this. Damn it! The father and son of the Hai family unexpectedly took him in. This father and son duo are both powerful experts who lived here in seclusion, and all the villagers around here trust him. On that night, the fierce beasts within the mountain began to roar. Suddenly, over 10 enormous black figures went mad and broke into the village to massacre the entire place. Ayo. Aya, not good. Fierce beasts are here to take our lives. Quickly run for your lives. The villagers were terrified. Pooh-pooh. The sounds of bowstrings trembling echoed within the darkness. A few shining arrows with symbols on them flew out towards those few enormous black figures. The beast howls stopped immediately, and they all fell to the ground dead. Soon after, the villagers all calmed down. "Grandfather Hai, you are truly lively despite being old, and actually shot down those tiger-like vicious beasts." The villagers sincerely thanked him. The little guy stood far away within the forest and nodded. The father and son of the Hai family were indeed powerful experts who lived in seclusion. They were unusually skilled, and they were rather extraordinary. This old thing can shoot arrows with symbols and even has a profound skill. He shouldn't be an otherworldly expert, right? In the distance, a group of people frowns as they exposed their killing intent. During the next few days, poisonous bugs and fierce birds appeared from time to surround the village. Although they were all killed by the father and son of the High family, the villagers were still trembling with fear. Such vile humans, so this is them pressuring us to hand over the child. If I really return him back, I can guarantee he will not live for another 2 months. Uncle Hai was furious. Let it be. We stayed here long enough, so we should switch to another place while bringing this child with us. Of course, before we leave, I'll make preparations to slaughter them, Grandfather Hai coldly said. During the evening, when more fierce beasts came to attack, 2 figures began to move out. With speeds as fast as specters, they streaked across the sky into the distance. Ah! Ah! Wretched screams sounded in succession. Not only were the fierce beasts exterminated, there were even people who died. The experts that the supervisor sent were all extraordinarily powerful individuals who cultivated with the bone text. Otherwise, if they were too ordinary, how could they have been in charge of finding news regarding the tracks of Shi Xiling? However, it was still not enough. The 20 people were all killed without a single one escaping. So powerful, the little guy who was in the forest was shocked. Since he grew up within the mountains his entire life, while killing vicious birds and fierce beasts, he naturally understood how to conceal his own aura and avoid being discovered. Within rushing Cloud City, after the supervisor received the news, his eyes became gloomy. 20 experts dying within a single night was definitely not something an ordinary person was capable of. Don't tell me that I have to personally go. He jumped on his legs and stood up. He released a powerful aura and cracked the walls of the entire room. After daybreak, Yu Meng stood up within his majestic manner and strolled around the garden. He indifferently asked, "I heard you lost some manpower." The supervisor immediately stooped down and did not dare to look straight as he said, "Right, there was unexpectedly some extremely powerful experts hidden. I'm prepared to personally take action and kill them." Yu Meng cold and indistinctly said, "Experts, eh? I like it. I have been raising a vicious beast lately and need the blood of experts. Take my people with you and capture that father and son pair for me. I suspect they may be of some interest." The supervisor was startled, then exalted. If the important members of the Rain clan took action, who would be able to live? Even though that father and son duo were hidden experts, they would still meet a tragic end. He knew that things had been unfavorable for Yu Meng recently, and so felt a wave of anger within his heart. It was about to erupt, perhaps even creating some terrifying disturbances for the western border. Within the village, little King Feng gratefully said, "Grandpa Hai, it's impossible for me to leave with you. I have to go with little elder brother, and he told me that there are ways to heal my foot. You guys leave quickly, otherwise those bad people will not give up." In the end, they met within the dense forest, and little Shi Hao showed himself. "Thank you, Grandpa Hai, Uncle Hai. You have to leave this village quickly. There will be a huge ground-breaking things happening in the western border soon," the little guy said. "You're an interesting kid. As soon as we met, you warned us with this kind of information." The old man laughed as he spoke. "Child, are you using frightening words to scare us?" Uncle Hai asked. "It's true." The little guy blinked his large eyes and carefully said. However, no matter what he said, he still had the appearance of a pretty and adorable porcelain child, so he did not look very trustworthy. "What's going to happen?" the old man asked. "All the bad people on the western border will be punished severely." The little guy clenched his fists tightly. "Child, what are you going to do?" Grandpa Hai asked. The little guy carried the corpses of those experts killed by the father and son out of the forest and said, "You guys wait here a bit." Finally, he grabbed those corpses and charged into that shabby manor. What's he going to do? The father and son duo brought little King Feng and chased after him in confusion. Soon after, their bodies went cold all over as a sudden fright overcame them. In the distance, flames reached into the heavens, and a group of servants ran out as that manor was engulfed in a sea of flames. Uncle Hai's scalp went numb and said, "This is the Stone Clan's ancestral land. It's usually desolate, and it doesn't matter if no one takes care of it, but who would dare burn it down? This will cause a huge calamity under the heavens." Leave quickly. There will certainly be kings who will personally come soon. Grandpa Hai had a huge headache. Never could he have imagined that the little guy dared to do this. This was truly reckless. Little elder brother actually dared to do this. Little King Feng was also shocked. The little guy returned and very calmly said, I only have one ancestral land, and it is not this place. I have absolutely no connections with that stone country anymore. When he was young, he had his supreme being bones stolen away, yet the people there were very indifferent and persecuted his family. At this place, his substitute also experienced such misery, and no one cared about him. This type of thing happened again and again, so he lost all sense of belonging towards the empire of the Stone Clan. Although he was kind-hearted, he was not weak and dared to do anything. Let's go. Grandpa Hai's scalp was going to explode, and he did not dare to stay any longer. Quickly, those people vanished. What? Stone Clan's ancestral land was burned clean in a sea of fire. After the supervisor heard the news, his face went pale. Who? When Yu Meng heard the news, he released a world-shaking bellow because he knew it was all over. There will be a gargantuan disaster approaching, and all those who were born within the western boundary or even resided within were done for. Once an investigation was done, it would be impossible for any of them to escape. Fool! Yu Meng roared loudly and swatted away the profoundly cultivated supervisor with a single hand. His mouthful of teeth flew away and was dyed in his own blood. Sir, I did not command anyone to do this. The supervisor was frightened as he trembled, and with a pu-tong, he kneeled onto the ground. It doesn't matter who did it, it will attract a huge calamity. Stone Country will send out at least a few kings and investigate thoroughly along the way. The little things you did before will naturally be discovered and eventually link it to me. Yu Meng was angry as veins blew up on his forehead and terror rose within his heart. Genuine kings will personally come. The supervisor became silly. As he trembled and kneeled there, he almost scared himself to death. Chapter 76, Stone Country Trembles. A genuine king will appear. After the supervisor heard this, he was paralyzed on the spot. His face turned pale without a trace of blood on it, and his body shivered with a coldness that made even his teeth tremble. He was incomparably dreadful. If this was investigated thoroughly, all of the people involved in this matter will be killed. He could already foresee people's heads rolling and tumbling down. Once a king became angry, blood would flow, and corpses would fall for 100,000 li with no one being able to stop it. He had no way of surviving. Even if the land under the heavens were large, he still did not have any places to hide. Let alone him. Even Yu Meng was in fear as he paced back and forth. His heart was extremely terrified, as the matter had escalated so quickly. This was something he had absolutely no chance of concealing, since it was the Stone Clan's ancestral land being disrespected. I did not do it. How is this beneficial in any way? The supervisor sat there paralyzed and kept repeating. He did not have that ordinary impressiveness to him anymore. F*ck off. Yu Meng was furious. He raised his foot to stamp him on the body, and suddenly the sounds of fractures transmitted through the air. The supervisor screaming wretchedly and vomited large mouthfuls of blood as his entire body flew into a rock garden close by. Hong Long, the rock garden tumbled down and buried him beneath as dust, and smoke rose into the air. Yu Meng was expressionless. If he did not show off his power, he did not have the might that experts usually had, but now his eyes exposed an ominous glint. He wanted to get rid of the supervisor several times, but he hesitated in the last moment because killing the supervisor was still useless. With Stone Clan's enormous power, they would overlook nothing when investigating this matter. Then he quivered and trembled. When he wanted to stop talking, he thought about whether or not his clan elders would have the same thoughts and eliminate him immediately, since this matter had been escalated to an overly extreme degree. In a huge city located in the western border, several experts activated a few rare primitive precious bones. After symbols flickers, The bones turned into an old and simple little altar, and they released a letter on top. After a flash of light, the letters disappeared. At the same time, in the vast stone country's imperial capital, several precious bones of archaic descendants shined and turned into an even larger altar. Multicolored light flickered on top, and a letter appeared. What? The second ancestral land was wiped clean in a sea of fire. They truly have guts. After a clan elder saw the letter, he became furious on the spot. Stone Country, whose country ruled over millions and millions of li of rivers and mountains, was in its golden age, yet such an unimaginable event happened to them. "Send the letters out," he shouted loudly. The letter had been copied many times, with the original intended for the emperor, while the others were being sent to kings of various stone families. This matter was too great, and he believed that this was a provocation towards the entire stone clone. Pong. That day, it was as if the imperial city exploded. A huge controversy arose before completely erupting, and many people were discussing in disbelief over this event. Who did this? Does he want to go against the heavens? The emperor is at his golden age with an unparalleled divine might, and there is actually a person who burned the Stone clan's birthplace to the ground. They are truly too daring. Even the mortal enemies of Stone clan would not go this far. Even if they were fighting, they would go after the people who were alive. Who would do such a thing like this? It shouldn't be a dragon beast, hornless dragon, or any other archaic descendants who hated Stone Country, right? Could it be possible that a group of vicious birds created the fire? The news rapidly proliferated, and soon after, the entire imperial city knew. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable and discussed this all everywhere. "Find who did this?" The emperor gave the orders using these 4 words. His orders immediately shined outside and emitted rays of light that reached into the skies. Those 6 words were like immortal swords as they dispersed the clouds above the imperial city, releasing a killing intent that overflowed the heavens. Golden rays of light bubbled up explosively like lightning across the sky, which rumbled every direction into a state of silence. At this moment, the entire imperial city calmed down without any traces of discussion. The imperial city only returned back to normal after a long time. Atop a divine altar within Stone Country, precious offerings were being laid. These were sacrifices that were made to the ancient gods, and currently, several precious bones that used to belong to archaic descendants began to emit light. With a weng sound, it was as if an ancient gods awakened. The air was filled with a terrifying aura, and soon after, a golden passageway opened. "Let's go," shouted a clan elder. Following that, squadrons of powerful war generals rushed out one after another, treading onto that golden passageway. They were all wearing shining armor, and metal spears and battle pikes were in their hands as their killing intent overflowed into the heavens. In the end, 3 kings appeared. Their entire bodies radiated bright and resplendent rays of light, and it was as if they were 3 suns. Their terror shook the world as they stepped into the golden passageway together. This time, 3 kings actually made their moves, and it was up to them to investigate this event thoroughly. The clan elders only brought people to worship at the altar after everything had calmed down. Chaotic mist filled the air, as if an ancient god was there to accept their great gifts. In reality, there was nothing there. Within the martial king's manor, all of the residents were in alarm. Over 10 clan elders had been invited, and this was all due to the fact that the ruined manor was too large of a topic and involved their entire bloodline. "Where is Year? Is it the people under him who did it?" The 4th elder, who looked like a golden lion, roared. "Impossible. Although Year is young, he is wise and earnest. How can he do something so stupid? I believe that it must have been someone else," said a clan elder. Soon, the eastern border received some information after making some initial investigations. The arson was caused by some rising resentment, and it was possibly related to a large clan within Stone Country. When they received the news, it immediately sparked a massive controversy. "Isn't this simply looking for death? No matter what kind of grudges they held, daring to do such a thing would only result in their demise. Do they want their entire clan exterminated? This is a matter of one's morals. A son of some king's family who doesn't know how high the sky is or how thick the ground is must have went to the western border to create a ruckus. Isn't this simply digging a deep hole? Their entire clan will all be dragged in. The imperial city was filled with chatter everywhere. Many clans were scared, in fear that their own family's children had provoked this calamity. AI Yu Meng sent back some information. Although our Rain clan didn't do this, his underlings' underhanded actions cannot be concealed and would similarly evoke dissatisfaction from the kings. A clan elder of the Rain clan sighed heavily, since this disaster really was unexpected and unimaginable. If they truly wanted to investigate into it deeply, the people of the Rain clan would all seem pretty disgraceful. Clan brother, you're talking about it too lightly. No matter how it goes, we have to bear some of the consequences regarding the arson of the Stone clan's ancestral land. Most likely, that supervisor messed up. He probably made others take this risk out of desperation, burning down the Imperial clan's ancestral land. Take out all of the benefits the western border has to offer and kill off everything else. I think doing things this way should be all right. Try your best to protect Yu Meng. The western border has quite a few people, and they are all well trained. How do we kill them all? Someone opposed. We can't take on this responsibility. I feel like this is most likely done by Shi Xiling for the sake of framing our clan. That's right. We can do it like this. Let's tell Yu Meng that he must bite down on this matter and say he found Shi Xiling, and then try his best to find any tiny hints regarding Shi Xiling's whereabouts. Everyone in the Rain clan was discussing countermeasures for the current situation. In the western border, those war generals all seemed like wolves and tigers. Their expressions were like lightning, and they were all extremely powerful. On the second day, they discovered some clues and brought away the supervisor. Searching like this, they discovered many things that should not have come to light. Although they did not commit the arson, clearly, they might be the root cause, as having the impertinence to collude with the servants of the ancestral land was already rather disgraceful. On that day, heads tumbled down. After those people in the manor who colluded with the servants had been interrogated, they were all beheaded. Fresh blood spilt out, and a large amount of corpses were stacked together. Immediately afterwards, the supervisor confessed and was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts and died. The people within his clan were all incarcerated. This was all because the supervisor had not tried to commit suicide or escape, and so they decided not to immediately exterminate his clan. 2 days later, Yu Meng was escorted off to a huge city. When he was captured, he still wanted to refute. However, he was immediately whipped in the face by a war general, causing his blood to blossom and fly into the air. Typically, he was rather harsh and unreasonable, but the trusted war generals of the kings were even more harsh and unreasonable. Yu Meng went silly as he was brought into a majestic palace hall within a huge city. Above him, there were 3 large and splendid suns. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and large portions of symbols were being emitted, making it impossible for people to directly look at them. He understood that this was a genuine king who controlled a land that ruled over the lives of over 100 million people. They were the most powerful people under the emperor and were world-shakingly terrifying. The 3 suns released a divine splendor, and strand after strand of symbols began to condense. Within the gathering of symbols, it was as if they were trying to refine this area of heaven and earth. The 3 kings sat upon their thrones, and it was impossible to see their figures clearly. Only 3 pairs of eyes could be seen, and they were much brighter than the symbols creating the mist. One of the pairs looked like the sun's destruction and the moon's submergence. The other pair appeared as if its stars were taking form, and the last looked as if the primal chaos were diffusing. They were obviously 3 pairs of eyes, but they made the people feel as if the heavens themselves were opening. It has nothing to do with me. I feel that Shi Xiling might have done this. Once Yu Meng entered, he immediately spoke these words. He accepted the orders from their clan's elders and wanted to use any methods to wash this blunder away. "Don't speak without thinking, Chop," a king indifferently said. His pair of eyes shot of an area of incomparably terrifying symbols and shook everyone in the lower level of the palace hall. A war general walked forward, took out a sharp blade, and immediately swept forward. "Calm down, my king," Yu Meng shouted, but absolutely no one paid attention to him. The war general's weapon flashed past. With a poo sound, the sound of blood splashed out and one of his arms fell to the floor. He let out a wretched scream. Never could he have thought that those kings above would be so tyrannical. Without fearing any consequences, they chopped off one of his arms as soon as he came up. What was the reason behind this? "My king, I am a child of the Rain clan, This king doesn't want to hear nonsense. Chop again." Another indifferent voice echoed down from the throne above. With a poo sound, blood blossomed out, and Yu Meng's other arm also fell to the floor. It was so painful that he began to wretchedly scream. His face became deathly pale as his head almost fell to the ground. He never could have imagined that such a day would come. He was a direct descendant of the Rain clan, so his position was not low. However, there were people who unexpectedly dared to treat him like this and didn't even consider him a side dish. He wanted to roar out of fury, "You are a king, so you need to be more considerate as I am the intermediary between the Rain clan." However, on the verge of speaking, he swallowed his words again in fear of provoking even more pain. Then he quivered and trembled as he thought, this couldn't have been directed against his Rain clan, right? Otherwise, why would they dare to do such a thing? Thinking up to this point, a whiff of cold air rose from within his heart. "Speak, you are forbidden from speaking any lies." The words of the people above were ruthless and concise. Yu Meng endured the pain by using some flickering symbols on his broken arms to staunch the bleeding. Then he began to confess and recount everything. Of course, he would not admit his own mistakes and tried his best to dispel and push the source of this disaster away from him. "I only want to hear facts. I don't want to hear refutations." Above the palace hall, a king flicked his finger, and suddenly, an area of silver light as vast as the seas surged forth violently. With the two poo-poo sounds, both of Yu Meng's legs exploded and his entire body flew across the room. The pain was unbearable, and he was on the verge of going insane. How could it end like this? This king truly did not care about face. No matter how big the crime was, he shouldn't be treated like this. Their methods were too severe and were simply too scary and frightening. Yu Meng was discouraged. All of the kings had too much power. If they wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as turning their hands. They could simply stomp him to death with one foot, and no one would be able to stop them. In the end, he could not bear it any longer and recounted everything as they happened. "Drag him out and behead him," an emotionless voice echoed down from above. "Why are you doing this?" Yu Meng was worried and threw caution out the window. "Because I'm a king," the person above said indifferently. Rays of light bursted into the heavens and submerged the entire magnificent group of buildings. These words shook Yu Meng until his entire body weakened, paralyzing him on the spot. He was full of regret. Two war generals walked forward and dragged him outside the palace hall. It was as if they were dragging a dead dog, treating him as he were absolutely nothing. Yu Meng shouted out in dismay and said, "If you guys don't escort me back safely and just carelessly kill and behead me like this, how would the people of the imperial capital react? You guys don't have concrete evidence, so this is simply a total disregard for life. We are investigating on behalf of our emperor's commands, and he has completely trust in us. Who would dare to disobey?" An imposing voice echoed from within the palace hall. At death's door, Yu Meng suddenly realized and had a rough guess at who the person in the palace hall was. It should be the war king who was rumored to have admired the young genius, Shi Hao. He quivered and trembled, since no matter what he said, it was too late. With a poo sound, a head flew upwards, and Yu Meng was beheaded immediately, passing away within the western border. Once news of this returned to the imperial capital, it evoked shock, as this was like whipping Rain Clan's face. Afterwards, when people learned it was the War King, they were all at ease again. With his title, it was no longer a surprise. There weren't many things he did not dare to do. Within the huge city on the western border, the War King no longer made any moves after beheading everyone. A king's at his side opened his mouth and said, "This matter might perhaps be related to the Martial King Manor." "Oh, Rain Clan and Military King's Manor are connected through marriage. There should be something here," another king nodded. "Not bad, keep investigating. No matter what, they must all be warned," the War King declared. Military King's Manor produced Shi, who had exceptional heavenly talents. He was like the rise of a blazing sun, and he shocked the vast earth. There were also geniuses among these kings' later generations, and they similarly had the qualifications to fight for the emperor position. They would never let go of any opportunities to obstruct each other. The matter had been escalated so much, and the Rain clan were truly unwilling to accept the results since everyone within the western border had been killed. Heads stacked up like mountains, and even an important disciple of the family couldn't escape death. They escalated this issue all the way to the emperor. Even the Martial King Manor was very passive as well, as they had been linked to this matter. The imperial city trembled, and a great wave surged over this entire place. Finally, the emperor showed his face, reprimanded some relevant people, and killed even more people. Only then did this disturbance gradually calm down. But all this had nothing to do with the little guy. He brought King Feng into the Great Wasteland since they had already parted ways with the High family. "This is the snow leopard's milk. It tastes the best. You try it, it's so sweet and delicious." The little guy's face was dirty, and only his pair of big eyes were very bright and shiny. They entered the Great Wasteland once again, and since they could not avoid battling with vicious beasts, his body was stained with quite a bit of blood. "I'm already 7 years old. I don't drink milk anymore." Little King Feng felt embarrassed. "Don't worry about it. No one's watching. It's truly very delicious." The little guy held a bamboo straw and drank a whole mouthful. His eyes were infatuated, as they became crescent moon. "Really?" Little King Feng blinked. "Really?" The little guy carefully nodded. On another mountain range, the father and son duo of the High family were constantly paying close attention to external affairs. During these few days, their hearts surged up and down like the tide, and they had a tough time staying calm. "That child is truly a talent. No, he's a heaven-warping genius. He has unlimited potential in his path of cultivation." Uncle Hai sighed. "If we meet again one day, I believe his name will have already shaken the entire country, and his name will spread to all the land under the heavens." Grandpa Hai also sighed. "Ayu!" At their side a black tiger roared. Chapter 77, Return. "Little big bro, can my foot really be healed?" Little King Feng's eyes were brimming with hope. He was such a young child, yet his foot was already broken. His heart was naturally be saddened, and he longed for its restoration. "It's possible. After applying some precious medicine, it will be cured for sure." The little guy shifted his gaze towards Harry Ball on his shoulder. Harry Ball was originally sound asleep, but he suddenly shivered and quivered, waking up from his sleep. He rapidly leapt off from his body onto an ancient tree as it vigilantly looked downwards. "Harry Ball, don't be so stingy. King Feng is already like this. Do you not want to help him?" The little guy laughed as he beckoned towards it. "Zhai zhai," Harry Ball screeched and was unwilling to jump down. King Feng's left foot was bitten by a poisonous flood dragon, and although his wounds have closed, that area still looked quite terrifying. A sarcoma grew there, and it greatly contrasted with his pretty little face. Poisonous flood dragons were not actually genuine flood dragons. They were more like vipers, only that they were several meters long like a unicorn. Their bodies, however, were highly toxic, and whoever it poisoned would inevitably die. On the day that King Feng was bitten, if an ancestral elder did not disregarding his own circumstances to detoxify and replenish his life force using his own innate essence when King Feng was critically ill, he would certainly have died immediately. Too vicious, he is such a young child, yet they still had the heart to take such actions. The little guy had the tone of a little adult, and he forgot that his own age was not that great either. As he spoke these words, the western border were in turbulent times. A great quake spread across Stone Country's imperial capital and invoked a huge killing spree. However, the person responsible, the little guy, had lost all awareness of this, as this was outside the scope of his knowledge. He had forgotten that he had sparked these events a long time ago. "Little big bro, where are we going?" King Feng asked. "Returning to our clan's true ancestral land. When you nurse your wounds completely and trained your body a bit, we'll go to Heaven Mending Pavilion together after I get a little stronger." "Ah, true ancestral land." Little King Feng widened his eyes in surprise. "Zalulu," the unicorn held its head high and released a long neigh. Its entire body was a silver white as its scales flickered gloriously. It carried the two children and soared across mountain gorges and into the distance. The great wasteland had many fierce beasts, and so there were many bloody battles on this journey. However, the little guy had already journeyed through here, so the returning route was a lot smoother. When King Feng heard his little big bro had traversed the 300,000 li of the great wasteland by himself, his little mouth was left wide agape. He exposed a shocked expression and felt that if news of this got to Stone Country, it would certainly invoke a world-frightening wave. There's a huge bird's nest on the summit there that covers the entire mountain top. On top of a lofty mountain within the heart of the mountains, there was a gigantic bird's nest that had a diameter of over 100 meters. It was constructed on the mountain peak and possessed an oppressive aura. In the distance, an enormous vicious bird streaked across like a black cloud. It was over 100 meters long and was 200 to 300 meters long with its wings spread. Its demonic aura shocked the heavens, and all the feathers on its body seemed like they were casted in metal as they flickered in terrifying rays of light. On this entire journey, little King Feng cried out in surprise from time to time. He had never traversed through the great wasteland and had never seen such a terrifying creature. Yeah, that tree consumed a huge flame rhinoceros. After a short while, they saw a tall and old tree. Its branch suddenly waved and penetrated a flame rhinoceros over several zhang long, absorbing its blood. It was extremely terrifying as the entire tree transformed into a red color. The Great Wasteland is very terrifying. There are all kinds of bizarre creatures here, so we have to be cautious and careful. If we relax for even a bit, we might encounter a situation where we lose our lives, the little guy warned. This was a bizarre world, and at the same time, it was also a terrifying world. The natural living environments were nasty, and the competition was cruel. Humans had to struggle and fight in order to live on. They were very careful throughout their entire journey and avoided many dangerous areas. Those places were not places they could travel through right now. The mists were dense, and they could see various terrifying figures come and go. It astonished their souls. Of course, they could not avoid a bloody battle forever. There were many vicious birds and fierce beasts throughout this journey. The little guy had to experience many fierce battles every day, and his body bathed in more and more beast blood as he traveled. After journeying for over 20 days, the two children finally approached Stone Village. Their beast skin clothing were already covered all over in streaks of blood. "Wah, savages, 2 savages are here." Near the dark blue lake shore, a group of children saw 2 bloody figures and began to cry out as they rapidly surrounded them. "Something's wrong. That blackish-red horse is a unicorn." The little guy returned. Those children near the lake shore finally recognized him. The little guy and his companion were in a rather difficult situation since even the unicorn had been dyed red-black in the blood of beasts. Its scales that previously flickered in silver light were full of bloodstains, and even Harry Ball was no exception. It was clearly visible that they had encountered many bloody battles during their journey. "Hey, little guy, you've returned. The villagers were almost worried to death. You leave once and you leave for over 50 days. Little guy, you look so miserable. I almost couldn't recognize you." A group of children rapidly surrounded them and showed their affection. Despite the fact that his body was filthy and covered in thick blood, they came up and put their arms around his shoulders and grabbed his neck, as if they continued chattering as if they would never run out of things to talk about. Who is this child? They naturally saw King Feng and could not help but ask. His name is Shi Feng, and he'll be my little bro from now on, the little guy introduced. A group of adults were all alarmed and quickly rushed out. Shi Linghu and the others were all so emotional to the point that even some very old elders ran out. A young child traversing the great wasteland by himself, returning alive after traveling for over 300,000 li, was truly a miracle. This is too great. Child, you have finally returned. Being able to return alive is good enough already. The chief was normally very calm, but his voice was trembling right now. During these past few days, he was genuinely worried to no end. The trial this time was extremely difficult. Even if a group of fully grown experts traveled together, 9 out of 10 of them would still die, but the little guy succeeded. This was once a cruel trial by fire that the strongest archaic vicious beasts, such as the hornless dragon or leopard dragon, placed their children through. Even those terrifying children of the vicious beasts might still die halfway through. The little guy succeeded. Moreover, he returned while protecting another child. Child, you're extraordinary. You completed the most terrifying trial, and you will inevitably fly into the heavens one day. A group of elders trembled with incomparable joy, to the point that some of them had tears in their eyes. How many years have passed already? Stone Village's legends have already been treated like stories by others, and no one believed that they once possessed such ancient glory. With this child's sudden emergence, they truly believed that recreating their former glory was no longer impossible. Child, have you broken through? The chief asked with deep concern. I haven't. I'm preparing to seclude myself within the village. Breaking through is not a problem, as I want to rush into even greater heights. The little guy answered. Everyone nodded, as they felt happy for him. You did well. You've successfully completed this ancient trial by fire, the willow said. When the villagers heard, they suddenly began to pay their respects. Little King Feng was startled, as he curiously watched. The little guy was amazed, since the willow tree in front of him was now so different. A lot of its scorched black tree bark had been shed, and it also had some protrusions on its tree trunk, as if something was going to drill out. I am going to train behind closed doors and go into deep hibernation for a year. When Willow Deity came out with such a news, it made the hearts of the villagers tremble. Honorable Master Willow Deity, you're okay, right? A village elder trembled and asked. This is a good thing for me, but you all will need to watch out, because I have no way of protecting you for the next year, said the Willow Deity. Everyone's mind was startled. They were going to lose the protection of the Willow Deity because of this deep slumber, and this made them feel uneasy. The only rejoiceful thing was that there were no evil beasts here, and no tragic incidents have occurred. It'll be fine. Willow Deity hibernated for a long while last time as well. Aren't we all fine right now? There should be no problems. Shi Jiao comforted the villagers. You are quite excellent, so don't waste your innate gifts. After I wake up, I will show you a different world. These were the warnings that the Willow Deity gave to the little guy. Just like that, the willow tree's entire body became dark ever since that day. That green and glossy branch no longer shined within the night as it fell within its deep slumber. Pudong, Pudong. In the beautiful, clear, dark blue lake, a group of children jumped in one after the other. They were swimming without worries, and they shouted and screamed joyfully as they played. The little guy striped himself clean and ferociously dove inside to wash away all the bloodstains from his body. King Feng watched in envy from the shore since he did not know how to swim. Come down, it'll be fine. We'll teach you how to swim together, a group of larger kids shouted. I won't. I'm scared of the water. King Feng cowered, but he was still forcefully dragged inside. Under the protection of the group of children, he plopped up and down for a whole hour until he finally learned how to swim. It's truly beautiful. This place is too pretty. King Feng was extremely happy. Within the azure lake, little fish with gold scales covering their bodies sometimes emerged before their eyes, and as they jumped out of the water, they flickered in their precious splendor. On the soft green grass by the shore, groups of birds paced back and forth. There were many different species there, and their brightly colored feathers circulated with a magnificent splendor. They were not startled by the sight of humans, and all of them were exceptionally beautiful. There was also a herd of unicorns running by the shore, incomparably pure and holy. King Feng felt that this was simply an illusory world within his heart. It was so tranquil and auspicious that there was nothing to bother him. If he could live here for a long time, he would certainly be incredibly happy. During the evening, the group of children went onto the shore in secret, and Harry Ball behaved even more underhandedly as he hid and watched from within a bush. "What are they doing?" little King Feng puzzledly asked Shi Hao. The little guy replied, "They are preparing to steal bird eggs. They are very rare and precious egg laid by little Luins. They are a precious medicine used for healing. Under normal circumstances, the chief will not let them randomly do this." King Feng was amazed, while simultaneously feeling very fascinated. Sure enough, sooner after, chickens flew and dogs jumped as chaos spread throughout the beautiful lake shore. A group of children as well as Harry Ball stole a pile of multicolored striped bird eggs and roasted them over the fire. Shi Linghu's voice echoed from the distance, "You bunch of brats. You are forbidden from doing this in the future. Otherwise, in the future, all these precious birds and strange beasts will be scared off." "We understand." The children giggled and laughed as they ate the fragrant bird eggs together with a mouthful of the roasted golden and shiny dragon whiskered fish. They were all incredibly satisfied. "This place is so good." Little King Feng was extremely happy. With this many playmates and so many interesting stories, he felt extremely joyful. Chapter 78, Crisis. During the night, the medicinal cauldron shined and rumbled. Soon after, the sounds of a sacrificial ceremony began to resonate. On top of the cauldron, many realistic images of divine birds and strange beasts appeared as if they charged out of the cauldron walls. Harry Ball was anxious as he used one little claw to cover his own large eyes. It extremely unwillingly bit into his other little claw to release 2 drops of its golden blood into the cauldron. Then, as if it had broken an arm, it wretchedly screamed as if it had killed chickens and slaughtered ducks before escaping back to the little guy's shoulder. It covered one eye and peeked with the other. The group of people could not refrain from smiling. This fist-sized golden sphere was too very weird and lively, provoking their laughter. The medicinal cauldron shined even brighter and became even more mysterious. After it began to refine this precious medicine, it emitted a rich fragrance, and multicolored light radiated everywhere. Thousands of ribbons of various colors were extremely magnificent and mysterious as they revealed their light. "King Feng, don't be nervous. Connecting your broken tendons will certainly be successful. With these precious medicine here, I guarantee that your bones will regenerate," the little guy consoled. This process was very painful. The scar on King Feng's foot was peeled off once again, and it began to bleed. He cried out loudly in pain as tears continuously tumbled down, but he did not struggle when Shi Jiao applied the precious medicine on it. "Your muscles and bones have already been aligned. After applying this rare precious medicine on it, it will heal for sure. Don't worry about it," the elder consoled. No one else touched this cauldron of medicine, and they left it completely for King Feng. After some of it had been applied onto his foot, he also consumed a lot of it. After a few days, his foot began to itch as his muscles and bones regenerated and connected together. Truly worthy of being the blood of a Zhuyan, some elders gasped in surprise. In just a few days' work, the broken muscles and bones on King Feng's foot connected again. After raising it for a while, it will inevitably heal and be completely fine. Everyone exposed an astonished gaze as they looked towards Harry Ball. It suddenly began to miserably shriek and roll within the little guy's shoulders. Finally, it extended a little claw as it gestured and waved with all its might. What it meant was, yes, But in the future, don't look towards me for these things. I won't do it even if you killed me." Apart from precious medicine, the little guy used symbols to treat him every day as well. After half a month, King Feng recovered, and all of his muscles and bones rapidly healed. Precious medicines are so powerful. They possess such divine medicinal effects, making it heal so quickly. Everyone was astonished, but they did not know that the true primordial record that the little guy practiced in was also extremely effective. In the following few days, there was one more little figure by the lake's shore that cultivated together with the children. Everyone shockingly discovered that aside from being feeble-bodied, he unexpectedly understood the bone text. Although he was not as refined as the little guy, he was still very strong. In the words of the elders, he was a genius who was only being held back by his body. After a few days of self-healing, King Feng gradually got better. His pale little face became rosy again, and his blood began to flow through his body nicely. He started to run wildly with the children of Stone Village, and his physique no longer inhibited his actions. For the following few days, the little guy left early and returned late. He intensively studied the true primordial record by himself deep in the mountains, and he fought against the vicious beasts from time to test the stuff he comprehended. The name of the next realm was Heavenly Passage. For a cultivator, it was extremely important. The more profound knowledge accumulated in the blood transformation realm, the more explosive and terrifying the force in this realm would be. The little guy was constantly accumulating knowledge, hoping that he would charge into the heavens in this realm and astonish others with his performance. During the evening, the sunset glow seemed like blood as it dyed the skies in scarlet. Burning clouds bubbled and surged as streaks of gold embedded their borders, and even Stone Village seemed to be enveloped within this shroud of mysterious luster. Meng shouted and cried to attract the attention of the villagers. They only saw him saddled up on a unicorn as it madly galloping. Its speed was too fast, making his face turn white, and he was afraid of coming down. "It's not Little White that the little guy tamed, it's another unicorn. Meng, this child has truly increased his abilities and unexpectedly wanted to make this precious mount yield." A group of adults gasped in surprise, since even they could not accomplish this. After hearing these words, Meng almost began to cry. As the back of the unicorn flickering with a silver light, he said with a sobbing voice, "Who wants to make it yield? When I was feeding Little White berries, it came close and wanted to eat as well. It wasn't scared of me, and in the end, my heart kept itching, so I sat on top of it. However, afterwards, it went crazy." When the villagers heard, they all bursted into laughter. In the recent days, Little White returned to the unicorn herd and was not restricted when it wanted to enter and leave the village. The villagers also fed it berries from time to time, and this made that herd of unicorns' wariness decrease a lot. Sometimes, one or two of them wanted to come close and eat some as well. It was just like what the little guy said. Gradually, this herd of unicorns will accept the villagers and will become their precious mounts. Meng put some more effort into it. It didn't attack you, which means it still has some goodwill towards you. Don't fall down and lose face, just keep holding on, Shi Hu yelled. Just like this, the unicorn circled the large lake over 10 times, but it still was not tired. Meng almost vomited as if he was riding on clouds and fog. In the end, the unicorn stopped. It stood upright and threw him onto the ground, then it naturally jogged back slowly into the herd. "This is good. This unicorn is obviously amusingly playing with the children. It will be part of our Stone Village sooner or later." Chief Shi Yunfeng laughed as he gazed from the side. As far as the elders were concerned, they had a rough time breathing. They wished that they could obtain the precious mounts immediately. Sure enough, in the next few days, the unicorns relaxed even more and began to become increasingly intimate with the children. They allowed the children to climb onto their backs and carried them while galloping around the lake shore. This made the robust adult males envious, but they have no other ways. They looked very large, so it was not easy for them to gain the unicorns' trust. Thus, the unicorns were still quite vigilant towards them. A group of elders all began to laugh. Stone Village was genuinely getting stronger and stronger. Soon, they would inevitably subdue over 10 unicorns, and even thinking about it is making them smile. This type of lively animal was very hard to capture. Let alone a village, even a powerful tribe would have a hard time capturing a few, but soon they will have over 10. Half a month later, the group of children clamored and shouted as over 10 of them rode on the backs of the unicorns. They could handle them on the condition that they delivered large amounts of berries and raised them well. Haha, very good. Little guy, how about we race a bit? Let's see whose unicorn runs faster. Pai-Hu and the others winked with a cocky expression. I still want to go cultivate, the little guy said. Just come, cultivating every day is so boring. Let's go relax and hunt for some vicious beasts in the mountains along the way. Isn't that still cultivation? We can return at night and barbecue some delicious stuff. How good is that? The group of children instigated. That's fine then. The little guy thought for a bit, then nodded. The adults' eyes were red once again. They still hadn't rode on any unicorns, yet the little brats had already rode on them. Many of them already had their own precious mounts. Dazhuang, once you come back, quickly tame one for me and let your father ride it for 2 days. Otherwise, once you return, I'll strip you skin off, Shi Dazhuang's father angrily said. At the side, Shi Linghu also shouted, Huzi, did you hear that? You also have to tame one as soon as possible. Don't just care about being cocky yourself. If you don't let me ride it, I'll clean you up when you get back. Ha ha! A group of people burst out into laughter. The elders' eyes were all red because this truly made them speechless. The elders were unable to contain their happiness. The best circumstances that they could have imagined were gradually emerging. Stone Village was restoring its strength again, and perhaps the day when they could really recreate their former glory was not too far off. The villagers were at ease. The little guy had already crashed his way through 300,000 li of the great wasteland. With him following closely behind, there shouldn't be many dangers they couldn't face. We're going, Meng shouted and charged out first. Slow down, wait for me. The nasally kid was last as he wiped his mucus and chased. Even he had obtained a unicorn's consent, which made the group of larger children who were temporarily without a mount speechless. The silver hooves of over 10 unicorns rampaged like divine holy arrows as they left their line of sight. They drew out streaks of silver light as they entered into the mountain range. Little guy, let's compare a bit. Pai-Hu started being cocky again. Your unicorns cannot match Little White, said the little guy. Originally, Little White was already the strongest unicorn when he had selected it, and it even consumed the egg of the rainbow peacock and drank the Zhuyan's blood to become healthier. Rays of silver light circulated all over its body, and it was an extremely spirited horse. The unicorns ran especially quickly, and as the group of children shouted and fussed, they had already charged over 100 li away. As expected, Little White led by a wide margin and waited from way ahead. Let's go hunting. We should show off our strength a bit too, Huzi suggested. Ziu-ziu. Iron arrows streaked past the forest, arousing a large amount of beasts into shouting. After a short moment, the children who rode on the unicorns became startled as they met a large fellow they were incapable of defeating. It was as strong as the little guy, and even he was urging Little White to madly escape. Behind them was a spiny beast whose entire body was black, and as it charged out, the incomparably sharp spines on its body reached into the heavens and flicked in black light. This spiny beast had the head of a flood dragon and the body of a hedgehog. It had an alligator's tail, and its body was an enormous 70 to 80 meters long. It opened its mouth to spout a fire and immediately melted an entire mountain, causing magma to tumble and roll. The children's faces turned green on the spot. They urged their horses to dash madly and did not dare to be cocky ever again. The little guy was at the rear, and he took care of the nasally kid and the others. Fortunately, the spiny beast wasn't very fast, and they shook it off after a short period of time. My mom won. That was terrifying. When I rode the unicorn outside the village, I thought that I had become a great hero. Right now, it looks like I'm still a little bear who needs a lot more training. After escaping over several hundred li away, they stopped. They panted loudly as they still had lingering fear within their hearts. Little guy, you're truly something. Such a terrifying mountain range like this, and you traversed over 300,000 li of it. That's truly terrifying. They only rode out several hundred li, but they already encountered such a creature. If they were even a bit slower, they would have been swallowed or skinned alive, dying tragic deaths. This is nothing. When little elder brother protected me while returning, we saw a ferocious beast as large as a huge mountain that crumbled a mountain with a swipe of its claws, King Feng said. The children were speechless, and they were in constant admiration. Not enough, I have to train bitterly. I have to obtain perfection in the bone text and become an expert earlier, Pai Hu vowed. Dazhuang, Meng, Huzi, Nasally Kid, and the others all nodded. This brief, thrilling moment made them realize the importance of power, and they had to exert themselves to struggle and survive. Pub future ads. Pub future ads. Where are we going right now? We're about 600 or 700 li away from the village. Yi, there's chimney smoke coming from the mountains there. Meng pointed ahead. Huzi rolled his eyes and said, Is your house's chimney that thick and violent? And is it visible from a mountain away? That's a fire, let's go and take a look. Over 10 unicorns rushed into the mountains ahead like a silver whirlwind. They peered down through the branches of ancient trees and were immediately shocked. That village looks like it could contain over 200 families, but now there's a house that had been set aflame. The blaze charged into the heavens as black smoke surged. There weren't any cries for help from within the village. Apart from the raging flames and thick smoke, it was lifeless. Look quickly, Dazhuang pointed into the distance. On the flat horizon, there was an enormous figure in the distance, and there were several people riding on fierce beasts. Their hands were holding sharp blades stained with blood as they retreated. Even while separated by such a huge distance, they could sense the thick and evil aura. What kind of people are they? Did they destroy this village? Dazhuang and the others were shocked as they felt a chill in the air. The little guy did not say a single word as he stared at that enormous figure. It was a vicious beast that had flickering symbols on the surface of its body, and it was currently being worshipped by the surrounding group of people. He felt that it was highly likely that it was a guardian spirit. Only when that vicious beast and that group of people disappeared did the children begin looking at each other. Let's go down and take a look. They rode on their unicorns and charged downwards. Just as they arrived at the village, they smelt the stench of blood piercing their nostrils. They walked forward, and what their eyes saw was an appalling sight. Corpses were laid atop each other in a pile of blood. There were old and gray-haired elders whose heads have been chopped off and thrown onto the side of the road, and there were children in the early stages of infancy that were killed and beheaded along with their mothers. Too malicious, they did not even let the elderly and children go. When the children saw this wretched sense, they shivered all over as they were overcome by extreme anger. How could these people be so inhumane? Why did those people so maliciously murder even the weak women, children and elders who had no way of resisting? Some of the children's eyes turned red, and they could not help but weep. What kind of people were these? How could they do such a thing? The large fire burnt on, and all the buildings were set ablaze. A fierce resistance had occurred in the eastern part of the village, and that was where a group of able-bodied men fought. However, they all became corpses and died wretched deaths, and even their weapons were snapped and broken. Yeah, this is the village's guardian spirit. It's been killed, a child astonishingly said. In the center of the village, there was an altar with a huge beast that looked like a lion with 8 legs. Furthermore, it also had a pair of black ox horns on it. Its body was bloodied as it fell beside the altar, and half of its body had been bitten clean. Even the primitive precious bones within its body had disappeared. That vicious beast that just ate half of its body. The children were scared since even a guardian spirit unexpectedly became food. Flames rushed into the heavens within this village, and even the streets were roasted. The unicorns were a bit fidgety and did not wish to stay here any longer. Suddenly, a feeble groan of an old and gray-haired elder echoed through. His belly had been split open as his blood and intestines spilt onto the floor. However, to one's surprise, he was still breathing. Old Grandpa. The children jumped off their unicorns and quickly squatted down to check on his injuries. However, they were immediately startled, because with such fatal injuries, he had no way of living. Such hatred! That group of people were too merciless. They did not even let children who several months old go as they massacred everyone in our village. The old man grievingly cried. Not far away, several children were thrown dead on the ground. Such cruelty was difficult to look at, and it made people's hair stand up. "Who are they? Why did they do this?" Husey asked. "They're a group of vicious bandits who suddenly appeared. They came here once and demanded for our black gold. The deadline had been reached, so we had to hand things over. However, in the end, they massacred our entire village, including our guardian spirit," replied the elder while crying. He was already so old, but his gray hair was sticky with blood, and his tears making people feel sad and angry. Woo-woo, hatred. These were the old man's last words, and his life immediately reached its end. A single tear hung on his face, and as it dropped down, he no longer moved. In the end, the children left and headed back. The flames gradually diminished, and the entire village was turned into an area of scorched black ruins. Their moods were incredibly gloomy, and they were no longer in the mood for any hunting. They rode their unicorns to quickly return to Stone Village as they relayed this information to the adults. Could it be those people? A crisis is coming. A village elder coughed as he put his hands on his chest. He thought back to the matter during those years when a group of their men wandered the world together, yet only one escaped with their life in the end. "Grandpa Chief, who are they? What are they here for?" the little guy asked. "They're a group of terrifying people who came for the sake of searching for a supreme god's treasure." The elder sighed with his face full of worry as he gazed into the distant earth. A Chinese way of OMG Chapter 79, Vicious Bandits. Within this earth, there exists a legend that once upon time, an unrivaled supreme being left its inheritance here. He buried it in an ancient cave, and it contained all of its knowledge and skills. Ever since ancient times, there were countless people who have searched, but without achieving anything. Finally, one day, a shocking lightning descended from the 9 heavens, splitting open a piece of the mountain and revealing a corner of a cave. We were the fortunate ones, but we were also unfortunate. Chief Shi Yunfeng's eyes turned into sadness. During that time, his good brothers had died, and only one person stayed alive. His heart was filled with endless pain. We entered a school together and cultivated the bone text together. For a child who had originated from a little village, my talents were considered quite good, and I reached the heavenly passage realm. When that thunder descended from the 9 heavens, I just happened to be training with my brothers when I saw that cave. However, that was also where the catastrophe started. They dug out many bone books, but they could not dig into the true gateway of the cave, so making it impossible to enter into the core region. The news were leaked, and they were continuously chased. All different parties acted with the intention of stealing their collection of bone books. They did not know that, although these bone books were very precious, they were not the genuine inheritances within the cave. They chased after us with killing intent the entire way, and we escaped into the abyss of the great wastelands. However, there was no way of getting out. Shi Yunfeng was at a loss. His group of brothers died one by one, and he had to suffer through an untold number of hardships. Only one other person survived with him, and they were the only 2 who lived on. When they went back to search for remnants, they noticed that time had already flew past. It was as if 10,000 years had passed, and there was nothing in existence. It should have been the mysterious power of the bone text that buried the divine treasure underground, making it drift off into the distance. No one knows where it is now. The chief let out a sigh. Even though things ended up like so, they were still continuously chased. A group of incomparably strong and vicious bandits showed up with a guardian spirit following close behind. forcing them to endlessly flee. Many events happened after that, and only after many years did we finally break free from them. We returned to Stone Village with heavy injuries. In the end, only he lived, and the other man died shortly after returning to the village. The chief did not go into detail about the past events, but there were certainly secrets and even more stories that he kept hidden. Being able to escape after being chased and killed for so many years, he was naturally not a simple person. Unfortunately, Shi Yunfeng, who originally had extraordinary natural talent, had his cultivation broken, and he also suffered heavy injuries. After that, his cultivation no longer advanced, and his body's condition gradually worsened. When we were in front of that cave, we suffered a hidden assault that injured our bodies. Afterwards, we were chased until our strange injuries worsened. As a result, after so many years, I can no longer easily activate the mysterious powers of the bone text. Shi Yunfeng described the events rather simply, but it was possible to imagine that he encountered too many dangers during those times. He only explained it to them in a few short sentences without going into any details. At that time, the strongest power had over 10 squads of vicious bandits beneath them, and they were in charge of searching for the sacred land of the Supreme Being. They have appeared again, and I feel that they have never given up their search in the first place. Everyone was startled. This was the first time the chief disclosed his inner thoughts and recounted his former secrets. Although it was concise and not very detailed, it made them sense the strained atmosphere of the terrifying murders. Many strong powers participated, and during those years, they naturally created an extremely dangerous situation. I believe that the Supreme Being's land should still be in this region. Although it drifted beneath the ground later, it still should not be too far. A circumference of 100,000 li was once massacred by those 4 great creatures, making this entire land barren and incapable of supporting land. If anyone wanted to search deep inside, it would definitely be incredibly challenging. However, vicious bandits appeared once again, signifying that new discoveries must have been made, and that this land could no longer remain peaceful. "Prepare for the worst," Shi Yunfeng commanded. The willow deity was in a deep slumber, so if the vicious bandits found this place, they could only rely on themselves. Unfortunately, Ant Green's scaled eagle took Zai Yun, De Peng and Xiao Qing to train and cultivate, so I don't know where they are. Otherwise, they would certainly be a tremendous battle asset. The little guy regretted. The situation was even more critical than they had imagined. Several days later, Pai Hu, Hughesy and the others brought back some bad news. They rode the unicorns to investigate and discovered another village 600 li away that had been completely massacred. I found a person alive, but he only lived for an hour and still died in the end. He said that those people only wanted primitive precious bones and rare metals, and did not ask them about things related to the mountain range. This was what the children reported back, and the chief frowned after hearing this. Could I have guessed wrong, and they aren't the same vicious bandits from back then, but those people back then also plundered black gold. Half a month later, smoke and dust flew upwards into the horizon, and a group of people riding vicious beasts appeared and speedily ran towards Stone Village. Not good, prepare for war. The villagers were anxious. Shi Linghu, Shi Feijiao, and the others all held dragon-horned bows in their hands and aimed towards the distance. They stood at the village entrance and tightly observed the surrounding with the intention of protecting the village with their lives. This was a group of sinister and evil people who had taken the lives of countless people. All of their eyes exposed vicious expressions, and with a single look, it was easy to tell that they were unkind people as they rushed in front of the village. "You group of countryside savages want to resist? An attack from every one of us will kill and bury all you all here." A fierce beast charged forward, and a man with a scar over his face coldly spoke. He did not put this village in his eyes, and his ruthless aura was shocking. There were not many people in this group, only around 100. However, they were all people who were accustomed to war, especially that leader, who had a powerful grasp of the bone text's mysterious powers. "Tong Tong, At the same time, a terrifying noise echoed from behind them. The earth was shaking and rumbling as an enormous creature appeared. This was a pangolin whose body was covered in a light golden color, and it was incredibly large. It was over 10 meters long, and it was as if a golden mountain of flesh as it coiled there. Its pair of golden eyes seemed like lanterns as it gazed towards Stone Village with an extremely vicious and baleful expression. After seeing this vicious beast, everyone's hearts froze. This was a guardian spirit. How could an ordinary person defend against it? An ordinary guardian spirit that protected humans would permanently stay within its village or town in order to accept the people's offering. It would not easily leave. However, this one actually moved out on its own. In particular, that guardian spirit's ruthless aura was incredibly heavy. Resting upon its light golden scale were faint traces of blood, signifying that it had certainly experienced an endless amount of slaughter. It even consumed other guardian spirits, and it was a creature that was best left unprovoked. A feeling of powerlessness overcame Shi Hao, and the others. As soon as they saw it, they knew they had no way of dealing with this guardian spirit that was over 10 meters long. Everyone in the village was going to die in vain. That terrifying bloody aura, that surge of strength that reached the heavens, and those terrifying symbols made everyone respect its power. As soon as they saw it, they could not help but produce a defeated feeling. Do you sense your own weakness? Just a bunch of insects, yet you delusionally believe you can fight against a genuine who? Sneered the leader who sat atop the fierce beast. Put away your ridiculous bows and arrows. What can they do? They are absolutely useless. If you listen to our orders, we will not kill you. Another person laughed while sneering. What will you do? A very old elders walked forward while trembling and swaying. Old man, you only have to listen to our orders. No need for so much words, spoke their leader before cracking his horsewhip and whipping forward. A streak of symbols flickered, and the elder immediately flew as his blood splashed into the air. Third grandfather. A group of men charged out of the village and carried the elder. The children's eyes were all filled with tears, and even the eyes of the adult males were all red as they prepared to rush forward and fight for their lives. Stop, the chief shouted and did not permit them to act immediately. Don't worry, that old man won't die. We're only teaching you guys a lesson. The one who made the move laughed loudly as he said, We're not unreasonable people, and we don't want to kill people randomly either. As long as you guys fulfill our demands, I'll guarantee you guys will be unaffected. The village all angrily stared forward, without being able to say anything. We'll give you 20 days. Give us 500 jin of black gold. If you have enough of it on hand, then consider yourselves lucky. If you don't, then find a mine quickly. Otherwise, when the time comes and you can't hand it over, we'll kill all of you. That man said in his cold and threatening voice. Did you hear that? If you are unable to accomplish this in 20 days, your village will be massacred. When the time comes, you'll all be exterminated, and none of you will be left alive. Another leader shouted loudly. At the same time, that light gold guardian spirit also raised its head and howled, shaking all the surrounding mountain and ravines. Beautiful and bewildering waves of golden mist rose from its body, shaking everyone to the soul. The villagers did not make any indiscriminate actions. They were all distressed as there was a huge gap in strength, and it was truly difficult for them to defend themselves. They were far from being these vicious bandits, opponents. The children's little faces were all very tight. They were shocked, fearful, and angry since they had never encountered such a thing before. They had never been bullied all the way to their village entrance without any chance to defend themselves. The willow deity was in a deep slumber as if were a lifeless tree, and so the village lost its protection. Their hearts were stifled and uncomfortable as they were itching to fight against this enemy. The children's eyes were all red to the point that tears almost fell. With an opponent this strong who bullied them all the way to their door, they had no way. Just a bunch of savages, yet you dare raise your bows in defense. Do you truly not understand life and death? You guys should know that there are several villages like yours in this region. If we didn't exterminate 10 of them, We exterminated at least 8 of them. A person coldly grunted as he swept his gaze across the village entrance. Shi Hao and the others were angry, but Chief Shi Yunfeng ordered them to not act indiscriminately. Everyone clenched their fists tightly with incredible discomfort in their hearts. Had they ever been humiliated like this before? Remember, you only have 20 days. Otherwise, your clan will be exterminated, one of the leaders said before lashing his whip with all his might. Symbols flashed past, and with a paw sound, a bloody scar appeared on Shilinghu, Shi Jiao, and some other people's faces. Their skin and flesh were split open as their blood splashed into the air from their deep wounds. The group of able-bodied males were almost going to spit fire from their eyes. They feared death less than being disgraced. If it was up to them, they would have immediately fought with their lives. However, the chief was still restraining them tightly. He did not allow them to fight and stopped them with his stern expression. "Ha ha!" A few leaders laughed before turning their vicious beasts around, abruptly leaving. The light golden guardian spirit also turned its body around. Its large pair of lantern-like eyes coldly swept across all the villagers, and soon after, it stepped forward, creating earthquakes that rumbled as it moved. It was extremely terrifying. The fierce beasts roared, and the group of people disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Chief, why didn't you let us retaliate?" Shi Linghu's eyes were completely red, and a painful heat scorched on his face. However, what was hurt even more was his heart, as he had never received such humiliation before. "Chief, I can't accept this." Shi Jiao was also unable to endure this. He used his hands to wipe the blood of his face, and even the hair on his head was going to stand up as his eyes became thoroughly red. "That's right, Chief. Let's use the ancestral artifacts. If worse comes to worse, we'll see whether the fish dies or the net breaks," Meng's father shouted. Shi Yunfeng sighed and said, "When the time comes, only the fish will die, and the net will not break. Then it's still better than being choked and wronged like this." Many people truly felt incredibly wronged. "If we really went to war, we are destined to die. There is no one here who truly grasped profound bone text yet, and will have difficulty displaying the full divine might of the ancestral artifact." The chief's eyes straightened up, and he raised his voice as he shouted, "Do you people believe I'm scared of dying and wish to bear this silently? It's because we are truly powerless. Even if we endure it like this, what can we do after 20 days? Some people were unconvinced. 20 days is enough for me to be ready. When that time comes, I'll bring the ancestral artifact and genuinely have a life and death struggle with them," spoke the chief. "Chief, the injuries on your body is very weird and also very serious. You can't use the powers of the bone text at all. You can't take chances." The people suddenly panicked. "That group also has such a powerful guardian spirit. No matter how many of you go out and fight, you'll all die. However, when I'm ready, we might not be completely powerless," said Shi Yunfeng. "Chief, you can't." The group of robust men's tears almost fell. They knew that the reason why the chief was trying his best to obstruct them was precisely because he did not want them to die, and instead use his own life as collateral. "Grandpa, Chief," the children's tears dripped down. "Chief Grandpa, give it to me. I'll handle them." At this moment, the little guy opened his mouth and showed his determination. "You can't. There are huge gaps between each level in the heavenly passage realm. Even if you break through into that realm, you still cannot fight against them in such a short amount of time. Moreover, they still have that guardian spirit." The chief strictly opposed. "I wanted to break through just them and fight them right there, but the vicious bandits gave us 20 days of time, and I feel like that's enough for me to attain a perfect level. I can deal with them," the little guy carefully said with unwavering determination. Chapter 80, Heavenly Passage. "Don't try to show off, child," said the elder who was previously whipped and sent flying by those symbols. He was already very old, and his blood essence had already dried up. He had long lost his youthful courage and strength. At this moment, the corners of his mouth was filled with blood, dyeing his beard in a dark red. His facial appearance seemed very old as it contained a deep worry. The villagers felt as if their hearts were really stuffy, as this scene was incredibly difficult to bear. This elder was already 80 or 90 years old, yet he actually experienced such humiliation because they lacked the power to protect him. Those damn bandits, Shi Hu clenched his teeth. The injury he suffered from the lash of the whip was still bleeding, and he wiped the blood off of that area of his face. "Elder uncle, don't worry. Nothing will happen to me," said the little guy, and he promised that he was not just trying to be brave. If he was uncertain, he would not hastily take action. Such vicious bandits appeared, and they heavily threatened Stone Village with a life and death matter. It did not matter whether or not they were the vicious people from back, as either way, this was an utter disaster. The villagers were all angry inside. When that group of vicious and rambunctious people came, they insulted the villagers and trampled on their dignity. They didn't put the villagers in their eyes at all. The children's eyes were red all over as they clenched their little fists tightly. They all wished that they could grow up immediately and solve this calamity by eliminating that group of vile people. "We will survive this crisis for sure. From now on, I have to cultivate well and get stronger. In the future, I will protect the elders and the village so that we will not be threatened again." The children all swore with their young and tender voices, making all the adults feel uncomfortable. It made them feel as if they were somewhat to blame. "It is our fault that we are so powerless, without the strength to even protect the village." Shi Hao and the others clenched their fists tightly. "I don't blame you. Our inheritance has been severed. You guys have only practiced the bone text halfway through your lives, missing the best golden age of your training." The chief shook his head. These adults were all men with bloody natures, and so even after hearing this, their hearts were still suffering intensely. Having been humiliated like this today, it made them extremely depressed. "Everyone move out, prepare for the absolute worst," an elder said. Then the chief started to put things into order. He ordered people to call back the unicorns that hid in the forest. If this really did not work out, then these beasts will carry the women and children in order to retreat in advance. There are still 20 days left, and all the villagers began to get busy. Some people prepared for battle, some made the retreating arrangements, and others were bitterly cultivating and comprehending. Possessing unicorns was one of the villagers' trump cards. If things truly did not work out, they would use them to rapidly evacuate everyone. No matter how strong those vicious bandits were, they would have a tough time catching up. "Chief, is that scarlet feather any useful?" Someone remembered the plume feather that the little red sparrow left behind. Chief Shi Yunfeng shook his head and said, "If we showed this in the outside world or in front of a few people with power, it should be very useful. However, in this type of great wasteland that only has these vicious bandits, they would simply exterminate us and not allow the news to spread out. It's not very useful." The little guy journeyed into the mountains by himself and started his journey of charging through the mountain pass. Breaking through was not a problem, and he was thinking about how to explosively achieve the heavenly passage realm in order and reach his desired heights. Drizzles sprinkled down elegantly and landed on the tree leaves, making them rustle. He sat cross-legged on top of a mountain border while he motionlessly listened to the voices of the heavens and the earth. His entire body entered into a state of absolute tranquility. Catcha. A bright ray of light streaked across the dull gray sky, and the sound of thunder rumbled. One streak of lightning after another flashed past, and they were like silver snakes as they danced in the air. They were all amazingly gorgeous as they produced deafening rumbling sounds. Within the mountain range, all kinds of land beasts began to roar, and all types of fierce birds began to cry. The entire area was extremely noisy. The little guy was still very calm as he sat there cross-leggedly. Even when the thunder-like sounds reached his ears, he still did reveal any movements. He was emotionless without a single shift in his expression, and his gaze was extremely peaceful. He was comprehending the natural laws, truths, and mysteries regarding the heavenly passage realm. He could break through any time now and be promoted to a brand new stage of life. Just like this, the little guy left early and returned late. He threw away all of his restraints and completely put aside the fact that vicious bandits were going to invade them in the future. All of his thoughts were engrossed in cultivation as he prepared for this huge transformation. He even forgot the concept of time as he remained motionless for several days. He sat within the forest and gazed at the sun, moon, and the stars while listening to the roars of ancient beasts. All of his consciousness was absorbed within the mountains and rivers. He was so absorbed that he had disappeared for several days, making all of the villagers worry endlessly. Fortunately, he appeared at the last moment. The little guy seemed to have gone silly. He threw away everything as he wholeheartedly immersed himself within his own transformed domain. He was constantly comprehending the laws and researching the mysteries of symbols. 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye. Whether the wind swept by or the rain hammered down, the little guy was always calm. He was undisturbed by the outside world as he immersed himself in his own cultivation world, and it was to the point where symbols flickered as he opened and closed his eyes. On the 15th day, the little guy held a pure white heavenly bone. As if he was isolated from the world, he started to delve into the true primordial record to comprehend the records of battle on it. There was a fight between a hornless dragon and a Suan on it, as well as a rainbow peacock divine king fighting against a gluttonous beast. There was even a bloody scene where a genuine who slaughtered a god. The precious bone glowed and shined while producing auspicious rays of multicolored light. The atmosphere was filled with a chaotic aura, and this time, the little guy was particularly peaceful and tranquil as he completely immersed himself in his cultivation. While on the verge of his breakthrough, he comprehended some of the true meaning that the true primordial records, battle records. His entire body had been refined, and it began to sparkle. His spirit was pure without a trace of impurity as symbols wrapped around his body. At this moment, his entire body was glittering as if he was cast within a 7-colored divine gold. Precious light circulated about, and various symbols began to transform one after another into shining furnaces within his flesh. He refined the heaven and earth's natural luck and made final preparations for his advancement. Heavenly Passage was a realm, but it was also a method of cultivation. It drew in the essence between the heaven and earth to comprehend the symbols' true meanings. It allowed one to comprehend the order of the world, as well as how these rules change. It was similar to one developing one's own miniature world. This was precisely the Heavenly Passage realm, and from the body's interior and exterior, it opened up an immortal passageway. It could also be called a pure land, or even its own world. Hanglung. Suddenly, a massive sound was produced, shaking the entire wasteland. The mountain range trembled, and all the peaks resonated as if the heavens had collapsed, causing the heavenly palace to fall down. An area of dense, dazzling symbols appeared, and it seemed as if they were refined from immortal gold. The symbols imprinted themselves between the heaven and earth, completely submerging the little guy within. A streak of blood essence charged into the heavens like raging waves beating against the shore. It bursted open the clouds in the sky until finally, a rocky cave that looked like a volcano appeared above the little guy's head. It looked unimaginably real, and it was as if it was cut and formed from genuine rocks. It was gray-brown all over, and had an old and simple aura around it as it hovered 3 inches above the little guy's head. Within this cave that looked like a volcano, a life force was flourishing. It was a brilliant scarlet red, and it brilliantly dazzled as if it truly was a volcano. The little guy had broken through into the Heavenly Passage realm, and his life had been raised into the next level. After he finished the transformation, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he became much stronger than he ever was before. Even the heaven and earth began to resonate with him. On top of his head was a gray-brown volcanic crater. Its interior surged with scarlet-red essence energy, and what allowed him to connect with this was the power from the natural order of heaven and earth. The external will absorb, and the internal with refine, linking the two together. Establishing the Heavenly Passage and entering this realm was equivalent to stealing the fortunes of heaven and earth. One constantly absorbed the essence energy of the outside world to supplement the internal body. After reaching this point and connecting the two boundless voids, one can refine the divine essence of the world. This was equal to allowing the divine strength from within the symbols to greatly increase in strength. It will far surpass one's former strength and naturally become extremely powerful. From this point on, there would be a continuous and never-ending source where one could collect power from, allowing one to maintain their body's exuberance and vitality. As long as the battle wasn't too bitter and desperate, it was nearly impossible to completely exhaust one's energy, and one will be able to continuously maintain an optimal condition. Pong. Upon the little guy's head sat a massive, concentrated, and an ancient-looking volcanic crater. It continuously bubbled with the scarlet red essence energy, flowing downwards before dropping. After this happened, the essence in the depths of the great wasteland thinned, as it was being robbed by the volcanic crater. The scarlet red essence energy was just like magma, and it pierced through the little guy's head. This was directly, rapidly and explosively robbed from the external world to supplement his body with what he needed, maintaining his peak condition within this realm. This is the heavenly passage realm, so it feels like this. The little guy muttered as he closed his eyes to immerse himself within this incomparably beautiful realm. This is a powerful sensation that felt as if he was floating in the air. His entire body was very comfortable, and he was brimming with an explosive strength. It was as if his entire person was about to fly. Heavenly Passage Realm was far from just this. It established a connection to the heaven and earth from the internal and external. There were all kinds of mysterious ideologies behind this, such as raising precious artifacts within the heavenly passage to create the most powerful symbols. Before the little guy could explore even further, his body began to rumble and tremble again. Endless rays of multicolored light and auspicious colors spread out as the rumbling noise deafened the ears. On his left, another gray-brown volcanic crater appeared. It looked extremely genuine as it formed in the empty air. Essence energy boiled within the volcanic crater as a silver color surged like strange magma. The little guy transformed, and another heavenly passage beside him, causing his body to appear splendid. Drizzles of light flew and sprinkled everywhere in this beautiful scene, and it was as if an endless number of dazzling and holy flower petals fluttered in the breeze. "Yea, another one!" The little guy was amazed. Could this be what the willow deity meant by good preparation is the key to success? He believed that the heavenly passage was deep and profound, and that its essence energy flourished like the sea. However, it seemed like he had attained an even greater level. Under normal circumstances, being able to charge into this realm was already extremely fortunate. Many cultivators could not achieve this in their entire lives. However, when the little guy just broke through, he already opened up 2 heavenly passages. Pong. However, this event still had not concluded. Symbols filled the empty air as they surged like the boundless oceans. They formed a vast and orderly domain that overflowed with auspicious multicolored lights. Another heavenly passage formed. It appeared on the right side of the little guy's body, and the volcanic crater rumbled and trembled. Its inside were filled with purple magma that constantly spilt outwards. Right now, there were 3 gray-brown colored volcanic craters, and they were located roughly 3 inches above, to the right, and to the left of his body. A never-ending source of power was being absorbed from the empty air, and red, silver, and purple magma bubbled as it entered his body. Yeah, I did not break through immediately and have been constantly accumulating energy. Afterwards, I even refined the rainbow peacock king's precious egg and similarly accumulated its energy. There was indeed a great effect. The little guy was happy as a sweet smile hung on his face. His large eyes bent like crescent moons with incomparable happiness. He was instantly promoted to the heavenly passage's mid-stage. If news of this got out, it would certainly stir up a huge commotion and shock the land. Breaking through into this realm was already so difficult, and breaking through multiple levels was something rarely heard of. At this moment, being able to open 2 heavenly passages in succession was already extremely rare, and was already considered absolutely impossible for non-heavenly warped geniuses. If news of this spread, it would truly scare people stupid. But the little guy was able to immediately open 3 heavenly passages during this instant. If news of this were released, it would definitely be well known, and perhaps very few people would believe it. Chapter 81, Preliminary Test. This was a type of fantastic feeling, and the little guy was quick and agile. With even the slightest movement, an explosive force would be created, as if his entire body was going to fly into the skis. The 3 heavenly passages that looked like volcanoes surged with essence energy. Magma constantly flowed downward into the little guy's body, filling his body entirely with constant vitality and constantly keeping his body at its peak condition. A beast's cry echoed through, and an enormous creature appeared within this mountain range. It was over 30 meters long, and its silver fur shined like silk as a pair of kiln horns grew on top of its head. Its eyes were as large wash bowls, and its scarlet blood-colored pupils coldly stared in this direction. Its body was shaped like a white tiger, but it had a pair of kiling horns growing on its head. Over 10 bone spikes protruding out its back, and these Zhang long battle pikes sparkled with a snow-white luster. This was a genuine vicious beast that understood the mysterious meaning behind symbols. It occupied this area within the mountain range, and no one knew just how many vicious birds and fierce beasts it had to kill in order to secure its position as the tyrannical king. It was startled by the enormous sounds, and it began to feel as if something was offending its sanctity. Therefore, it came to slaughter it. If this was the past, the little guy would have chosen to immediately escape. However, currently, he was not fearful at all. He calmly stood atop a rock as he cleared and calmly watched it with his large eyes. This vicious beast's killing intent surged at first, but after a short confrontation, it suddenly released a howl before turning around and running away. A stroke of its claws shattered a huge boulder over 10,000 jin below it into fine powder. Afterwards, it leapt up as multicolored light circulated all over its body, as if a silver hornless dragon was traveling through the mountainous area. Its heart was full of anger, and it opened its mouth to spit out white light, flattening the entire forest as its silver body disappeared into the heart of the mountains. In the empty distance, there were a few black spots that quickly rushed over. Several fierce birds appeared that flickered with symbols all over their bodies. They emitted a glaring radiance as their powerful aura oppressed everything, shocking tens of thousands of beasts into trembling. They were all exceptionally terrifying. Their killing intent surged, and were ready to swoop down at any moment. The little guy raised his head, and 2 shocking beams of light shot out of his eyes, as the bottom of his pupils produced 2 oppressive symbols. The vicious birds released a long cry and instantly flapped their wings before charging into the cloud banks. They were shocked and angry, but they were feeling even more fear. They only stayed for a short while, and soon after, they rapidly flew towards the horizon before disappearing. Within the nearby mountains, even the strongest existences at the top of the food chain did not challenge the little guy, and were all cowering in fear. Shi Hao had never made any moves, yet he shocked the tyrannical kings of the mountains into retreating. He sat down cross-leggedly and calmly comprehended the sensation of the heavenly passage realm. As he was immersed within, magma bubbled forth, drowning him within. A mysterious mist began to rise where he sat. The little guy only stopped after a whole day and night. He stood up and faced the glow of the sunrise. He breathed in the divine light. He finally felt that his cultivation had completely consolidated. The 3 volcanic craters were collected inside, and they gradually disappeared as he took large strides towards Stone Village. Wow, the little guy returned, and he actually hunted a flood dragon leopard. The children all released their surprise as the little guy carried a huge beast over 10 meters long. It had a leopard body, but had the terrifying head of a flood dragon. Even though it was dead, it was still emitting its vicious might. "Child, did you make your breakthrough?" The chief was pleasantly surprised. Otherwise, it was impossible for this flood dragon to be killed so easily, as it was extremely powerful. The little guy being able to carry it back with such ease was enough to illustrate this point. And little Shi Hao nodded with his clear and exceptionally pure eyes. Within the glow of sunrise, his little body sparkled brilliantly. He made the people feel deeply moved, since he was just a child, yet was unexpectedly an expert of the heavenly passage realm. Many people had difficulty stepping into this realm their entire lives, yet during these few brief years, he rapidly reached these heights. Even when using the harshest eyes to judge him, one would still sigh in amazement. Little guy, have you gotten a grasp of it yet? Can you defeat that group of vicious bandits? A group of children ran from the lakeshore and surrounded him. They all clenched their little fists as hope shined within their eyes. The wounds that the elder who was whipped and sent flying bore, as well as the scars on their fathers' faces, were still there. This kind of humiliation truly made people sad and angry, and it was difficult to suppress. Furthermore, the survival of the villagers had become a problem, and they might all die under the merciless killing of the vicious bandits. I will try my best. There's no need to be scared of them. Little Shi Hao had bristles of electricity flashing within his eyes. 2 days later, rumbling echoed from the horizon, and a group of mounted people headed over. They were all savage and fierce beasts with dense scales all over. Although there were only around 10 of them, they were as powerful a flood. They brought with them a frantic aura as they threw themselves over. They had not yet reached the deadline, yet these bandits decided to show up ahead of time. Their killing intent surged, and those enormous fierce beasts bared their fangs as they widened their bloody mouths. Their horns were thick and pitch black, making them appear extremely sinister. Only a small portion of the vicious bandits came, and their group did not include the main force or that guardian spirit. Even so, their demonic auras still violently surged, causing the atmosphere around Stone Village to immediately feel chilly. You rural people, are you guys ready? On top of a fierce beast, a male wearing a black scaled armor asked as he pointed at the villagers with the whip on his right hand. The villagers did not respond as they stared at him. Are you guys mute? Why aren't you talking? There's only 2 days left until the deadline. If you people still do not have any black gold on hand, I think there's no need to wait for 2 more days. This leader's ruthless aura was severe. When he spoke, even his eyes stood straight. And there's a lot less people here. Did you guys actually escape? As another leader spoke, his face sunk. His eyes began to exude even more chilliness as he said, without our permission, you guys actually dared to escape. Do you truly not understand life and death? Do you think that by doing so, they can actually survive? Among these vicious bandits, several of them exposed a laughter as they revealed their dense white teeth. They merciless sat on their enormous mastiffs that were at least 2 to 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. The mounts had dog-like teeth that were like snow-white daggers, and they were extremely frightening. These kinds of mastiffs who grew up within the Great Wasteland were ferocious and keen, and they had an extremely strong sense of smell. They believed that even if the villagers left the village, it was still difficult for them to truly escape. If we recapture them, I want you people to clearly understand the meaning of being dead rather than alive. One of the leaders opened his mouth wide, sending a bone-piercing chill down the villagers' spines. Ye, that's... Suddenly, the vicious bandits discovered the presence of unicorns. Their eyes immediately emitted an ominous glint and exposed their pleasantly surprised look. It's a mutation of the scaled horse's a unicorn. They are robust and sturdy, and their entire bodies are glowing with a silvery white light. They can travel 10,000 li in a day, so they are an incredibly fast mount. There's more than one. There are actually so many. Last time, all of the unicorns were hidden in a nearby forest, and so they did not find them. However, this time, they were caught red-handed, and the vicious bandits squinted their eyes with incomparable excitement. These kinds of spirited beasts weren't the strongest, but they excelled in speed and were extremely rare. If they rode on unicorns in the future, they would truly be like the wind and travel much faster. They would be able to move unhindered in this boundless great wasteland, sweeping away everything before their eyes. Woo, they are being ridden by children. Are they preparing to escape? One of the leaders stared coldly before looking towards the group of adults at the village. Tell them to come over and offer up their unicorns. However, not one person responded as the able-bodied males at the village entrance stared at him indifferently. You rural brutes, are you guys mute? Did you not hear me? Tell those children to lead the unicorns over and present them to us. Otherwise, I'll massacre your village right now. Another leader wearing black armor all over threatened with a terrifying gaze that seemed like daggers. He urged the fierce beast to walk forward and waved the horsewhip in his hands, lashing towards Shi Hao, and the others. Last time, it was precisely him who inflicted that extremely large wound on the men's faces, causing them to bleed quite a bit. This time, he was still cruel and unreasonable, and instantly came up and whipped them with his frighteningly ruthless aura. Peng! The little guy walked forward and grabbed the horsewhip with his bare hands, obstructing them. Ye! This leader was amazed. He was the most clear about how strong his whiplash was, so he shocked when the child grabbed it with one hand. Wang, he gently flicked his wrist, and symbols began to spread along the whip as it extended forward. However, when they met the little guy's palm, they all extinguished immediately. Little child, you're a bit weird. He was shocked and immediately stamped down with his feet angrily to step on the little guy's face. A beam of light flashed across the little guy's large eyes, and he was even faster than he was. Peng, he grabbed that foot and used a bit of strength to directly tear him off his mount. His body fiercely made a rotating motion, immediately smashed his body onto the ground. Ow, the leader wretchedly screamed. Dust and smoke surged up as his head and face came into close contact with the surface of the ground. His mouth and nose were spraying blood, and his mouth in particular turned into an area of mangled flesh. He had less than 10 or so teeth within his mouth. This unforeseen event was astonishing. The vicious bandits did not think that this weak-looking village would actually have someone who dared to oppose them. Moreover, it was a child which made them stupid for a moment. The leader was frightened and alarmed as his entire body began to shine. Symbols interweaved in order to struggle free. However, under the restraint of the little guy's divine strength, his struggles were futile. His ankle was grabbed by that little hand as if it was bounded by a leg iron, and it was practically going to snap. The little guy swung him up as if he was waving a scarecrow, and simply yet violently smashed him upon the ground again. Pooh! The noise of flesh disintegrating sounded, and this leader began to scream wretched again. This time, he was knocked against a huge boulder, and his body fractured all over as his body became broken. The little guy acted like he was throwing away a dead dog and threw him towards the village entrance. Shi Hao walked forward, stepped onto his chest with one foot and said, "Weren't you guys being arrogant just a second ago? You dare to take a whip and lash at the face of our elder. I've put up with you for a long time now." A group of elders all gathered over and madly stamped down with their large feet. Ah. Pooh. This leader's face deformed on the spot and was trampled into a rotten watermelon. Everything happened instantaneously. The group of vicious bandits were astonished because everything happened too abruptly. Last time, those villagers were as weak as sheeps and did not dare to retaliate. However, today, how could a mere child be this violent? That group of fully grown men went insane. "Kill him!" another leader hastily shouted. He ordered the bandits to take actions as they prepared to slaughter their way towards the village entrance. Kiang sounds continuously rang out as the group of people took out their weapons before charging forward to massacre Stone Village. The little guy shouted out loudly and swatted towards the people who were charging at the forefront. Symbols were released, making his palm appear as large as a millstone all of a sudden. Peng noise echoed outwards in succession, and those vicious bandits flew away one by one as they were all struck flying. This was an astonishing divine strength that fractured all of their bones. After they were struck flying, they had a difficult time even standing up, and could not budge an inch. In addition, These were only strikes the little guy randomly sent out, and even though he didn't put much strength behind it, it still created such a huge killing power. The remaining few leaders all lightly shouted. Their palms began to shine, and flourishing bristles bursted forth, illuminating the village entrance into an area of splendor. He activated the symbols to utilize a flame technique. Back when they used to burn, kill, and plunder, he was one of their primary forces in charge of burning the villages. He buried quite a few people within this sea of fire, and this was done through relying on this exact flame technique. However, today, it was completely useless against the little guy. The little guy simply reached out with his palm, filling the air with symbols, easily extinguishing that flourishing blaze. Then, with a pang sound, it was as if that leader had been struck with the force of a mountain, and he flew across the air for over 10 meters. Pai-pa sounds rang out, and a large portion of the bones in this leader had broken into pieces, and it was likely that he would never stand again. Bandits, weren't you guys previously unbearably tyrannical? Where's your arrogance now? Shi Hao and the others advanced with heavy weapons in their hands and smashed forward. Every one of the strikes would splash up a string of blood. These vicious people who laid on the ground, each one of them had taken at least 10 human lives. Normally, they were cruel and brutal. Now, however, fear loomed over them. With their eyes staring widely, they began to cry for mercy. The little moved as fast as lightning and easily handed over these vicious bandits. However, he knew the true battle was with that guardian spirit, and this little squadron of people and horses did not account for much. Chapter 82, One-Man Invasion. The group of children were all extremely excited and moved, and they immediately ran over. They surrounded the little guy, and all of them began to talk at once as they commented on what just happened. Little guy, you're so awesome. You defeated these people with just a single strike. Not even that leader who knew a flame-precious techniques could withstand it. When will I be able to kill roaming bandits like cutting grass? Over 10 people had been dispatched. Shi Hao and the others were not lenient with them and threw them into the mountains to feed the ferocious beasts. These vicious bandits' hands had been dyed in blood. Letting these people go would be the same as punishing the good and nurturing evil, and only more people would suffer. As for these mounts, some were too vicious and untamable, so they were immediately killed to become food for the people of Stone Village. As for the 10 other ferocious beasts who were relatively docile, they became mounts for the villagers. Haha, you made a great accomplishment. These beasts are all good mounts. The only trouble is that they are savages that need to be fed blood and meat every day. Shilinghu, Shi Hao, and the others were very happy. Although they have never ridden on unicorns, having a group of fine, ferocious beasts as substitutes right now was pretty good as well. These vicious bandits, mounts would naturally not be too bad, and they were the most suitable for leaving and entering the Great Wasteland. Although each of them had a bloody mouth, fierce teeth, and dense scales all over, they were truly powerful. Once they were tamed, they would become fine mounts. The red sun began to set in the east, and the villagers were all very happy. They began to boil those ferocious beasts which had been killed within a large fire until their meat became soft. They were supported on top of a bonfire until they were roasted golden, and the oily meat fragrance made people drool with desire. They ate large mouthfuls of meat while discussing their gains for the day. Those evil bandits which assaulted them were executed, allowing them to shed their resentments and finally vent out some of the choking anger they had for the past few days. It's truly delightful. We don't know how much disasters these vicious bandits made in how many little tribes. I don't feel an ounce of guilt after killing some of them today. Little guy, you were incredible. When you handled that leader, you easily broke his terrifying flame technique. It's truly remarkable. Out little milk-drinking baby is getting stronger and stronger, haha. A group of adults laughed heartily as they ridiculed little Shi Hao. Come, Uncle has specially boiled a jar of beast milk for you. Drink up. A middle-aged with a shaggy beard scooched over. The little guy was very embarrassed but very skillfully raised that jar and poured it into his mouth. However, as soon as he drank a mouthful, he shouted, "Liar, this is fruit juice." Ha ha! A group of people couldn't hold back their laughter and began to laugh wildly. The laughing stopped because the chief's expression became serious. He stood in front of the bonfire and reminded everyone, "This group of vicious bandits has been executed, but if they don't return for a long time, it will draw out their main forces and that guardian spirit." "Grandpa, I will take care of it." The little guy stood up. After the villagers heard, they all began to worry. Although the little guy was strong, he was still a child after all. Their enemies had numerous experts and even a guardian spirit, making the villagers feel intimidated. What was a guardian spirit? They represented mysteriousness and power, demanding the worship and gifts from the tribes they protected. They required devotion and sacrifices and were extremely difficult to deal with. No one wanted to become enemies with a guardian spirit. "This is an evil spirit. I'll think of a way to eliminate it," said the little guy with a determined tone. He swore in front of 3 villagers that he would not act simply out of bravery. If something was wrong, he would immediately escape. The unicorn, Little White, would naturally follow him and rapidly carry him away if his life ever became endangered. Before leaving, the little guy suggested that villagers should evacuate first and not stay here any longer. Everyone nodded in agreement, and even the chief had the same idea, as it was tough to say whoever would win the battle tonight. In case the little guy lost, the village would immediately receive a bloody retaliation. "Child, I'll go with you." The chief wanted to accompany him. "No, Grandpa Chief's body has some internal injuries, and you can't utilize the bone text at will. Just leave it to me." The little guy shook his head in disagreement. "Child, we'll have to trouble you." The adults were ashamed. "It's something that I should do. Let's go." In the end, the little left rode out by himself and galloped into the ends of the earth with a heroic passion. He wanted to exterminate that group of vicious bandits by himself. He had learned where these bandits originated previously from the mouths of one of them. Right now, he was unrelenting as he charged into the great wasteland like a silver whirlwind. The unicorn was as fast as lightning as it passed over mountains, crossed over many ridges. The forest on both sides rapidly fell back as he finally neared his destination after an entire hour. Wild animals howled within the white mist in the mountains. This was a relatively elevated mountain region. There were simple fences at the place where the vicious bandits temporarily stayed. They were nomadic and had been accustomed to this life a long time ago. The bonfire pulsed as the vicious bandits were currently eating wild animals. They were in an arrangement of 3 people per meal and 5 people per group, and as they surrounded the bonfire, they ripped their roasted meat apart while they discussed. Not far away, a group of ferocious beasts were either pinned on ancient trees or locked up beside huge boulders. They all looked extremely sinister. This was a simple mountain stronghold, and a few people kept watch on the borders as they watched out for the arrival of any vicious beasts within the mountains. After all, this was a vast wasteland, and a powerful monster could suddenly appear at any moment. The little guy rode his mount and came over as he sat atop his silver unicorn. He was like a white-gowned divine general who treaded upon the skis as he arrived with a silver radiance. "Who's there?" The people who were patrolling and guarding the gates shouted loudly. "Little White, you hide first," the little guy said as he leapt off and landed on the ground. At the same time, he flung away Harry Ball, who was on shoulders, onto the back of the unicorn. "So strange, a little baby unexpectedly came here." The few people who guarded the gates were amazed, but they did not dare to act in contempt because the stranger the situation was, the more nervous and attentive they were. Someone charged into the stronghold. They shouted and passed on the news inside. The little guy did not fear and took large strides forward like a general who had not lost a single battle out of 100. He unexpectedly held a terrifying aura and a rather outstanding might. "Stop!" One of the vicious bandits obstructed him with a battle spear in hand as he fiercely pierced forward. Peng! The little guy raised his hand and swatted out with his palm. With a catch-a sound, that battle's spear snapped, and he immediately flew out over 10 meters away before stopping. He collided with a huge mountain boulder and became paralyzed on the spot. So strong, these vicious bandits breathed in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated one by one. They extended their long bows and pulled on their bowstrings as arrows streaked across the air one after another. They emitted ghostly whistles as they flew towards the little guy, and they were all vicious, accurate, and extremely powerful. Wang. The little guy drew a circle with his left hand, and it suddenly transformed into a vortex of symbols. The symbols rapidly rotated, absorbing all of these dense arrows within. They were twisted within the vortex until they became iron powder, scattering onto the ground. Heavens, a little freak! These vicious bandits were shocked. They had all experienced many bloody battles before, but they had never seen a child that was this young and terrifying. The little guy reached out with his palm, and symbols filled the sky. Those 10 people who received the news and ran over suddenly flew away like straws, and their bodies immediately smashed against the boulders behind them. They spat of mouthfuls of fresh blood and were unable to get up again. Enemy attack, prepare for battle, sharp whistles sounded. The mountain stronghold went into a state of chaos, and all the vicious bandits stood up. The little guy did not fear at all and slaughtered his way in. He fought the vicious bandits with his bare hands without using much power, and he broke the bones of over 20 people, making them unable to fight anymore. Truly astonishing, it's actually a baby. A leader appeared. He showed a strange expression as he continuously stared at the little guy. Shi Hao took a step forward, as if he was going into no man's land, and as he continued to act, an individual who saw this situation rapidly rushed over. His entire body began to shine until pieces after pieces of armor appeared and covered his body. Crocodile armor? No, it's armor made from the scales of pangolins. He was like a large crocodile. The plated armor on his body was shiny, malevolent, and ferocious as he walked forward with killing intent. Pong! The little guy swatted out his palms, and the shock wave sent people flying and broke their bones. Only that person was not sent flying by that huge power and immediately crawled up. Could that be a precious artifact? The little guy's eyes suddenly shined, since these types of things were rarely seen. He rapidly charged forward to take his action again. "It's good that you came," that person yelled loudly. He raised his palm to welcome that attack, and as precious symbols flickered, it made his palm shine like a beast claw. Peng! The little guy was high and mighty and did not move. However, that person's palms spasmed and deformed on the spot. Although this set of armor was not bad, it was still difficult for it to protect him thoroughly. So many of his bones broke. He was simply in disbelief over this entire event. His opponent was so young, yet he was already powerful beyond imagination. How could an ordinary child of his age possibly achieve this realm? Again, the little guy walked forward and acted again. He wanted to test the armor's usefulness and whether or not it was a precious armor. Pong! This time, the vicious bandit leader was immediately sent flying across the air as his other arm was broken, and his sternum collapsed inwardly. Large pieces of that scale fell off, as even they were unable to defend against the little guy's huge strength. Unfortunately, it's not a precious artifact. The symbols within the scales shattered. The little guy shook his head. This vicious bandits were all dumbstruck. This was a leader was extremely powerful, but in the face of this child, he could only last a few blows until he became a puddle of mud, unable to get up again. Trash, you people can't even obstruct a little child. At this moment, the sound of a middle-aged man's voice echoed through the air. His voice was loud and clear like a golden clock as it buzzed and trembled. The little guy halted because he knew he encountered a genuine expert. An extremely powerful symbol fluctuated in front of him, and it was as if a vicious beast had awoken from its hibernation. This person's black hair was thick and murky, and a small golden pupil rested within his white eyes. His aura was extremely rich and powerful, and with each step he took, The entire mountain region trembled as if an enormous creature was walking through. This was a genuine big boss within the group of vicious bandits who controlled over 100 experts. His techniques were excellent, and he had a powerful guardian spirit accompanying him. He was not an ordinary person. Kai. A flame shined before hiding the sky and covering the earth in an instant. It immediately transformed the area into a sea of fire, submerging the little guy within. The middle-aged man suddenly took action without any superfluous words. It was the same flame technique, but it was incomparable to the one before. With a chila sound, a little stream beside them instantly evaporated, and the surrounding mountain rocks turned into magma. The place became an active volcano that bubbled and surged forth with heat that was difficult to resist. The little guy was startled. This was a genuinely great expert who surpassed his expectations. He originally thought that only that guardian spirit was frightening, but he did not think that their boss was this extraordinary as well. Wang. He closed his hands, and a silver moon rose. It whirled and swiveled to absorb the flames, then it magnified to cover the entire area. This was the precious technique that he obtained from Zai Yun, De Peng, and Xiao Qing's body. You're a child from that village, yet you are actually this powerful. The middle-aged man saw the little guy dispel his flame technique and was immediately shocked. His memory was extremely good and actually remembered where he met the little guy. Last time he went to the stone village, he was riding on a vicious beast and indifferently watched from the rear without any expressions. At that time, his gaze was so keen that he unexpectedly still had a clear impression of that village. Facing this opponent, the little guy did not dare act careless. Symbols flashed, and he activated his precious technique in preparation for the next attack. At this moment, the middle-aged man's entire body shined, and he shouted loudly, "Guardian Spirit, please bestow power to me." With a honglong sound, his body seemed to have been ignited, and he transformed into a human-shaped pangolin as bright rays of light shined around where he stood. He seemed rather pleased with his transformation, and he launched his most powerful attack. Shua. He viciously waved, and a huge claw made of light streaked over the sky and grabbed towards the little guy. Sounds rumbled within the air and divine traces filled the sky. The little guy appeared solemn, and he lightly cried out to use his precious technique. A huge silver moon with a diameter of 1 zhang appeared behind his back, illuminating the entire area in shining luster, and like a bright divine ring, it protected him in the center. Silver splendor rose and continuously surged out from the disc-like moon. It charged towards that huge claw, emitting the sound of a huge collision sounds before exploding into a splendid shower of light within the sky. This sight was extremely shocking yet beautiful. A silver divine moon was behind the little guy, and it enveloped him in a hazy, pure, and holy radiance as if he was a little deity. Across from him, that man-shaped pangolin shouted and said, "If I massacred your village last time, perhaps there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Did you just made a breakthrough recently?" "That's right." The little guy did not deny it. 3 volcanic craters surging with magma appeared out of thin air. That was the divine essence that poured into his body. "What?" The powerful middle-aged man was shocked. Having 3 heavenly passages right after making a breakthrough was unheard of. It was like the Arabian Nights, so terrifying that it scared people. "I never could have imagined such a peerless genius would appear in this savage land," the middle-aged man shouted. After transforming into a man-shaped pangolin, his entire body ignited with terrifying rays of light as he spoke. "I truly should have slaughtered that village a bit sooner." The little guy's gaze was deep, and behind him was a precious shining silver moon which sprinkled out pure and holy radiance, enshrouding and submerging him within. It made him seem more like a god. The two battled fiercely and exchanged 10 blows in the blink of an eye. The silver moon behind the little guy suddenly trembled, and a large bird cry sounded. A huge archaic devil bird appeared and rushed out while enlarging rapidly. Suddenly, it became omnipresent and covered the entire mountain area. Pooh! The archaic devil bird streaked across the sky, and its claw descended. It shattered the endless symbols of the middle-aged man and tore off one of his arms along with his shoulder. It almost sliced him in two as his fresh blood spilt forth, splashing onto the surface of the mountain. Ah! The middle-aged man returned to his human form, and the radiance all over his body disappeared as he fell within his own pool of blood. He was extremely unwilling as his pupils dimmed and his ominous glint vanished. He said to himself, "I've been cultivating for half my life and only broken through into heavenly passage when I was 30. Today, I've cultivated for over 50 years, yet I haven't been able to break through into a higher level. You're just a baby, yet you actually achieved the same level as me." He was angry, and his expression was complicated. Against an inconceivable child like the little guy, he was extremely shocked and reconciled. The group of vicious bandits were dumbstruck as their big leader, who they normally revered as a god, was defeated, and he even had one of his arms forcefully torn off by a child who appeared 7 to 8 years old. It was shocking to the point that it made them tremble. Tong tong. The mountain floor shook, and an enormous light golden monster appeared. In the darkness of night, it seemed like a splendid gold mountain that transformed the ground into gold. That guardian spirit appeared, and it had indifferent eyes that looked like 2 golden lanterns. Terrifying radiance circulated all over it as it stared at the little guy with astonishing killing intent. The little guy was very calm and fearless as he said to himself, "Guardian spirit, mysterious, powerful, and holds many secrets. I have never killed one before.